Hello, everybody and people and stuff and things. How are y'all doing? How y'all doing?
Immense
How y'all
pain,
doing?
a little upsetness, and feel like time's been wasted. And that was just listening to you the last 10 minutes.
Turn
Before
down the
that,
music. It's too loud. Now it's too quiet.
I got
Doing
some
all
ear
right.
infection. It hurts.
Doing all right.
It's yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit. I forgot to say something to you guys before we started.
All right, see y'all. Thanks for coming.
So actually, it just I meant to share it with you, but then I got distracted setting up. Keegan, you may have already seen it, but if y'all had seen the first 3 minutes of Josh Johnson's video he put up this week, it was perfect because he's talking about like men and men relationships and like being like friends and all that shit. Anyways, and what it like literally like 3 minutes in, one of his early punchlines is because you know what can really throw you off, what can really like throw off a friendship, it can make or break it, is like a poorly or perfectly timed hug. It's like just when you go in for the hug, and I was just thinking, oh, Koa and Aldo. Like it was like a perfect, like one of those, like he just went in and he's like, and you know, anyways, it was like the first 3 minutes and just the way he described it immediately, I was like, oh, Koa and Aldo. So
Meanwhile,
that could have
going
gone
into
totally different.
Yeah, because I was like, I
Koa's
really
hand
hope
was
I
too
don't
low.
kill him with this one punch.
No, that definitely surprised all of us.
Myself included.
yeah, you know, sometimes you don't know what you're
Great
going
moment,
in
though.
for until you get it, you know. But
Herpes. Sorry, what were we talking about? My bad.
Oh,
oh my god, it actually worked perfectly.
I had a thought right before that. There's
Me
no
too.
way
I think I got
it's
the
coming
herpes.
back. Oh God.
Well, the fifth rat here wanted to make sure you understood that you look balder than ever, Wade.
Thank you. I wish. Look, there's actually follicles now. I gotta get rid of them. So not as bald as I'd like to be.
Shave off those phalanges. All right. So, last session, we, you guys went to Hodgwen. You had seen some people you knew.
Didn't you die in the last session?
There was
I was gonna say.
There were some people that you were suspicious of, some people that you weren't suspicious of. There, you know, some things went well, some things went poorly. Anyways, you're inside of the ruins behind some like rubbish that's hiding the hole. There's a suspicious looking sock somewhere on the grounds nearby, but otherwise, you guys are doing all right. You guys are doing all right. Speaking of doing all right, we have, I think, level 1 hype train is almost completed. So that's exciting. It was completed. Look at that.
It's completed.
Oh, Wade.
How is nobody fucking subbed anymore? I'm like, oh, I like seeing all the sub badges, but fucking all you lazy cheap shits.
Like Neil.
God, just be rich.
He's just throwing out money.
And I'll clean that up.
Stop being poor. Just...
Wait, you gave one to Neil? Why would you give one to Neil?
Because he had an ugly ass triangle by his name.
Okay. Well, all right.
It was the triangle that did it.
Oh my God, Raz. Jesus fuck. You too? Et tu, Brute?
So there's
it's still there.
There's a thing that existed in Aurorum in the other channel, Wade, and I think I have to expose it to you.
I wasn't listening. There's a what that happened where?
I think the only person that ever actually pulled it off was Steve, you know, Silencio Steve. So when we were playing Aurorum on the other channel...
Shaving won't work. You'll still need the shampoo.
Do you want me to tell you, Wade?
No, go ahead. Or yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Go ahead.
When Steve hit 666 gift subs, at a request of his, he said, hey, when I complete that, can I create like a demon or devil or something like that that exists in the world that, you know, that might be encountered or so on and so forth? And I was like, sure, that sounds great. And then he actually hit it, which blew my mind. And he got to create one. So, would you in the near future like to create some sort of devil or demon or something like that to exist in the world with you?
No, I've got chat. I'd like to make something good.
Well, when he hits 777, I let him make an angel.
So if I just skip straight to that,
I you don't need to skip straight to that. So it actually may not have been 777. Steve can correct me on the number. It may have been a different
I have
number.
to do like 4 and scenes.
If you do the like both of them like back to back, do we just get to watch them fight and then pick up all the loot?
The loot dissipates with their bodies. Why did my camera
What the
turn off
fuck?
again? What happened?
Yeah, because you said some bullshit. That's why it turned off. What the hell? Don't get any loot.
That keeps happening without clicking anything, and my camera's not overheating; it's just turning off. Anyways, cool. Anyways, let's get into the game. You guys are inside of the air quotes cave system. That evening, pissed off with what happened. Koa was a little injured. Gwen was hoarse sounding, like because of the magic she used, and her skin was burning, and so on and so forth. You collected the ingredients, made a tea so that she could kind of recover for whatever she'd been there. Aldo was like, fuck this, and went out. And he went out on the town. He went out and just started drinking and partying and talking and talking and talking. And Jesus Christ, did you hit 666?
666.
All right. Well, all right, now everybody can at Wade in Discord to give him ideas of the devil or demon he wants to create. I already know what Norway was going to say. How about no? So
I'm with Norway on that.
Well, you know what? You can let him know.
We can't even have a companion in this game who's not a fucking demon, dude. We don't need more. It's just boring at this point.
I mean, wait, night vision sex tape? What?
Well, someone said it's Wade Paris Hilton now, so that's the only thing I can think of.
That's hot.
I just remember Paris Hilton having a dog that bit people. That's all I really remember. I think she.
No, that was another blonde girl. I forget what her name was. Nicole Richie.
Am I awake? Did I wake up this morning? I'm not over in my bed.
Or no, is Harvey around? Wait, Harley.
Yeah, he's asleep.
Jay? Oh, okay, different Harley.
Yeah, my dog.
Well, dogs don't sleep in your dreams, so you're awake.
Last time on Lost Initiative.
I already did that part. So you guys are there in the morning, waking up, and Aldo is. I don't even know if Aldo would return because he would spend the whole night like out drinking. So we'll say like around when Koa's getting up because he was injured, but not like crazy injured. So just tired or whatever it was. So around when and you guys kept watches that night or whatever. So around when the party is kind of properly getting up, we'll have Aldo stumbling in. Unfortunately for him, Aldo is going to be, he's going to be a bit intoxicated. I'm not going to say he's schmammered from just, getting shit-faced all night. That's up to, Jake to decide if that's what he was doing. But he's going to come stumbling in, early in the morning after having spent his whole night, rumor mongering. So your characters are getting up. Everybody's still a bit tired and still a bit, shocked and pissed off with how things played out last night. But we'll bring it to that point there. As a reminder, who's in the cave with you, or the area with you in the ruins? You have yourselves. You have Gwen came with you. You have Casper, who got the shit kicked out of him, and you were able to wake him up, and I think he was drugged up when you brought him with you. And then finally, you also had the innkeeper, who was having their face like pressed against the table before you had left. So you are waking up in the morning, and those are the people that are around. Gwen is still sleeping. Occasionally when you look over, she shivers, but that's because the lingering effects of the tea starting to wear off for
her. Real quick, Scott, before we drop into RP or anything, since Mikhail has had a chance to actually see her symptoms, can I make a check to try to identify her disease? Because I know I rolled really badly at like level 1.
No, there's no exposure you would have ever had to anything that would give you, because it's such a just so it doesn't just sound like some bullshit. It's such a rare thing that it literally is only a few people on the planet that experienced it, and at least some of chat knows 2 of those people, right? That Gwen and an old PC. It is not anything that you would have heard of, read about, been exposed to. This is like a hidden Maltese thing.
Okay, because I thought there was like a name of something that was mentioned before, and I just rolled really terribly. But
You
I
did
don't
roll
remember it well
for
enough.
something before, and you thought it was like she was gonna die or something. If I remember
Yeah, I
right.
think I was rolling off of like Koa's description of it, and I rolled like ass.
But yeah, no. So nothing there for you for that one.
Okay. Cool.
Cool. Awesome. So I'll let you guys take it away as you're getting up and you see him coming in, probably wondering where the hell he was or whatever, because I don't think he told you.
What about the herbs she's using? Do those mean anything to any of us?
Oh, you know what? That actually would be a nature check. That or a profession herbalism is the better roll. Nature if you lack profession herbalism. 13 is fine. Oh Jesus. Let me see what your results are. We have a 20 there. Cool. Anybody else rolling?
I can. I didn't know if we were
I'm
both
not.
able to or.
Yeah, you're definitely welcome to. Of course.
I did.
And you rolled very poorly. Not even enough to assist in a roll or whatever. So
Well, I could, if I could assist, I could luck it or something if need be.
I
But
don't know if it's worth the luck. It's up to you.
it's not a hindrance at 9, right?
No,
Nah.
it's only
I
fails by
won't- I
1.
won't waste it.
Yeah, I'll just keep the 20.
Cool. So then, yeah, you guys are looking over the herbs and trying to get an idea of what they are. So this isn't just like a single herb. This is a compound of a bunch of different herbs. Some of them you are not aware of. Well, some of them, actually, I'm going to have you, because you rolled high enough to identify what some of the herbs are. Follow me up with an Arcana check, sir. But back to, so, Arcana? Yeah, Arcana check. No, it's Arcana. That's an even better roll. Cool. You're welcome to luck that if you would like, or keep it up to 24. But so some of the herbs you're looking at, and these are more or less like teas that you know are more or less like neutral agents that are probably in there from, because you don't understand alchemy, but you have been studying some parts of it within mole books for a long while now. So some like passive knowledge would have picked up well enough that you'd be like, oh, okay, these seem like they're more here to act as like neutral ingredients for the other ones to diffuse into, to act so they're like makes some of the more aggressive components or aspects of the other herbs or ingredients involved to be what's the word I'm looking for here? The word I'm saying is dispersed in my head, but that's not what I want.
Diluted.
Thank you. So it kind of like dilutes them into more of an inert ingredients, so that it kind of like brings down the negative effects a little bit. That would have come along with taking these, because some of the herbs in here are in fact poisons to a degree. But there's probably other herbs in there that are meant to neutralize the poisons, like those ones are meant to dilute it a bit so she can handle it better. As for some of the other herbs that you have in there with your 24 Arcana check, you know that some of those herbs are ones that you are hard to get your hands on. They're natural herbs that grow, as far as you know, only in Ascaria. These are the kind of herbs that you would use to enhance spell casting. So you know that there's material components that you use in normal spell casting that you were trained and understand, and so on and so forth. Though your style of spell casting uses less of that, the way that you studied Arcane Congress magics. But even still, even your magic, there are herbs that you can use to enhance those spells. There are certain ingredients you can use. They're called like metamagic components, if you will, that can enhance those spells. And she has some of that shit inside here, leaving you to believe that this concoction that she's taken is probably very, very valuable. Like, just if you were to break it down into its individual components, they have a lot of value behind it. It's not some inexpensive thing that she's put together and is taking. Overall, though, you're no herbalist, you're no alchemist. With the understanding that you do have, this is definitely all the ingredients that are there are meant to enhance like things that are meant for like cold or frost or ice, but none of that actually creates a magical effect. Nothing here creates a magical effect. Maybe the combination of them is what's causing that. Again, you're not an alchemist, you don't know. Or maybe she's also using a small amount of her own innate magics to trigger the other effects. That part you wouldn't know. But you do know, if I can get my hands on wherever she gets this shit from, this could be good for us in general, for casting.
Yeah. Cool. Just taking notes.
Did we complete level 4 and we're working on level 5? Is that what I saw?
We are on level 5 now, so yes, it looks like we will have level 4 complete.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
So whenever you're still sleeping and people are kind of chilling, waking up, whatever.
Correct. Yes.
Were you saying Aldo had just got back?
Yeah, he's kind of just walking in as you
Okay.
guys are stirring, getting to, maybe making breakfast, whatever you want to do. And you would have last night during your watch, because you said you were doing a watch as well, you would have gone over and poked through her herbs and checked that out. So this is all knowledge you would have been able to acquire last night. Same as Koa, also out of curiosity when he was with her, would have looked things over. Maybe the reason why he rolled so low is because he was less intrusive.
Probably. Okay. Mikhail definitely looks relieved once Aldo shows back up. Then he'll just probably ask, how'd it go?
You know, did what I could. We'll see how it lands, but
Yeah.
I mean, people see the way these guards are. It's not a stretch.
What did you tell them?
Oh, I told them what happened, right? I started saying that oh, I'm so tired, I can't even remember. I told them that this innkeeper here was being shaken down and they were doing something to him, and then we put a stop to it, and then they tried to kill us on sight or something along those lines.
Close enough to the truth, right?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead and get some rest. You probably need it.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'd be careful getting about.
Yeah, I'll probably just go to the hospital. Need to check in there and finish some studies and see if I can get any information there. It's outside of the usual guards patrols, so it should be okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, be careful.
Definitely.
Any ideas on our little group of refugees here?
I don't know. They're actively looking for us. The innkeeper will probably be taken care of if he's seen. I don't know much about Gwen though. I don't know if people remember seeing her or what, but you know, I'd be worried for her either way.
Perhaps if we meet with our contact in the guards, he would know whether she was a person of interest at all.
Yeah, that's a good idea. How to get word to him is one thing though. I don't know if he's fallen, further out of favor as people like Went seem to be stepping up, but yeah.
Oh, that one tavern we went to with the back room we were at Edric. That's not too far from the hospital. I could swing by there.
Not a bad idea. Perhaps they still have some contact in the guards.
Yeah. They were definitely more than sympathetic to us last time, so I imagine that hasn't changed.
We need
Assuming
to
the place is still
investigate-
standing.
That's a good idea. We also need to investigate the rumors that Mr. Fox had told you about. I find myself at a loss for what my particular skill set can achieve here. I can watch over everyone, but you all are so good at a variety of things. I'm not sure which direction to point myself in.
Yeah.
We're
It's
supposed
hard
to
to
agree
give
that
much
possibly,
direction.
Mikhail. I thought maybe you would fight that a little bit, but you agreed pretty quick. That's fine, I suppose.
Well, no, I feel pretty uncertain myself right now. I mean, I was already wrong about how hostile they'd be to us. Definitely wasn't expecting them to immediately go to lethal force, nearly kill a civilian, and then probably doesn't help that I don't know if the guard that I retaliated against survived.
I slashed one across the chest with a sword, and I assume the one that Guinevere took care of is just silenced. I think I punched that one out. Honestly, it's all a bit of a blur.
I think the one you cut down is probably dead.
Hard to go prancing around town then, if that's the case. We have Leon's list as well. It was very important he get some help. So we need to get on that and try to find someone. Perhaps the innkeeper, Guinevere herself, or Casper, when they're awake and feeling a bit better, will have some ideas. But if you have any contacts in the hospital, or although I'm not sure, short of kidnapping a banker, that you and I know anybody else.
No, not off the top of my head.
Yeah.
If we can
few
get a meeting
names.
with the guard captain, I think that's a good the former guard captain. Sorry, I think that's a good first step. Mikhail, you should definitely go past the hospital like you're planning on.
Yeah.
It's just moving around. I could probably make you guys something up, but I need to rest. I'm tired.
Get some rest. I'll keep watch. Mikhail, do what you need to do. Perhaps lying low for a day won't be the worst thing in the world.
It is daytime, as a reminder. It's going into morning, so as you're planning what you're going to do, whether it be lie low or go out. Sorry, continue.
Yeah. Aldo, something to think about maybe once you wake up too. I don't know what kind of persona you're moving around in, but do you think they'd wear a crown?
I mean, that'd be a bit like, hey, look at me, I'm wearing a crown. But
Yeah.
She wear a
maybe you
very
can
big
disguise
wig.
it.
Yeah, we could definitely disguise it. Why?
Just wondering if it would help with what you're doing. I mean, I wouldn't be wearing it at the hospital, right? And I definitely don't want to draw any kind of attention to myself right now.
I mean, I could. Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to the headache though.
So I'd keep it on for a while.
Take it off before you sleep, not before. Unless you
Just-
have to.
yeah.
Just
Okay,
worth
I could
thinking
do
about.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll leave it here with you.
Thanks.
Get yourself something to eat and get some rest. I'll keep an eye on things.
He just nods and then he'll go off and start eating some bread or something, and then just go to bed.
I imagine, is Mikhail heading to the hospital then?
He's going to, for sure. I don't know if there's anything before he leaves.
Koa will step out with you, like climb out of the thing, unless there's anything else you're doing inside. Be safe, Mikhail. I know at the hospital itself you're likely okay, but the in-between, who knows?
Yeah, I had to run halfway across the city in the in-between last time. I'll be on my toes for sure. Thanks,
If you need
though.
anything, yell very loudly.
Yeah, I'll do my best. I think I've got some pretty good pipes.
That you do.
He starts to head off and he stops and actually reaches out and grabs your shoulder. Goes, "Oh my God, Koa! I almost forgot your armor. I got your armor. You haven't tried it on yet."
But you got?
Yeah.
Oh, kind
Here,
of. Thought that was
you're
a
like-
lost cause.
ushers you back in. Yeah, you didn't see that I came in with mine.
A bit distracted by, he'll kind of nod toward Guinevere, and then he'll look to the other two.
Right, of course. Either way, yeah, I got it. I got yours. I got Aldo's. The tailor thankfully was kind enough to let me in and get that offloaded before I came back here. So we don't have to go without it, at least. And he'll take out the boxes, and, take Aldo's back over to where Aldo's sitting, and then hand Koa his.
I will switch it out. I need to be reminded, this is Lamellar, what is it called?
I think
how
yours
did
is
we build
actually
yours?
Lamellar armor, right?
Yeah, did we just go
'Cause you had
classic
you had
Lamellar?
just the Curious, and then
Pathfinder.
It was Masterwork, Lamellar, something. Not Curious. I already had the Curious and the Skirt.
You had the
next
Curious.
one.
I think this is the full set.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get this.
No,
for
I already
you.
had a Skirt, so I already had a set. This was This was not Curious. It was called something else, but it was still Lamellar.
It could just
Yeah,
be
it's
Lamellar
like
Leather, which is armor
Lamellar
bonus
Leather.
+4,
Yeah.
max dex bonus +3. It's Masterwork, so the ACP for it is -1, and it does
Okay,
not affect your
so-
speed. It weighs 25 pounds.
How do I?
Can you
I'll
drag and
chat
drop
it
the
to-
word Lamellar onto your sheet or no?
Let me see. Probably not whenever I've got it popped out like this.
Oh yeah, it won't when it's popped out.
Well, I'm just seeing if the word exists in there at all.
It doesn't when I look. Yeah, leather and studded leather in there, but no lamellar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that just means just take the leather armor you already have and just modify it. So go from Lamellar Curious or whatever to Lamellar Leather or Leather Lamellar, however you want to phrase it. Just add the M.W. on there so that we know it's masterworked. You're going to want to make sure you update that name both under your AC items and under your gear.
Yep, will do.
The weight for it's 25 pounds instead of 8 or whatever it was before.
Okay.
AC is 4, the max dex is 3, and the check or CHK should be -1.
Max Dex. So is that the one next to check? It's where it says Dex. I changed that from a 4 to a 3.
Correct, sir. Yep. And then
I'm leaving everything else alone.
Yeah, correct. Yep. I would just update the name under gear, and you should be good. The other thing you should be hoping to do soon is updating your shield at some point to get a better shield. That way you can reduce the check penalty there as well. But it only applies when you're wearing it. So if you've updated the name, click the main page so you can see how it applied to your character. Make sure you're good over there. Because the other one only give you what, a +1 AC?
2.
2? Okay, so it's doubled that. Okay. So your base AC is now a 14 because your dex is still only a 10. And you can see that all of your stats that that's touched by your AC have like a little dude next to them, and you have a -1 penalty on them, even though the -1 penalty's got a hidden. And that's because the armor is a little bit stiff, if you will. So.
Got it.
But that's good. Yeah, you won't. You will. Yeah, exactly. I see you. You're kind of like fiddling with it to say.
It's a -3. Oof.
It's a -1.
Acrobatics goes from a 4 to a 1.
Click on it. Open that up.
Oh, you're good.
Why did it do that? That makes no sense. It's almost like the math was wrong.
Is the type light?
Oh, no.
or-
Type is light. Dex is 3. Check is -1. Wait, I'm going to take over clicking your sheet, okay?
Yeah, let me close it so you can actually mess with it.
Actually,
Sorry, we should
Matter
handle this off
encumbrance.
stream chat. I think we all just forgot about the armor.
Yeah. Well, that was a fun little
Yeah,
RP moment, but
Yeah, so I remembered it about 5 minutes ago. So
Of all the things that we remembered, we were like, all right, we got to do this. I'd completely forgotten about the armor.
I found out what it is.
yeah.
Your armor weighs
Yep.
25 pounds, so the total weight of your are you now at 68.8 out of your 66 pounds? that you're
Oh, the
allowed to
medium
have?
load thing.
Yeah, it's just because
So
you
it
have
was
too much shit
encumbrance.
on you. Yeah, so you just can't carry as much. And mind you, I never even weigh you guys down for gold because every 50 coins is technically a.
No, you don't.
So
I've
keep
been
track of
tracking my
that,
coin weight.
so-
Yeah, we've been
keep
tracking
track
our
of
coin
it.
weight.
Oh, you do? Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So what was I say, Wade? You're currently says you're carrying your Curious clothes and your Deleon's clothes. Things like that should be. You guys should have like a chest.
I have a negative modifier at the bottom. I just need to go through and make sure I've got it correct.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me double check
Mhm.
and make sure I've got all the things
Like
right.
you're not going to carry 5 javelins on your person.
Well, I'm
right?
also not going to carry the greatsword and earthbreaker at the same time, so I could probably cut some of that off.
So the
too.
way that I handle that stuff, Wade, is you see where it says the -20. I would add beneath that, usually with like a hyphen before it, all the items that you're saying you're ignoring because like they're kept on your horse or they're kept inside of a chest. I usually make sure I mark on the sheet the ones that I'm removing for the sake of math. So like things like javelin, I would totally have 2 javelins up top like you do, and then have the other 3 down below and just negate that because you're not going to have 5 javelins on you.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so we can do that. You can do that in the background. We don't need to watch this because even if you got rid of, 2.8 pounds, you're back to where you need to be. So cool. I will, let's go back to the game then. So I'm sorry, you said that to him, you got him the thing. And when he goes back inside, we'll assume Koa's getting changed while, the other NPCs are starting to get up and Aldo's passing out.
I was going to have Koa do one more thing before that.
Sure.
Before they wake up.
Sure.
So while Aldo's
assuming it's maybe before you get changed, but go ahead.
Yeah, this is after Mikhail leaves and Koa's still outside, like in the the ruins part. Koa wants to reach out to the martyr. And I know I was planning on going to a shrine, but I think based on events, he's just going to do it right here in the ruins.
Well, that's a super religious place. So Jesus lives in your heart, not the church.
Well, one, you got to do what you got to do, and prayer means more whenever it means something. Two, read your description of the martyr, asshole.
Get him.
One, this fits, and two, it's part of your goddamn lore.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
All right. So he is a religious boy, and we were talking about it in the Discord earlier that our characters don't really show their religion all that often, but he's been known to thank Snaga and look to Vroga, the Resk, and Martyr, who's big in Adir and whatnot. So he's going to kind of, I don't know what the standard prayer thing he would have seen growing up is like, we know kneeling and putting your hands together. I don't know if that's common. Like what is moving from where he did, like what is the standard thing he would have seen people do to pray?
I mean, so it depends on which god you're praying to and what kind of homage you're giving, right?
Martyr.
So no, I understand that, but I'm saying like obviously when you're praying to Vroga or like Lady Aravel, it's going to be very different from the martyr. So the martyr actually is going to be very similar to what you were thinking of when you think of like a Christian style, like almost like putting your hands together and kind of like putting them out like you're surrendering yourself, if you will. That's not too dissimilar from, like, again, if you think of Christian prayer, not too dissimilar what you would do with her. Whereas, like, say with Lady Aravel Dark Eyes, it's going to be full blown prostrating yourself before her, like full on down to the ground. You will submit to the will of Lady Aravel. And with Vroga, it could be things like chants or it could be like dancing, or it could even be praying through practice, almost think like kata style prayer. So it all depends on which god you're doing. So with the martyr, again, think more like your Christian style prayer that you already had in your mind.
Okay. He won't go very far from where they're staying, but he'll step out a little bit so that no one is disturbed by him. Find some place that looks nice-ish or whatever within a few feet.
Yeah, 100, 200 feet or so. Yeah, I gotcha.
Yeah. Then he'll just get down, kneel, kind of look a bit unsettled, like not uncomfortable, like he's uncomfortable doing it, but it's more like the weight of what he's got on his mind is a lot, and he's wanting to make sure he words things well, so he just takes a moment to think, and then looks up. Not really sure how to do this, but I'm going to give it my best shot. Martyr, I am a believer in the gods. Though my silence, lack of prayers and such might suggest otherwise, I do believe. I also believe in goodness, in the people here, in Adir, Hodgwen, beyond. I believe that goodness can be buried, corrupted, torn away, beaten into submission, and so on, and yet survive somehow, hidden somewhere beneath those pains. I have been called chosen by an old ghost trapped in a room that appears in various ruins and such throughout Adir. And yet, despite that, I know, and I'm sure you know, I am nothing more than a man. And barely that. I'm a man who cannot stand to see good people suffer. I try, I truly do, to honor your tenets, to bring protection, freedom, show kindness to those who cannot find it for themselves. And I hope to do that for all, if I can. And yet, here I am kneeling during hardship, at a bit of a loss. Dear Mater, I truly do not know what to do. How do I ease the pain in Hot Gwen? How do I free a bunch of souls, tens, hundreds, thousands perhaps, trapped in some kind of ooze, wrapped in some sort of elemental water, some such, beneath my very feet? How do I free Guinevere from the prison of her own body, crafted, twisted, tortured by her own father? I'm willing to sacrifice myself if that's what it takes. I will gladly do it. For Gwen, for Hot Gwen, for Adir, what lies beyond. If that is the price I must pay, then I will do it for your aid. But I beg of you, Martyr, please, help us. Help us find a way forward. Aldo and Mikhail, they've got so many different things they can do. I can swing a sword, but I feel helpless right now. So many people are suffering, Marta. My mind knows how to survive. My body knows how to fight. And my heart aches. It wants peace and goodness for those around me, those that are suffering, and I don't know how to bring it. An old ghost has called me chosen, Martyr, but that is just a word that means nothing more than pressure. Pressure to deliver. I am no god. I am nothing more than a man who is at a loss. But you, Martyr, you are a goddess. I believe in what you are. I believe in what you stand for. What you could do. I ask, beg really, for your compassion, your empathy, your strength. Not for me, but for everyone else. There's so much pain, so much suffering. And we've tried to help, and look at the ripple effect of pain that we've caused. I feel responsible for this. So again, I beg of you, give me the tools, the knowledge, a path. Anything. Anything. I will take it. I will use it. I will not stop. I cannot. It's who I am. And I realize that about myself now. But I'm not afraid for myself, and I'm not afraid to ask for help. For them. Thank you, Martyr. Even if all you did was listen. Because these people deserve to be heard. And there are not many who would speak for them. But I had to try. I don't really know how to end this, but that is all. And he'll kind of like stand up awkwardly, clasp his hands, and like look around almost though he's expecting like someone to appear and talk to him or something. And then just kind of saunter back, rethinking it through his head over and over again, like, did I say good things there? He makes his way back at that point, and if anyone's awake, he just looks like he's completely in his own head as he goes back inside.
I have to say something because it happened about 20 seconds ago. You were given by Erasmus heroic fortune.
I guess I'll use it on that prayer. How do I redeem that again? I was planning on trying to use one for something like that, but honestly, I don't know how I can apply it to it. So,
Keegan, you
I
want
think
to
the only thing
remind
would
him
be
to
an insight deal, right? Yeah.
That's what it sounds like he's going for. I don't think he's trying to act out a turn.
Yeah, look in the chat and go down there, and then gives you your options. But yeah, you want the insight.
I want a plus
Oh,
4
you did it.
to
Okay,
my
cool.
prayer. Yeah, probably the insight. Thank you, Rasmus.
So basically, you got to figure out. Basically, you get to ask the DM for a guidance on how to achieve a certain thing or insight into a certain subject.
Yeah, it's inspiration, I think, is what
Get
you're
the hell
looking
out of
for.
here. Yeah.
And
Well, thank God I had a whole thing I just said, Scott, that.
Yeah, but that would mean he had to listen.
excuse me, I was listening, but Wade also did say like 65 things, so I will ask you to narrow it down. Because he was praying for all of it. He truly meant all of it, and in his heart of hearts, what was the most important one? Now I understand, like immediately, obviously, like maybe to a Koa on the surface level, obviously Gwen is going to be one of the most important ones, but Koa also truly is a good person, and what he cares for Gwen is altruistic, but it also is a degree of selfishness. So I don't know if that was what was in his heart of hearts, or if there was something else that was more important to him of all that.
I mean, he wants it to be Gwen. I want it to be Gwen. But I think something that would come before those things and is still kind of part of those things would probably be the souls beneath Hot Gwen, because that's something that affected her, potentially affects Mikhail because he drank the whatever, and who knows how many other people. And he knows that to Guinevere, breaking the curses, she would give up herself to do that because she's also a good person. And after Beltran, I think that's even with Beltran, I think the curse is still probably in his mind the biggest thing, bigger than all of them. And I think that's the only part of the prayer that was directly about the curse. So I think his focus would be on how the martyr, guidance on what to do about the poor souls trapped in there, because that ties all of it together.
Okay.
And the martyr, I believe, if I remember right, whenever I chose her, is a good goddess, at least as far as we know.
She's lawful good. Yeah.
So I'm expecting her answer would not be like, Ethan, use that power. Which is
you partially cut out, and that just made it creepier.
Good. You guys are welcome to weigh in, since this is a heroic moment, but that to me seems like the one that would make the most sense to both encompass Guinevere and also something bigger than all of them, right?
Yeah, I don't have any notes on it myself.
Yeah, I think that's the best one you can ask.
Give me a second, because there's two ways to go about it. So hold on, I just want to make sure I say this the right way. So when you finish the prayer, obviously it's one of those things where you finish the prayer and whatever it might be, and you kind of your hands fall, or you stop looking up, you kind of fall back into your mind and aware of the presence around you. have that like steadying moment before you're like, all right, well, back to it. And you go to like, push yourself up to get up off of where it is. And as you do so, as you go to like push yourself up, one of the things that you see kind of like catches your eye. It's probably just because of the way that the light is falling. It's probably just because of the markings that's there or whatever. But you actually see that over in the rubble near where you are, you're not just, of course, it's a pile of old rock. A bunch of this rock had been stolen a long time ago. It's used for construction elsewhere. Some of the areas here still have a degree of formation. Part of a wall still stands. You already know all this. You heard of it before. Most of it's just kind of like rubble and kind of like pushed off to the side so people can kind of walk through this area. Lots of people live here, whether they be like homeless people or, so there's various like vagabonds or like criminal enterprises are over in this area, or people that are kind of now getting displaced by how aggressive the guards have been and those kind of details. So the place is not lacking population. So with that being said or understood, you'll notice that there is, when you stand up and you look about, something catches your eye kind of just barely around the corner, that there's actually almost like a stick sticking from the ground, but almost like a what's the word I'm looking for? Like an awning that's made out of, some type of, leather or cloth or whatever it is that's off to the side. Seeing what that is, like seeing that almost like awning sticking out of there, you go over and you look and you see that, oh, there actually is a few idols underneath this. None of them are in particularly good shape, but there's a few idols that are here. Like the peoples that have been living inside of the ruins have made their own kind of like makeshift shrine. I mean, many different peoples have many different reasons to be religious, across all spectrums of life and background or whatever. But certainly people that are down on their luck tend to be some of the most religious, right? Because they're turning and looking for faith or guidance or whatever, similar to Koa right now. So in a place like this, full of people that are kind of, on the struggle, it makes sense that there'd be a makeshift shrine that they've put together. And you look at it and you see the idols that are there. But one of them catches your eye because it's the symbol of the martyr, which let me go ahead and
I was going to say, internally, Koa's kind of kicking himself. He's like, dude, I was 20 feet from like a shrine of some kind.
Yeah. From like, there was one right here. You're not the one that you were meant to go to, but yeah. Give me 1 second. There you go. And her symbol is, so it literally looks like it's a bloody knife thrust into a burnt steak is what it looks like. It's kind of an aggressive looking symbol because of, the background or whatever it was that she had gone through. So there is that symbol that's there, and you go over and you literally see a crudely made version of this, and it's like an old, knife, literally kind of like stabbing into a burnt. It's just kind of like a strange looking, symbol that's there. So you can whether you pick it up or check it out. Then looking across the other idols that are on there, you also see somebody had like carved something like that onto another flat of wood. So there's actually another one to her there, and there's another one where it's like a rock that's relatively flat and well enough, shaped that somebody had used, likely another rock or maybe chalk, if that's actually what they had, to draw an etching of the symbol into that as well. So other people compiling their own versions of these symbols to the different gods that are here. But the reason why I point these out is because as you reach down to look at the different ones and, pick one of them up and turn it over, you actually see something that catches you off guard on one of them. You see a name written on there, and it literally says Veni on there. It's like, that's strange.
Spelled like the Veni we know of from the old Ghost Man.
That's the only time you've ever heard that name. Well, one of these.
How's it spelled to be?
One of these PCs have seen that that name before. Sorry, I've heard that name before, but it completely got ignored or thrown over their head or what have you. Give me 1 second. I have it written down inside. I literally have to open up Google Drive.
Yeah, I keep spelling it VENI.
I'm VINNY,
but there's accents on it. So give me 1 second. I will get it for you.
Where did Aldo see it? He told the party. Where did he see it?
I think Aldo heard it in his vision thing, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But it was also said by a NPC in the modern day, I believe in Leshev.
Yeah, we heard it sometime before that. I keep thinking it was from Old Man, Young Man Ghost. But
We definitely talked to the old man ghost about it.
yeah, it must have been before that.
Well, if we heard about it in Leshev,
Oh, shit.
maybe
Hold
we
on. I
should
actually
head
have the
back there
spelling.
and investigate.
That's crazy. It is in my notes.
Someone in Leshev that we know of said it?
I mean, I'm not going to put any attention to it. It was said, and it was, and I will leave it alone at that. But there wasn't actually an NPC that said it at one point in time. It was just during kind of a funny scene, and so it was kind of like overlooked. And I just bit my lip and kept this for myself. So viewers might call you out for it, but I won't give it away.
I don't
This
know.
is in
The
the
most
meta.
attentive viewer I know of says they don't remember it, so.
Yeah. It definitely came up when talking to the elder.
Yeah,
We brought it up, or if
absolutely.
he did.
And
but-
you also saw it in your vision, but there was an NPC that said it as well. So
Was the NPC the flute dude?
That was not the flute dude. It was said in your last trip to Leshev. I know for a fact it was said. So. Oh, hi, Brittany.
Feels like a name when we hear it, we take note of it. So that's weird if it slipped by us.
Yeah.
It
Then
was
again,
it was only
a lot
one it
happened
was
in
only
the
one
Shiv.
PC, and it was during a relatively funny scene in general, so that wouldn't have been the focus of that character at the time that it was said. So
Okay. Damn.
Can add some watch hours to my lost initiative.
Yeah, literally most of the people who are our cheat codes in chat are like, what are you talking about? I think everyone missed it. Okay.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna watch like 60 hours of this just to find out that Scott was wrong and didn't
no,
say
it was the most recent visit to Leshev, however many sessions or hours that was.
He is
That
just trying
would
to pad
be-
one. He's like, I need the YouTube numbers to go up a bit.
That would be the most believable outcome. He just thought he said it, totally didn't.
And I keep my receipts. You know who might know? Ninja, because Ninja actually is watched through like. But if you listen to 2x speed, things fly past you. So
Isn't this on track? I feel like this is on track. All right. So I see this carved on what? It was carved on the wood or written on the idol or something?
yeah, it was written on one of the symbols that say. Let's just say because Koa, more instinctively grabs it. Let's say it's one of the stones. He picks it up and turns it over and sees it's also written on the back of the stone that's there.
Okay. I don't think he would take the stone because this is a place of worship, so taking that feels wrong. There's
It's also
nothing else.
it's also like 110, 20 feet from where you're staying, so it's easy to show to
Yeah.
your friends as needed. Continue, sorry.
Okay, so I see the name, but there's nothing else around here. Like there's no investigation or perception or whatever needed for this. It's just
It's just
the
right
name
there.
written.
Yep, that's what you see right now.
Okay. I think the conversation with the elder and also Aldo talking about his vision will come to Koa's mind when he sees that written out. So he'll take mental note of it, kind of look up to the skies again and nod. Not necessarily at the martyr like he knows this is a sign, but almost like maybe it's a sign that I was a lot closer to a shrine than I thought. Maybe that's the sign. And he'll walk back.
Okay. So you so you head back into the place, and as you go back in, you can see you're starting to get changed or whatever it is. You're switching over, kind of thinking to yourself, and I imagine he's pretty introverted, so he's a little caught off guard. As perceptive as he is, he's a little caught off guard. The tail ends of putting on his armor. When Gwen would he'd kind of like look over and see that she's approaching only a couple steps away as she's there. She has like a blanket or whatever draped over her shoulders, and her arms crossed in front of her as the last bit of chill is subsiding. She comes over. She looks a bit weaker at the moment, but overall is far better off than she was last night. And she gives you, as you kind of like eyes dart up and notice her, and then your expression would almost immediately soften once you recognize who it is. She'll give you like a faint, half mouth smile.
Jake got me laughing. Use hero point, get rock.
I didn't even see
It's a
that.
$50 rock. Thank you. Ko will give her a smile. She can probably tell that he's got a lot on his mind. I'm sure she can see that weight. But we'll give her a smile as he approaches, and I guess he'll start it. Feeling any better today?
Oh, yeah. Considerably so. That was, I sorry about that.
You have nothing to apologize for.
No, I do. It was foolish. The door was open. He was being aggressive. I was scared. I should have known that you could handle it. I've never seen you in action before. I've just heard the stories, and it was just my instinct because he was. Anyways, I should have known better. I should have known that you could. I mean, not that I ever doubted the stories you said to begin with, but wow, how quickly you moved.
Well, I also need to apologize because you are clearly no damsel in need of protection. I'm gonna have to dumb down what you did to Mikhail a bit so he doesn't feel inadequate, because that was a pretty amazing feat you pulled off yourself. But no, I can handle myself, and it seems you can as well. But currently, I would still rather protect you, not because you need it, but because of the toll it takes on you to do whatever it is you did.
Yeah, it's she thinks for a second. One of the ways that my magic developed in me when I was younger is the ability to mend wounds inside someone's body. That's magic for healing. It's not the same as how it works for the way that the Congress teaches things, but just it's for healing. The problem is when you want to heal someone's body, you also instinctively know how to harm them as well. And let's just say he got a case of laryngitis that will take a long while for him to heal.
Well, it was very impressive, and a lot less messy than whenever I have to handle things sometimes. I'm sorry you had to witness that. I feel as though it's not that funny, Scott.
Sorry, I know exactly what he's doing right now.
What who's doing?
I won't say.
What?
Don't worry about it. It's just.
Am I missing something? I'm looking at chat. I see
You
nothing
are
that.
missing something.
What?
The person
I
doing it
wasn't
knows what
looking.
they're doing. And
Oh my God.
I'm gonna leave. It's not. It's not just. It's somebody that you don't ignore when they message you because
Oh.
it could be important, but it's not. Continue. I'm sorry.
What the fuck was I saying? Sorry you had to see that. What did she say to sorry you have to see that mess?
She said about the ability to mend wounds, learn, then obviously know how to harm people as well.
Yeah, and Koa said that. Yeah, yours is a lot less messy. I'm sorry you had to see me do that.
She shakes her head and says, "Again, not a damsel. We all had to serve in one way or another. I hope he's okay, but he had it coming."
Truly he did. No, I don't believe you're a damsel, but I also feel bad because many times I come knocking on your door, I seem to bring a lot of bad with me. And I am sorry for that.
She shakes her head. This isn't your fault. This is Beltran. He's awful. He's terrible. This needs to be done. It's not. It needs to be there. We are where we are now. I'm just, I just don't know, Koa, if I should stay here. It's not that I'm not willing. I am. It's just, if I disappear, there will be suspicions, and they might tie us together because of a couple times that you've been seen in my shop. Maybe. But if I return and continue to run the shop, then they won't necessarily suspect anything.
Had similar thoughts. We have a high-ranking guard that Aldo has gotten. I don't know what the word is, to be willing to give us some information, who doesn't seem to like Beltran either. And I think we're going to try to meet with him today, if at all possible, once Aldo wakes up.
Oh God, you're not going out there, are you?
Well, I don't know that I will, but Aldo might be able to, and if he meets with the guard and is able to find out what they know or what they think, if you're a person of interest after... I mean, they could have seen you whenever you did that. That guy is still alive, so if he saw what happened, he may have a description of you or know who you are because, well, people know you around here. Anyway, point being is we could make sure that it's all right before you go, but if you want to go, you are no damsel, and I am no prison guard. Kind of winging a lot of things here. We weren't expecting to be attacked out in the open here like that. Even for Beltran, that was more bold than we anticipated. I wish you'd pay attention to me instead of chat, Scott.
I'm not paying attention to that.
Did I just watch you typing your fucking keyboard, then look up? I'm paying attention.
No, I type on my keyboard because I have other stuff going on. Legit, there's nothing typed in chat. So she says, I don't think you're a prison guard, and obviously I know you would let me go. I'm not asking for your permission, Koa. I'm asking for your opinion. What do you think is the best approach in this? There's a lot of benefit to keeping the shop going. It's the work that is being done by Ashanti and hold on, name's escaping me. Elliot. They need the herbs that I have there. If it's locked up, they're not going to be able to get the ingredients. If I'm not there, it might raise suspicion as to whether or not we're connected in some way. And the shop's not terribly far from here. If something goes awry, if I feel uncomfortable, maybe I should just retreat here if things seem to be going sideways. But I just don't know if retreating to here now is the best choice, or if we are being a little bit too defensive. I also don't know if I'm being too guarded. It is, maybe I'm too protective of my shop and too protective of the change that's going to happen. I don't need you to make this decision now. I think it's a good idea for me to at least stay today. If I'm going to return, it has to be later tonight. I don't feel well enough for proper travel, if you want to call it that, and it's kind of hoping we can go out into the sunlight. She says, like, looking over towards like the doorway that's kind of like covered up by debris, to help take the chill.
Yes, of course, and one day we'll be able to do that and not have a million other tasks in our minds. I very much look forward to that day. But while we go out there, I do have a something on my mind. Perhaps you know something about it. I don't know. But he'll kind of like open the way if she wants to step out.
Yeah, she'll go with you and step out, and it's one of those things where, as you guys are talking, you can imagine the first like minute or so she's there snuggled under the blanket, but as the sun is like really warming you up, and the blanket actually feels like it's keeping you cool rather than warm, you kind of like take off the blanket, and she might even have like another like robe or something, like not like robe, but like a cloak or something beneath that. Shouldn't have removing that because it is summertime, so allowing like the sun to kind of beat down on her would be a nice thing to help warm her up. So anyways, continue RPing as that kind of like happens in the background.
How do I word this? I'm not always the best thinker or speaker in the whole world. Much easier to throw a punch or swing a sword to me. But I came out here and I prayed to the martyr earlier. And then I realized I was 20 feet away from a makeshift shrine of sorts. And I saw a name over there, and this name has come up multiple times, and perhaps you've heard of it. Have you ever heard the name Veni before?
1 second. Let me actually roll for her knowledge on this. Rolled very low. She's not from around here, mind you. So she says, no, doesn't stand out to me. She says, like thinking, like really trying to think for you, as opposed to just, it hasn't. No.
Perhaps a subject to bring up with Elliot or Ashanti then, but it keeps coming up. The Elder in the ruins has mentioned it. Aldo had a very realistic vision of living some other life. And that name came up there too. And then I saw it written over there. And I just don't know what to make of it. I asked the martyr for a sign, and then I found the shrine and saw the name, and maybe I'm just connecting dots that aren't there, but the name that's come up multiple times, so thought maybe it meant something.
Yeah. She thinks again to herself, and then just kind of, for a little bit, and then she shrugs, kind of like, tossing her head, like shaking her head as she shrugs, saying, sorry, maybe somebody else. She says, of course I'm familiar with the martyr, but she's not as, you said to the martyr, right, just now when you were, yeah. She says, I'm familiar with the martyr from my time that's spent here, and it's a very common faith here, but I come from Malta, and that name is known to some, but not to all. And it wasn't a faith that I practiced when I was there. So of course I pay homage now that I'm here and I'm familiar with her. It's just Isara is who we would normally look to for similar guidance back home.
Am I familiar with Isara?
Yeah, that's the goddess of healing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it's a neutral good goddess of healing, compassion, and mercy.
From what I know of Isara, that sounds like a good goddess to pray to. I picked up a bit of this and that through my travels that the martyr made her way into those I speak to. And this Vinny could be a coincidence that I saw the name again, I don't know. But I'll bring it up with Elliot and the others and see if they know anything. If the Elder had some knowledge of it, which I can't recall, but perhaps Mikhail or Aldo do, then she could be tied up in all of this mold and Perrin conflict. Maybe there's something there. The I hate betraying your trust, Guinevere, but I sort of done it again. But I want you to know it was for good reasons. I told Mikhail and Aldo a bit about your past with your father.
She's like listening intently, But then as you like keep going, you can see like her face kind of falls a bit.
And I did it for the following reason.
She
We
almost
had at our
immediately recovers the face, like as you say, for the following reason, as she's trying to. I know that his boys he's closer with, it's one of those, like you can see she's actively trying to not be offended to
He
your
will
eyes.
actively look like he's got his tail between his legs.
Yeah. But go ahead.
In order to help you, I'm going to do everything I can to help you. And I lean on them for that because they better at a lot of things than I am. We had at our disposal the entire collection of the Mole Encyclopedia for a short time. Mikhail and Councilman Kervrock and Leshev were going through it. And we had all of the alchemy books. And I thought if they were going to look for something for you, they needed to know as much as possible. And I didn't have you there to ask your permission, and I had to make a judgment call, and I made the best one I could. And I hope you can forgive me and understand why I would do it.
She says, well, yeah, I understand. I understand why.
Not helping you find this cure, my number one priority is taking every bit of strength I have. Focusing on Beltran, the curses, and so on and so forth. I so badly want to put it all on the back burner and just take this burden from you. But I know you and I know myself enough to know that we have to put other things first. But that doesn't mean that if something doesn't crop up along the way that could help, I'm not going to pursue it. And I don't understand all of this stuff in these books. Alchemy and mole history and all of their weird planes, life, death, magic. This ooze you were using. It's all so beyond my ability to understand that I have to look to others for help. And
she looks guilty when you say that ooze you were using. Continue.
I don't mean to poke at you for that. We didn't know. I even told you to not give up on it for a bit until we...
She says, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's just unnerving to think about. Actually, she says, like, kind of like all of a sudden looking up and over your shoulder, squinting her eyes. Funny that you say that. Koa, look.
I look.
Roll a perception check real quick. DC is not very high. Yeah, so you happy with your 10, I assume?
When you say DC is not very high, I'm hoping 10's good enough, so yeah.
You look over and you actually see somebody's picking their way through the ruins. Seem comfortably walking along the path like they know it well. They if they have looked your way, they've already done so earlier, noted that you're there and haven't looked back since. So it takes a few seconds for you to recognize because they're going a different direction. It's not like a face-to-face view. It's more of a side view and they're turning away from you. But you realize the person picking away through the ruins is that individual she used to buy the ooze from. And looking at where they're walking seemingly from, it looks like they're moving from the keep, if you will. I'm going to use that word vaguely, but like the part of the ruins that you had entered into with Aldo and Mikhail with the disguise and the tight pants before. Where you guys discovered the actual origin of the ooze, if you will. So you actually see them picking their way through the ruins seemingly from there and heading back in a direction you believe would lead them out of the ruins and over near towards the other part of town. See you, Neil.
Do you wish to speak to him or anything?
I know, Norway. I was trying so hard not to think of Power Rangers. Anyways, she says, No, I was the one that bought it from him. I would sell it to others, use it in ingredients, and so on. And
Oh, I recall, yes, because he's where I got a lot of my information about the ruins in general before we went and explored them.
I'd be concerned as to who he might be selling it to now. I suppose we never told him stop, but even if we did, who's to say he would listen? I just told him I was no longer interested, and I guess it was a little self-centered. I thought myself a little too important. I thought that would have been enough, she says. You can see that she's been soaking in the sun long enough now in this conversation. She's actually sitting pretty comfortably. Occasional shiver here or there, but it's pretty rare. For the most part, she seems back to normal. Go ahead.
Should I run him down real quick and talk to him?
Wait, was that? I was thinking Ivan Ooze. Sorry. She screws up her face and says, like she's about to say yes. Her mouth is forming yes, and then she stops and says, "No, actually, if he sees you and sees you here, and if he noticed me when he was walking by."
Well, we know where he goes to get it. I suppose I can keep an eye out for him as I'm keeping watch and talk to him later whenever you're no longer present inside.
No, it's not a matter of just me being present. You can't be present. Oh, if you're going to be hiding inside of this hole.
You're right. Well, whenever Aldo's awake, perhaps he and I can figure something out as to finding him elsewhere or following him and talking to him somewhere farther away. Or we just wait until the stuff with Beltran's died down and understand that we can't be everywhere at all times.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's here for other business, she says. And you can say it's like one of those, Koa doesn't pick it up so easily because he is kind of, not the brightest himself. Not that Koa is dumb by any stretch of the imagination, but he's blinded by his feelings. One of Gwen's biggest flaws is her willful ignorance. When it's like it's hard or it's complicated or whatever it might be, and just she has faith that people are going to do the right or the good thing. She unfortunately has this blind spot of willful ignorance with hopes that people do the right thing. She says, well, maybe he has other business he's attending to then. And not something that Koa would necessarily pick up, but definitely Aldo, always looking for people's flaws to take advantage of and notice it. And Mikhail would probably pick it up too, because he's just instinctively suspicious of everyone around him. So
I'm sure he does have
the barkeeper.
A barkeep. It was said
Clearly.
once.
I'm still not sure he existed.
Hey, but did you use it
At least before that moment?
I did. I'm sure he does have other business.
I got it.
That couldn't have been the only thing he was doing before, and this is where a lot of folks seem to be that are in lesser circumstances. I think we intend to meet with some of them at one point anyway or another, or at least Aldo will. We need to find where a lot of people lie right now in Otgwen, who we can trust, who we can't. We can't just sit in a hole for months, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, but also unfortunately.
I don't know how much benefit there is in sitting in a hole at all. Last night, sure, but staying in here indefinitely? I don't know if that's the right choice for you. I mean, beyond just me, but then again, these aren't matters I'm particularly well versed in.
I think for now the plan is just to let the innkeeper and Casper heal up a little bit, let Aldo get some rest. He's only been back for a little bit. He was out all night. Once we get on our feet,
to celebrate, she says, looking a bit cross, over her shoulder.
No, I don't believe that's what he was doing. I think he was working various contacts throughout the city and trying to clear our names of the incident yesterday. Let people know what actually happened.
Koa, he reeked. He smelled as though he was swimming in a keg himself, in a barrel himself.
Is that true? Because you said that was up to Jaaek. Did Jaaek confirm he came back smelling like a tavern?
But just because Jaaek was not actually as drunk doesn't mean he wasn't playing it up for the part he was in. You know?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
He wasn't drunk, but it's exactly what Scott said, right? Like obviously he would have probably been tipsy at some point, but it's just the environment that he was in. You know, probably drinks spilled there everywhere and all that stuff.
You know, it's possible that that is what he was doing, but Aldo has grown a bit since I first met him. Quite a bit. He's put himself in harm's way unnecessarily so sometimes for the benefit of others than himself. And with what we went through yesterday, what he saw, our concern about Mikhail's safety, with Casper, the innkeeper, injured the way they are, I choose to believe that he was true to his word, that he was working contacts and trying to clear our names. And perhaps, you know, depending on where he was, he had to share a drink with the crowd or this or that. And perhaps he indulged himself because he is Aldo after all, but his heart's in a better place than it was when I met him. I think he's becoming more comfortable letting someone show that he hid away a long time ago.
She'll have like a moment of guilty, like ping, because she was judgmental of the fact that he came in seemingly intoxicated and reeking of booze and so on and so forth.
If he sees that, there's no reason for you to feel bad. You don't see him in all the situations I do. You haven't traveled with him across, fought alongside him, or seen the guilt he feels every time he's had to hurt someone or take a life. There's a selfishness to Aldo, sure, but I think deep down he may have a bigger heart than all of us. I still see the faces of those I've had to strike, but they don't plague me the way they plague Aldo.
Almost like too light for the mood that it's in, but definitely cutting through the tension of it. She actually like kind of steps forward or pops off of wherever she was sitting and comes over, and she's got like a warm look and a smile on her face, like a twinkle in the eye. And she's like, "You always do see the bright side of things, don't you? And you see the best in your friends." She
My life's
like,
depended on that.
What was that?
My life's depended on that.
You know, she smiles and, you know, takes your hand or whatever it is, but not looking you in the eyes. She like looks down, and she like looks down and seems to be thinking for like a solid 2 or 3 seconds of silence. So her one, you know, like her right hand holding your left one, standing, you know, in front of you. And then finally she says, while still looking down, "You asked, and I didn't say. You see the best in them, and I understand why. And you've been through a lot together, obviously. Yes, I forgive you. Sorry."
You'll see
Took me
like
that
a
long to
weight
say.
he didn't even know on his shoulders like lifts a bit. And like his mood also increases. I've been carrying that weight of betrayal for a long time, and it means the world to me that you would say that.
Doesn't mean you can keep going. You can keep telling them everything, she says, like pulling her hand back, but very playfully.
Well, you have something that can make them forget, right? Like
She-
say tossing her a wink, like
yeah, she'll do the whole, "Well, let's see, I could mix a little bit of," and says like a couple of like, you know, off like herbs or whatever it is, but clearly is just joking.
I hope that all of Hot Gwyn gets to smile again soon. I don't know how we're going to deal with the gray heiresses on top of Beltran, but we're going to have to. And you're right. Hiding in a hole doesn't do us any good. We will figure out a plan, and we will either leave to stop the suffering from spreading, or we will find a way to exist and do what we need to do to make ourselves in favor with the people, or to smear their names, whatever it may be. And that is where Aldo, I believe, may truly shine. Mikhail's at the hospital at the moment, but perhaps we'll have a grand performance and then leave Hot Gwyn for a while, and we'll figure something out. We will not be reduced to hiding in a hole.
What is
We will find a way to make things better here.
what is the end game? She says, though, like clearly she's like, it's one of those things, like a term that she's heard, but not like she's by no means a strategist. You know, she says we all served in our own way, but to be clear, you've heard her background. She didn't actually serve in the Maltese military. She was able to go a different path, you know, that kind of thing. So she says, what is the end game in this? How do you? I mean, Beltran has an army. How do you intend to combat that? I mean, I know he's just one low life, but he comes from a high life. Like he's silver spooned. His family has a lot of influence. He has a lot of influence. He has a army that serve him. How is this going to end?
You're familiar with Leon Jaeger and who he was prior to coming here, yes?
Yeah. I saw him at the she looks around. A crack? She says, like, quietly, because she knows it's supposed to be quiet.
Koa, like, looks like he fucking hates that name whenever she says it. Yes, but before that, do you know who he was?
Oh, yeah, I got a quick no, take this back a sec. She says, yes. Not immediately, but after I spoke with him for a little bit, I did realize I knew some bits of his reputation prior.
Well, he's given me a list. He'll, like, produce his written down. I'm sure we all have, like, a written copy of the things he wanted at this point, so he'll produce his version of things that they need over there. And he asked for 3 months' time. So our plan is to buy him 3 months to get everyone ready over there. For us to get him these supplies as fast as we can, including some useful individuals that I have yet to locate. And then we're going to attack their reputation. As I said, I trust Aldo, and I know him. Aldo can put on a mustache, and Mikhail and I won't even know who he is, despite traveling with him for months. He can change his accent. He can tell you that your name is Schminavir, and you'll believe him by the end of the conversation because he's that persuasive.
She actually didn't even think that joke that you said was funny because she was really distracted by something you had said earlier. She's like,
it didn't even mean for it to be funny. It was just it's so ridiculous thing that you would just take for granted.
Oh, absolutely. But she even stopped. Like, you realize as you're saying that line that she's not even paying attention. And so whether if you trail off or whatever, she actually looks at you and goes, I just realized, if that's true, is Aldo's mustache fake? She says, like, looking at you with the realization.
Like mid, like, is it? Like, he actually, like, wide eyes for a moment.
Like, because Aldo has a thick mustache, right? It's
he
literally
does.
in the art, and like, you've seen him in more disguises than she has. Some of them have beards, but are some of them barefaced? Like,
you see, like, she sees his moment of hesitation. Like, he knows she's joking, but also, like, that's a great question. I will ask him. But where was I? He's very good at these things. And between our reputation that we've had, between Mikhail's ability to sing and... You carry the lute, right? I almost said play the fiddle, but it's a lute.
Yeah, it's a lute.
Sing and play the lute. I have a feeling we can get this town on our side, that we can start some qualms amongst Beltrin and his god and his militia. We have the martyr and the gods and goddesses on our side. Beltrin has money and power, manpower. But I believe that our hearts, our skills, and just the righteousness of our cause will prevail. We have 3 months to tarnish his reputation, to make people question whether they should be following him, to make the people of the Odd Gwen wonder if they shouldn't be backing the valiant few instead. I don't know how I'm going to get all these things on this list, but we've found a way through everything so far. And we have bigger things to do than Beltrin, so he's merely a speed bump in our way, and we shall overcome him. Speed bump? They have those in horse carriage days?
Call him like a pit in the road, right, or something like that. Like
maybe a pit in the road.
Right. She looks a little sheepish as she's looking down at the list and hearing the words you say, and she says, "I might be able to help."
Are you a warden or a master of defensive strategy?
No. Well, no. Though I did have to study the same ice magics as many of the other Mistral as part of my training.
No more magic, please. Not until...
Yeah, no, exactly. But no. It's, I might be able to help you with the financing.
There's at least 40 people and hoping to recruit more. That's I'd like to throw my coffers at this too, Guinevere, but I mean 10 gold's only going to get me so far.
I might be able to help with the financing. I've not spoken to home in a considerable amount of time. I've removed myself from Malta for a considerable amount of time, but I was not so foolish as to retreat from there without some amount of money, and my shop doesn't do horribly, so I've been able to maintain and to some small degree grow. Not much, but a little bit since I've gotten here.
Tell me it's not in the bank. He says, like, turning white, pale, and terrified.
She nods. She says, "Of course it is, but I checked it before. Last time you got screwed over, and my money was there. Remember? We're unaffiliated. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to make a large withdrawal just in case anyways."
We are theorizing that perhaps Beltrin, whoever was in charge, whichever counselor was in charge at the bank, we don't think they're in charge anymore. We think Beltrin's skimming or robbing the people that have put their money there.
Then again, you're just making my point even further. Consider it an investment. If I make a large withdrawal now, it guarantees that it's not being taken by Beltrin or someone else, and you can always pay me back over our years together, she says.
But it puts suspicion on you to make such a large withdrawal.
She thinks and says, maybe, but it's my money and it's not like I would empty the entire account. Probably the vast majority of it, but I think I can make a pretty sizable donation to the cause for the benefit of everybody in Hodgwen having a moment of happiness, or however you put it. God, you sound like one of those authors, she says, like getting rosy-cheeked for a second.
I listen to Mikhail write songs quite a bit. Perhaps I've picked up some dialogue. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. Probably Mikhail's influence.
Anyway, she just shakes her head and says, "How about this? Today I'm going to stay here. One way or the other, it's the wise thing to do. Tomorrow I'll open my shop, but I'll close it maybe a little early, or if it's busy enough because I'm closed today that I have to stay through early the next day, I'll go and swing by the bank and see what I can get done. Unless you think it's very likely we were spotted together, and you think it's smart that I go now. I was hoping to lie low today, but if you think that my money is in a degree of danger that I should act now, I could go today.
You were the same place I was. I have no more intuition on it than you do, other than we will try to meet with our contact today. So perhaps waiting until tomorrow, otherwise we have to break into the bank and take it ourselves, we will.
Oh, I don't think that'll happen, she says.
Me either. But it sounded good.
Well, she
Especially the
said,
chat.
she says, well, I'll swing by there tomorrow or the next day then, and I'll see if I can make a withdrawal sizable enough to put a dent in what it is that you're trying to accomplish here.
Do you know where Elliot and Ashanti are? I did mean to check in on them and make sure they're all right.
Oh yeah, and she says like the name of the inn where they're staying. They've grown quite fond of one another, not in that sort of a way.
Oh. I'm gonna say one of Aldo's many personalities might be jealous.
Yeah, she frowns and reiterates a question she said beforehand. Why did he pretend to be Tasian? Or was he pretending to be Golden?
There are many parts of Aldo that are still a mystery to me, but perhaps once we all get through this, we can ask him. For now, I just know that I do trust him and Mikhail to do the right thing in the right moment. Even though I should say even though Aldo has motivations beyond me at certain points. But at the end of the day, despite having the entire world offered to him, I think he would still make the right choice if he had to turn that down.
She just gives you like a loving smile because of your. She believes it's good judge of character and well-placed faith and so on and so forth, because of course she thinks the best of you and your ability to believe the best of others. Both of you guys woefully ignorant to the truth of Aldo and the fact that he would absolutely sell you out for the world. Like, wait, the whole world? Fuck yeah.
Is this you imposing your forced law again?
No. This is the PC's
Forced
missing,
law.
so
Aldo
I'm
sells
just,
out. Aldo sells out Koa and Gwen. He's
Well,
actually
why
meeting
don't
with
we-
Beltran
why
right
don't-
now. That's not even Koa.
Why don't
I mean,
we
that's not
offer
even
you the
Aldo
world?
sleeping right now.
Why don't we offer you the world and see what happens?
Sounds a
Somehow
lot like
Aldo's
Scott.
voice has returned.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like Scott is putting some words in Aldo's mouth here.
Yeah, I can't wait till Jake has to step away for a moment and Scott's like, yeah, sorry, Aldo's not there for the Beltran fight. There was a bottle of wine and then another bottle, kind of like a trail of breadcrumbs that led to a witch's hunt, and he follows
Ooh,
them.
a bottle. Glug. Ooh, a bottle. Glug. Ooh, a bottle.
Exactly.
Glug.
Meanwhile, Jake's been playing Aldo sober for like 3 months. Just
Oh. Anyways, cool. So, like I said, she
Um,
looks lovingly. I don't know what kind of dismount, if you will, you're going to have from this conversation.
They can have their moment, like holding hands, whatever, in the sun, assuming no one's around watching them. But ultimately, he'll escort her back, check and make sure everyone else is okay, and I think he'll try to go make his way to the inn to check on Ashanti and Elliot. But if you want to check in on Mikhail real quick, I gotta step away for a second.
Yeah, well, hold on half a second, Wade. Because you were rushed to dismount. One of the things that she says before you end up leaving there, before you end up going back inside or whatever, she says, "Oh, I was just thinking, if you are going to look into this martyr thing, she's pretty prominent around the hospital. Both Martyr and Sarah are prominent there, so you can look into details there. That might help." Kind of like shrugs it off.
Yes, I suppose if I don't get by there today, that gives me a reason to pass by over the next few.
But yeah, you can end that and you can run off.
All right, cool. I'll be right back.
Cool. Mikhail, you left daytime. To head where?
To the hospital.
It is not a terribly long walk after you leave the ruins across town to get to the hospital. So it's not like it's, you're going to go by 100 people, but it is one of the areas that's still somewhat guarded. Not as heavily guarded as like the nice areas of town. There are a few guards around here, as has been mentioned beforehand. Just very, very few, very sparse. So, what would you do to try to not get noticed, or you just like walk with a purpose, hope for the best?
Well, that didn't work. Is there a route I can take that like avoids where the guards tend to be going? Like that's even less patrolled?
I mean,
or is it just?
It's the area is very sparsely patrolled as it is. Like bumping into a guard is already unlikely, and by that I mean when I roll a D100, I will say it is at most 15% chance that you would come cross paths of them.
Okay. Then he probably does make like a kind of a wide berth around it before he heads straight there, so it's not clear where he's coming from. But otherwise, then just hurries once he's like off angle.
Okay, it's not B line. You're actually going to go like a G line. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool. And aside from your what's the word I'm looking for here? Aside from your G line, there's no other items you're doing. You're not like trying to disguise yourself or stealth or anything like that. You're just hoping for the best.
He's probably just going to try to just hurry effectively.
Cool. I rolled very high. I actually rolled a 97 on a D100. So,
jeez.
Yeah. As you're making your way over there, trying to see what's going on, trying to get to where it is, it's not, it's relatively early in the day. It's well before noon, that you're heading that direction. And as you head over there, trying to take this like path, you're sitting there and come to the realization, maybe the B path would have been the best one. The straight path would have been the best one, because you turn around the corner and you look and you see that there are two guards that are sitting there. They're like walking along, moseying, having a conversation. Roll me a perception check real quick. It's a decent roll. Are you happy with the 23?
Yep.
Okay. So you make a perception check. You can see one of the guards looks exhausted, like just looks tired, probably like they were, scouting the area at the end of the shift. And the other one looks, tired, but not exhausted, probably actually just starting their shift and hasn't finished waking up since they came to take the task over. One of those like pre-coffee kind of tired, as opposed to like exhausted from a long day tired. And so it looks as though they may be like, conversing either because they're friends or exchanging notes as a air quotes change of guard. So you look over and you see them, and you actually see them with a really high perception check, maybe before they see you. Would you try to double back and like dart out of view, make a stealth check? Or is it one of those, nope, I'm just going to walk like I belong here and assume that these guards don't know what went on, don't know anything, don't know to look for me specifically?
I don't know, because with this part of town, I don't know if it's less likely that they'll be like Beltran loyalists. Nah, I figure that like all the ones who were not loyal have been like rooted out or something by now. Yeah, he probably just tries to get out of sight real quick and go around them.
You did see one of the ones that was at the inn before was down here at Gwen's shop later on the same day. So they do seem to make their way about. So what did you say you were going to do?
Yeah, he'll try to get out of sight real quick then.
Sure. So why don't you go ahead and roll me a stealth check and see if you can possibly pop out before they notice you, or at least seem more like something that's not worth noting. A 14's an okay roll. How do you feel about that? You don't forget you do have beyond the potential of luck dice, you do have 2 + 4s because chat was very generous with the hype train earlier.
Oh yeah. Nah, I think I just want to get. I don't know what their like perception or whatever is, but I want to get 15 or higher. I'll just go luck real quick.
Sure. Go ahead.
Cool.
Cool. All right. Well, you got a 17 total, and if they noticed you, you don't know. You don't hear any shouts or anything like that, and so on and so forth. You wait, several moments before you finally like peek around, pull back, peek around again. Don't see them. You go walking up the street or whatever it is, and you notice that you don't notice any of them there. Seems like they kept walking. More important than that, I mean, Mikhail's not an idiot. He, vibe checks all the time. He's always taking things in all the time, looking around just to see if, while you didn't expose yourself to the guards, you believe you did a good job of hiding from them. Did anybody else see me hiding from the guards? Because if there is coin on my head, somebody else that saw me duck back when I saw them might think that's suspicious. And so you do kind of take in your surroundings, and it's early enough in the day that while the city is not sleeping by any stretch of the imagination anymore, what you did was not suspicious enough, at least as far as you can tell, for the people around you to have noticed or noted it. So you think that you're actually pretty solid. You make your way quickly towards the what's it called? Hospital. And are able to get in with relative ease.
Perfect. Okay. Anything seem different once I get there and start offering to do some assistance and whatnot?
Yeah, so when you go in, people are gonna be like, "Oh, I haven't seen you around here in a while," or whatever as you go in. But I also imagine, because we discussed this, I think off stream beforehand, I think your character might be like, "Actually, do you mind if I, I'm contemplating like joining the Chantry. Do you mind if I try on one of the, the robes, or were you gonna go that path so you can cover your face?"
Yeah, he doesn't really want to get recognized right now. Too many people know his name.
Yeah. If you want to do this without kind of drawing suspicion, selling the lie, go ahead, because you're not actually interested in that shit at all. Go ahead and roll me a bluff check. The DC is not crazy because it's a relatively believable one with the amount of time that you've spent here and the fact that you've spent a considerable amount of time with the slumbering queen. So.
Not my favorite number to roll in the die. Fuck. You said it's not very difficult, so I don't know. That might still be enough. Let me see. Do I have any idea what their disposition is towards me at all?
Yeah.
Are they likely to want to believe me?
Again, not only is it a believable lie, because lots of people join that have spent a considerable amount of time here. You have honed your craft a good bit. And again, you've spent a considerable amount of time with the leader of their organization. So I mean, it's not crazy to think that this is, a thing that you would want to do. A 12 is, if this wasn't a scenario where you were being paranoid because like all hell breaking loose, a 12 is a number that you can be pretty confident in. It's just, obviously the luck is sitting there on your shoulder, because if you fail, the penalty of failure is far greater than normal. So.
Yeah. I don't know, Wade, what do you think? And Jake?
We're sitting on what, 2 plus 4s? And
yeah,
luck?
2 plus 4s and 5 luck.
I would do one or the other, just to try to get closer to 15. More so because of, well, there could be a barkeep,
Oh God, I didn't even look for a barkeep.
It's too late for a perception check.
Oh, great. I mean, I didn't get one last time either, so I guess that probably doesn't matter. I just need to listen really closely.
You didn't need a perception check. They were sitting right there the whole time.
Yeah, I'll roll another luck.
Okay. You Jake that roll. So with the 16 total, they're very, excited about your interest in this, and they're like, "Oh, I'd be more than happy to," so on and so forth. And so they're going to give you the outfit to try on. And then you say the masks are usually for people that are more elevated. Generally speaking, like you start with the robes, but you don't wear a mask. The mask is for higher positions, but you're able to sell the lie well enough that they're like, okay, I guess we'll make an exception for you. You have spent a considerable amount of time here. And there's like an up and a down that comes along with that. The upside is they give you the mask to try. The downside is at the tail end of the shift, they're like, oh, we're expecting the queen to return, this evening. Perhaps you should stay and speak with her, with your interest in this. And it's like, you can kind of feel that that's like a good thing because that's what you want to do, but also you can kind of like feel the pressure of me just jumping the line in what I'm doing. This is her order. She might be offended by that. You kind of like, it's like almost like double-edged situation that's going on there.
Yeah.
The good news, if you will, though, or maybe bad news, is that she doesn't show up this evening. She doesn't come every night as it is, but this evening she doesn't actually arrive to be there. So you stick around like a couple extra, maybe, hours, maybe 2 extra hours, whatever it is, waiting. But eventually somebody's like, oh, sometimes she doesn't come. Perhaps this is, one of them. And so you just will eventually retire to the evening, without being able to engage with her. But you're going to be spending maybe at least a week lying low. So there's always opportunities in the future for you to be able to do so.
Okay. Does any kind of like news of the city or anything like that come through there while I'm doing this whole long nurse shift?
This is a GI check. If you don't want to raise suspicion, then you're going to take it with a -10. It's up to you.
I'll take the -10. So that's just a flat roll for me then. Let's roll a d20. Yeah, really bad.
Okay. It's really a flat d20 roll for you?
But with the -10. Because my bonus is 10.
Oh, I was
So,
confused for a second. Yeah, and a 4 is a pretty low roll. So not sure.
To be clear, part of it is like that is a secondary goal. He's more concerned with doing a good job there. That's why I'm like, he's going to try to be low key. If he doesn't get anything, he doesn't get anything.
Yep, no, that's fine.
Mhm.
And so you do find out small bits of information, but all things that you either already knew or are just straight up unimportant. Nothing worth my bringing to attention, because it's not even like you get confirmation on stuff. It's stuff that you already knew, or so on and so forth, right? All right, cool. All right, that will kind of conclude that day. Aldo eventually wakes up. I don't think he does anything today anyways. He wakes up so late in the day from being up all night. Were you going to say something, Jake?
We just do our second round of rumor mongering.
Oh, would you
Right.
would you do that the same day? Sorry, the next day. I think you would wait.
I think I can do it within, what is it, as long as I do it within the week, I can get
two
two
times
in,
a week.
right?
Yeah. But you might want to wait a couple days to let one kind
that's
of
fine,
start
yeah.
settling before you. Yeah.
I can do that.
Because the other one you just barely passed, right? It was like a DC 20, and you got like a 21 or something.
Something like that.
Wow. Because
I would-
use things to get it.
I would one want to go talk to Ashanti and Elliot, but two, Aldo mentioned going to that bar, and I think Koa would push to find out if we can talk to that guard captain guy today to make sure it's safe for Guinevere to go back to work tomorrow.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Would
I was
you
going to
try to
swing
go
by
with
that
him?
tavern after the hospital was what I was going to do. The tavern.
I
Wait, which
probably
tavern?
wouldn't go with him. I would go to the tavern where Ashanti and Elliot are. I would not go with Aldo to do the guard captain stuff, because the last thing they need is me blowing their cover, and I assume he would go into disguise of some kind.
Sure.
Aldo's gonna make you guys disguises as well.
So pause on that. There is I'm spending the downtime activity and what is it, a week or whatever it is to try to make the disguises or all that shit you were doing beforehand, or there's the disguises you actually already used before for people that had affiliation with the we'll call it Rogues Guild here
Who
inside the
redeemed it?
ruins.
Who did the malfeasance thing to make us wear those pants again?
Oh, I don't think you ever
Us?
had them tailored. I don't think you ever had them tailored.
I specifically said I bought another pair. I remember.
Oh,
saying
yeah, that's
that.
right.
You did
bought
this.
another type.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Who the fuck is
It's like
us?
it was me the whole time.
So anyways, yeah, you those disguises are technically still viable. They are not like so that meta mechanic that you did beforehand that you used the downtime activity was to give you like a bonus on the heist checks that you were doing. Because that's just what the mechanics are called, or the rules are called. But putting that aside, you still have those disguises you can use. You just don't get the heist bonus because you're not doing that activity now. And it makes sense in the ruins too. Up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely offer them. I would definitely love to see Von Berg make a comeback, and Robbie the redhead.
I'm gonna, when you were getting the disguises out and telling them that that's where you're going or what you're doing, I'm gonna go pee real quick and grab something. I'll give you guys a second to talk that amongst yourselves, so you can convince Mikhail that he's, Mikhail, when you go to the hospital, don't forget to bring your pants. What? Either way, I'll give you guys a second to coordinate your plan, then I'll be right back.
Mikhail even be there? What time do you get off the hospital? Because I imagine Aldo would get like a. What does he have to have an 8-hour rest? He got back sometime in the morning.
Like
Yeah, I think it's like 6 hours of sleep, but 8 hours of like total rest.
Yeah.
So if you got back, it was early. Was it early in the morning when you got back, like 7 or 8 a.m., or was it like afternoon? When did you get back?
I think he said, Aldo, you got back like pretty early.
Yeah, I
So
got
it was
like
still
early morning, like dawnish, right?
Yeah.
So I assume you need to sleep till like 3 or 4 in the afternoon, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I think for Mikhail, like he'd be gone a while.
Yeah,
Because
so
that's
this
at
might
least
be an Aldo
like 8-9
Koa
hours.
thing, right?
Yeah. But he was the one who was mentioning the tavern of that we had gone to meet Idric in like the cellar of forever ago with the
Which I'm thinking is an Aldo solo mission since you're not here and Koa's not. Unless you want Koa to put on the disguise and go with you.
Aldo definitely wants Koa to put on the disguise and go with him.
All right, then he would. He would go to find Elliot and Ashanti first.
Yeah,
But assuming that we do that,
we would just go there first and then head
Yeah.
over to try and find the guard captain.
Okay. Sucks. I guess you're gone till like the night.
that's what I was assuming, but I didn't say. So I mean, if I was leaving, at the very least, it's I imagine it'll be like 6 or 7,
Sure.
in the afternoon
So
before
you
he
might
gets
be
back.
back in time
So
for that actual meeting, but not the Ashanti Elliot part.
yeah,
So I guess,
assuming you guys go back to the ruins.
Yeah. So I guess Koa and Aldo can RP real quick. Then, assuming that Mikhail's not there for the first bit.
Yeah.
Feeling a bit better now, Mikhail. Feeling a bit better now, Aldo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no. Long night, you know what I mean? Just needed my beauty sleep.
I can imagine so. You think you did a good job of clearing our names?
I did what I could. People were quite receptive to it because, I think people know what's going on in the city, right? So it wasn't a hard thing for them to swallow.
Well, I've got a couple of things. To begin with, your vision. You remember the one you had with the milk and all that?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
You said the name Veni, right?
Yeah, that's what they called the woman.
And I don't remember if you could hear the elder at this point or not, but with Mikhail and I talking to the elder at one point, we also discussed the name Veni as a person involved in the fight for the parents to liberate themselves from the mole or whatever it was. This might sound ridiculous to you, but I went out and prayed today, which I don't do very often. And I ended up finding that I was 20 feet or so away from a shrine after I finished. It's silly of me not to notice it before, but when I walked over there, written on one of the idols that was sitting there was the name Veni again. That's the third or fourth time it's come up. And I feel like it's a thread we should pull. We need to figure out more about this Veni.
You know, I thought so too after that experience, we'll call it. But yeah, nobody really knows anything. I mean,
well,
spoke-
that might not
didn't
entirely
we
be
talk-
true.
Yeah.
Guinevere mentioned that people over around the hospital, where Mikhail is, may know something about Wade is blanking, but Koa wouldn't. Isara, was that the other goddess's name? The one she mentioned, Isara.
I don't remember.
Pretend it is. Isara and the martyr.
Are you trying to get me to go to the hospital? Is this what this is about?
No, I'm thinking this might be a task for Mikhail since he's already established.
Oh, yeah. Good thinking.
But being as you had the vision, I thought I would run the name by you since it's come up yet again.
Veni was the woman that was there with who we assumed to be the old ghost guy, right?
He may know more now, especially if we get to another keep at some point. But that name was carved on a idol or whatever to the martyr, who I had just prayed to. And again, maybe this is a coincidence. I know you're not, at least I don't think you're the most religious person in the world. But for that name to pop up again in that moment on a relic to a goddess that I was praying to, just it feels like a hell of a coincidence to me. For that name to keep popping up and to pop up like that. I'm sorry?
Well, there's got to be some connection there, right? Because
You think it's a sign from the goddess as well?
I'm going to be respectful and say no, I don't. But
I'd hate to see if you weren't respectful, but fair enough.
But I mean, she was a part of the rebellion, right? So maybe what do we know about how the parent became free again?
They led a rebellion against the mole. Something. Mole Empire fell. Now the Perrin are very aggressive and militaristic and running all their campaigns around. I forget the name of the continent.
Eroth.
Eroth, yeah.
Right?
Eroth. And somehow all of that is tied up into this curse in Adir as well. I don't remember, to be honest with you. But I'm
Well, I
thinking
mean, that
Elliot-
name could be kind of like, you know, she was maybe the leader or part of the, obviously part, but maybe the leader of the rebellion. So, you know, her name is somehow synonymous with the martyr in like some type of, you know, extension, I guess. Maybe that
Perhaps
she's, you
was a
know,
devout follower of
she's,
the martyr.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Perhaps she even sacrificed herself for the rebellion. Maybe she did something that
That
caused
would
these
make
curses,
sense.
or-
Yeah. So people maybe, you know, invoke her name sometimes when they try and pray to the martyr, I guess.
If that's the case, and she had something to do with inflicting the fall of the mole, or doing something with this curse, or perhaps finding out more about her could lead us to some answers. Something to do with the keeps, or Guinevere's ailment, or
Could be. But then we run into the same problem we've been running into. We've got too many things going on. There's so, you know, where we are now, we're going to have to focus on Beltran, right? That's
Oh
what
no,
we
I
should be
agree.
aware. Yeah.
I agree with you, but being as it came up today, I figured I would speak it while my mind was fresh. No, I think we deal with Beltran first, and we ask the Elder about it, and perhaps Elliot about it. And, on days
I mean,
where we're just
assuming
sitting
everything
here,
goes well with Beltran, right? And that's a big assumption. Then we're back to the keeps. You know what I mean? Is that the plan?
I will keep looking to help Guinevere, but we have to stop Beltran and we have to do the keeps. Yes, those have to be our priorities.
Now, I wonder if freeing him from that vine, though, in that twisted grove, I wonder if that contributed to his use of his powers coming back, right? I wonder if at any other keeps he may be restrained in any other ways. I know he wasn't at the original one we went to. I don't think he was at the one here, right? But maybe there's things we have to do at each of the keeps that release more of his power.
I don't disagree. I think that visiting them all eventually would be a good idea, but one of them we don't even know the location of, and we've been to, what, 3 of them so far? And
Yeah.
the last one was a bit rough.
To say the least.
But if helping him and breaking these curses and breaking the overall curse, if it brings us any kind of knowledge that may help, one of those things where we go to the keeps and we learn more about how to help the keeps, and I can't help but wonder. We saw Guinevere went outside a bit and we're talking away while everyone was resting. We saw one of the bandits who had been gathering that ooze substance and selling it to Guinevere whenever she was using it for potion making and such. We're concerned that maybe he's still doing that because we don't know. She told him she didn't want to buy it anymore, but perhaps he found another buyer. If there are souls trapped in there, we have to stop him from selling that and doing things with it. But we also need to figure out what we're going to do about breaking that particular nasty bit of business. If we just... It tried to attack us as we simply moved the runes around. If we just launch that out into the river, what if it attacks the people of Hot Gwyn or corrupts the water in some way? Who knows what we're releasing along with all those trapped souls?
Yeah, I was thinking about this, and this is something we should talk about with Mikhail. But once we get all the alchemy books, I wonder if there is some type of solution that may eat away or dissolve the matter.
It could be in the alchemy books. The Elder might tell us more. Maybe pulling this thread of Vinny will lead us to more. That is one of the things I mentioned when I was praying. And I know you don't put a lot of stock into that, and I understand to some extent, but it's all tied up in different ways. I mean, what if the a water elemental, right? That's what the ooze was supposed to have been. Souls trapped around the water elemental.
Yeah.
We need to talk to Mikhail about that as well, because what if it's like the other place, the Twisted Grove, where we need something, some kind of stone that's can separate the water from it, because we anti-water.
Maybe. I wonder. I mean, those things are summoned somehow, right? That's what they do. They summon and bind them. That's what we learned.
We know something like that. I think that their elementals are from other planes, or else they at least have power from them or something. I don't know exactly where they come from, but somehow
if they're
these creatures
summonable,
are bound.
Can you send them back?
We broke the firestone and I slashed it and it disappeared.
No, but I mean, I wonder if this is a Mikhail question. If you can summon them somehow and bind them to things, is there a way to send them back to wherever you summoned them from? Maybe, something we could do is just send it back.
I suppose we'd have to learn more about how the souls are bound to it, because I wouldn't want to send all of them with it. But if there's a way just to remove the elemental portion of it, then we're left with a soul pile.
Yeah, but what is a soul exactly?
A person.
Where do
with
they?
the inside.
Where are they supposed to go? Apparently, right? When you
Um,
die, what happens to you?
God, this is Wade probably. Well, I don't know if Koa would have many answers, but being as he's somewhat religious, where are souls supposed to go?
No, it's believed the souls are travel along the river Styx into the places of their gods.
Is that something to do with planes, or is that something to do with the gods and goddesses themselves? Like,
The souls travel along the river Styx to the final resting place of the gods, depending on what kind of afterlife they've earned from their actions in life.
okay, so no actual knowledge of how to get to this river Styx or what it is.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
that's
No,
just
no. Like this is like belief of faith and
Okay.
so on and so forth, as opposed to I'm a high level wizard and I cast spells to do da 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 da. Right? Because name a high level wizard, your character can't. Right?
Gandalf, idiot. Souls are supposed to go down the river Styx to respective goddess, so on and so forth. And
And what is the River Styx?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask that question, Aldo, because I just kind of took that as factual and never questioned it until this moment. It is a river of souls.
A river of souls. And what happens on this river?
The gods and goddesses that the souls are bound to would take them in, I suppose, and lead them to a respective afterlife of sorts, I guess.
So what do the gods and their servants just sit around this, river with fishing poles and reel in a soul or two every once in a while?
I grew up in the woods, not exactly around temples of religious leaders, so my knowledge of this is based on stories I was told as a kid and my own belief system, not what actual religious figureheads and such know. I'm poorly misrepresenting these things because I'm kind of guessing past what.
No,
I
you're
was
fine,
told.
Koa. You know what I've heard, right? The only thing I'm getting at is if these things exist, what makes you think that we're going to be able to be separating souls and sending them on the way to wherever they're supposed to go, if that is even the case at all? If we can, I get not wanting to pump it into the water source right here, the river. But I mean, if we can get rid of it, like by dissolving it, this substance, or banishing it as it appears to be bound to an elemental of some sorts, like this is. I mean, at this point, do we send Mikhail to what's the gnome place called?
Eustace.
Eustace.
Eustace. Do we send Mikhail to Eustace and revisit this in 50 years? Because this seems like something that's
ever heard of Eustace? Do I know what that is?
It's a country where the gnomes come from. You've never seen it. It's very far to the east, west.
West.
Okay, but I've heard of it. Okay. I don't know that we necessarily need to go that far, but I think that if what I believe is true or not, we are pretty confident that there are, in fact, people, their essence, their whatever, trapped, right? And we don't even know how many. There could be 10,000, higher numbers than that. If we handle this the wrong way, what if it's the same as us killing an entire city worth of people? I understand that it's going to be hard to exactly find the perfect solution, but we have to try, or else we shouldn't even meddle with it. because I can't have that much
Then
blood on my hands. If you feel
this
bad
one
shooting an
may
arrow at a
have to-
bandit, a
This one may have
child,
to just sit then, Koa. We may have to just leave this one because that's just in one way, right? Even if you wanted to go about trying to do whatever with these things that are way beyond my understanding, like how long do you think it would take for me to be able to be as good as you in combat? As good as you.
well, I mean, to be fair, I'm only about 19 now, so he like eyes you up and down for a moment. 2 to 18 years.
Okay, so see how like something like I'd get there from training, working on my body, practicing my swordsmanship, all that stuff, right? Where would we go with this? How long would it take to be able to pull something like that off?
I don't disagree, but I look at the ooze now, and I don't just see ooze. I see men, women, children, uh, possibly suffering tied to some, I don't know if it's soulless, but some otherworldly angry creature. And if they are, then what torment have they endured for 700 years or whatever it is? And it's a big problem, and I don't think we should just do something. But if we don't try, at least, to learn to do something, then we're condemning that many people to suffering. More suffering. And you've seen it, dear. You've had your bouts in each city as we have, and even worse, you know there aren't many people that care. So if we don't try, at least.
I
I'm not
understand,
saying
and
we
you're
just go in there. We don't go to Eustace and spend our entire lives on this one issue, but it doesn't hurt to try to learn something, to see if we can help, to see if we can do the right thing.
you're not wrong. It's just hard for me because I don't particularly believe any of it. So to me, it's like, chasing something that's not real. But
Faith in the gods is faith. I've never shook hands with the martyr or walked alongside Voga or anything like that. But I still believe. And despite or regardless of that, we've seen the ooze. We know it has power that other substances seemingly haven't had to create various tonics and such. We've seen it try to attack us. We can't explain what it is. And a person that all of us are relying on to help us break this curse has more or less told us as a fact people are trapped in it. It's tangible. We can see it. You don't have to have faith that there is, in fact, some weird ooze substance. I think I know at my core people are in there and suffering, and have been for quite some time. And not believing it is easier because it fills you with less guilt. But I look around Hod Gwyn, I see pain and suffering, but every now and then you see a child with an apple, smiling that they have a meal for the day. And I think 700 years ago, that child had something happen, an energy pulse through the city, and for 700 years, they've been tortured and suffering. And I don't know that I can just leave that be. Now, it's not
I
today's
understand.
problem or tomorrow's problem, but they deserve to be liberated from that. It's been long enough.
Hey, my hat's off to you, Koa. You know what I mean? You're a good guy, and you want to change the world. And the world's a big place. with a lot going on, and it's
We
just
start with Beltran, then the keeps. But even if we don't treat this keep as one of the 3 we have to do, or whatever we decide, I can't just pretend it's not there.
Where are you gonna drag me to, Koa? Where are we going after this?
Wherever the valiant few are needed, Aldo.
One step at a time, though, right? So Beltran, we need a way in and around the city. Lucky for you, I still have Robbie Rouge. He pulls out your red wig.
Oh,
This sort of help.
he puts it on, probably backwards. Right. Well,
Aldo straightens it up.
we need to find Elliot and Shanti, and then we need to speak with the captain of the guard. Guinevere wants to go back to working at the shop, and if we don't find the former captain and determine whether or not she's a wanted person, she might be walking right into, Beltran's bladed arms. I need to know that she's not wanted.
Well, we'll go and see if we can make contact with Ashanti and Elliot, and then we'll head over to see the former guard captain. What was his name again? Orvain. Yeah, Orvain.
Ashanti and Elliot are at the inn they were before. They should be easy enough to find.
Yeah.
Mikhail had suggested going back to the tavern where we met with Edric. Perhaps by the time we're back from Elliot and Ashanti, Mikhail will be back and we can all go together. I'm sure he's excited to put this disguise back on.
Yeah. Let's. All right, let's go.
We're off to see Ashanti and Elliot as well.
Did Mikhail take his tight pants? I mean, his outfit?
He's still at the hospital. I'm assuming we're going while he's still at the hospital. I don't know what time he gets off.
Well,
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't have that down to clockwork. But you did you tell him in advance to bring his disguise with him?
No, because Aldo was asleep. This is the thing where we're going to go meet up with Ashanti and Elliot, probably come back, meet up with Mikhail, and then go out to the one place if Mikhail is back. We also would not leave, or Koa would not leave, until like Casper is likely awake and able to somewhat keep watch a little bit, because he's not going to leave them unguarded completely.
Casper will wake up well before the evening.
Cool. Okay. As long as he's in some kind of condition to help keep watch, I'm sure that Guinevere would also encourage them not just to sit in the hole. So even though he wants to sit here and just guard all day, making sure Elliot and Ashanti are okay is probably a pretty high priority.
I mean, he got his ass kicked, but I think you guys either used a potion or a heal check or something like that on him. The problem was he ended up using some sort of drug, which is why he was like so useless at night. But he would have slept that off, so he's good to go.
Okay.
Cool. So he'll remain there with Gwen and the innkeeper, and you'll leave with Aldo. And just reiterate for me again, Keegan, did you say you are or aren't bringing the disguise? Like, did you bring that with you when you went to the hospital to change into it?
No, Aldo would have been asleep when I left, so there would have been no like suggesting of it, and he definitely isn't going to do it on his own.
He had a narrow run-in already in the day. So we're talking only like maybe 24 hours since the incident that happened. And the part of town that they are staying in, I mean, while they are not friendly with the guards, it's not like they would go to the part of town where they're likely to get robbed either. So they are not staying in like an inn that's going to be like devoid of guards, right? So that being said, would your character try to forget to remove the Chantry outfit while you go? That way you have some degree of cover, or are you just going to try to be careful heading there in the evening?
So this is where I'm not sure of the timeline of things. I assumed Mikhail was going to be at the Chantry for till it was like late, since it was described he's like waiting for the slumbering queen and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know when he would realistically be leaving in comparison to when they're doing stuff.
I mean, it could be evening, whatever it is. I could just have it aligned because you guys are going to the same space. So rather than having two separate conversations where they talk through it and then you show up and go, oh, they were already here. Okay. Then your chance getting caught for no reason. We can have it aligned that you would head over around the same time as them, right?
Then yeah, he'd probably see if he can go with the incognito guys on, since he's seen them out with it. So he would just feign ignorance if they yell at him.
Yeah. So I don't mean this to sound like your character is Pink Panthering out the back door or something like that, right? But we're going to use a stealth check as your character just nonchalantly walks out the door. You know, it's just one of those, like, you just happen to be in the right place at the right time and moving and happen to get noticed.
I'll take that.
Hey, you rolled a 2.
Nope.
I'm sorry, what's 1 + 1?
Lance, solidarity.
An 11 is not 1 + 1. I don't know if you've taken math before. Like,
solidarity.
I went to Oklahoma public schools and I know the difference. Come on now.
I just see 2 1s and I know what 1 + 1 equals.
Scott doesn't know what 11 is. It's crazy.
Damn it. Hammerhead beat.
Top schools in the country doesn't know what 11.
So not top schools in Massachusetts though, so you know.
Scott's like, I went to MITT. That's where I got these gloves.
Thank you, Hammerhead. This is Lance's number. Try to give me 2 of them. Enough of those.
I did used to go to MIT to see the fireworks on 4th of July. That's it.
That's where you got these gloves.
Anyways, so
I'm keeping the 16. Yeah.
But back to the so with your 16, let me just go ahead and roll. Okay, yep, you slip out the back door, and nobody seems to notice you as you make your way away. Actually, one of the other Chantry members would even give you like a slight head bow and a small greeting as you as they walk past you. And it's one of those things where, fortunately, you've heard it enough amongst all the time that you've spent there that you instinctively you respond, you know, like it's second nature, but you know the words well enough that you can give a response and even get by that. Again, if you said something that would be of a question mark to them, they don't seem to, you know, regard it in that way. I think your bluff is like a +14 or something or +13 or something like that. Right?
No, that's Aldo's. Mine is +10.
Oh, +10. Yeah. So even if you rolled a natural 1, you would pass an 11, and so you don't even need a roll; you just pass. So so you're able to make your way away from there and head over towards the part of town where you're hoping to get to. One thing I do want to point out before we get to the kind of the converging on that point. You can imagine that, you know, Koa makes sure it's late and probably drags his feet heading out anyways, because while it's important to get out there, he wants to make sure that Gwen is okay and so on and so forth and blah, 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 blah. So like I said, you guys are going to converge over there around the same time, but you actually get a little bit delayed heading over because you notice that just walking down the street in the disguise, it's not like I can walk from A to B and be left alone. Actually, you get bothered quite a bit. People will come up to you and start randomly asking you for opinions on like medical matters, like whether it be because of there's a rash or they know somebody who's injured. Somebody even comes up to you and asks, you know, if you can assist in, you know, somebody else that's injured. Now, you're welcome to turn it down, or you can go over and assist them. You know that generally speaking, injured people are supposed to go to the hospital and they have 1 free visit. And beyond that, they're supposed to, you know, pay for the services that are there. So it's up to you as to whether or not you would want to lend assistance either conversationally or hands-on to these people that are requesting, or if you would leave it alone. And on the flip side of that, before you give your decision, there are other people that will mock you as you go. You know, toss like disparaging terms or words, whatever it is your way. Usually ruffians or just young, dumb people. You know, typical Zoomer kind of approach to the situation. You will, you know, so it's kind of like you're feeling more both ends of the spectrum than a relatively neutral experience walking through. You almost stand out more than you do as Mikhail, who is like a famous valiant few, right? Because your robes expose you as being part of this whole network that has a long history here. All right. So how would your character kind of handle these?
With the people who say disparaging stuff, he just ignores them. But for folks that are asking for assistance and that kind of thing, he'll, if they're asking for him to like actually treat someone, then he's going to lean on the fact that he doesn't have supplies on him and like refer them to the hospital. But like basic advice type of stuff, or like if they're asking like, how to get someone to there or whatever, then he'll definitely try to be helpful because he doesn't want to like fuck around with the reputation of the place that he's under the guise of.
Yeah. So if you're familiar with what it is that they're requesting about, you'll give verbal assistance. Otherwise, you will leave it be and refer them back. And any physical assistance, you refer them back.
Correct. Yeah.
Roll me a heal check.
Okay. We take those.
Yeah. Actually, it's a moment where you like come to this moment of self-realization where like you might even have to check yourself. Am I being cocky? Because like I know all these answers. I know what kind of rash that is and the best way to treat it. I do know what that, the best way to handle that injury. I do know that what they're describing, they're trying to swear up and down it's this, but it's definitely not. It's this, and this is the correct treatment they should be doing. Like you're actually, granted, these aren't like some crazy, you're not like Dr. House and they're coming in with all of these like, Sherlock Holmesian kind of, problems that only you can solve, but they're pretty, routine. But the fact that you know them and you know them well, it's like, all right, you're like crushing it. You actually almost need to check yourself. Am I being overconfident or do I actually know my stuff this well? This is impressive. And remember, if y'all don't know, the heal skill is generally based off the wisdom skill, but Kiken took a trait for Mikhail where it's actually based off of intelligence for him instead, because he handles this not based off of instinct, but based off of sheer memorization. Like he just memorizes the texts rather than going with his gut instinct from practice or whatever, right? So this is like a perfect way of kind of like testing that and coming out on top. Like there's literally out of the conversational ones only one that you refer back to the hospital, and not because you don't have the right answer, because the right answer requires relatively fast treatment, and you can't send them to the herbalist shop. Not only would they be closed this time of day anyways, you don't know if they're going to open again, so you have to send them to the hospital in hopes that the supplies are there. Otherwise, you do a great job. In the end, because you end up doing this job, not only do you get to walk away feeling confident with yourself, if you would like, people are willing to offer you slivers or even an occasional copper for the assistance that you offer on this walk over.
Do I know if that is normal for the Chantry to accept?
The hospital gets paid. You don't know whether or not it's normal for people to get slipped coin on assistance walking the streets. You just don't know. It's either something that they turn down always, or they guard that secret with their pockets.
Yeah, he'll just turn them down then.
Okay, cool.
Reluctantly, but they can't see that because he has a mask on.
Yeah, no. That's fine. You eventually make your way back over there. I actually want to stop and you eventually make your way over there, but unfortunately you are going to come in a bit later, like more or less at the end of their conversation because of how much time's had, so you can touch base with them afterwards. But I do want to say, Kiken, for after their scene, you get it after their scene, we're actually going to give you a hero point for that one.
Okay.
You are both representing your character and what he's learned as along the way and so on and so forth the whole time, and it's kind of like representing all of his knowledge and everything that he's done there. But you've also taken a moment to stop and improve the reputation of one of the most goodly organizations that you've seen in a deer so far, and continue to build their reputation. So even if you are caught as having been done this, you did it the right way. And if honestly this is the way that they're supposed to be, why is my camera doing that? If this is the way that you're supposed to be done, I don't know. Maybe it does speak to Mikhail in a positive way. Maybe Mikhail does like what they do here. But we'll worry about that some other time. Okay. So
Who pissed you off in chat? Was it Snaga? Like, which one of them are you trying to spite? Because that's the easiest hero point you've ever awarded ever in the history of ever. And
I
calling
know
a
what it
good
is.
organization,
I know
something-
what it is because I was thinking the same thing, Wade. Right?
Yeah, this
But
was way too.
he just
shady
doesn't
for
want-
Scott to do.
Keegan to kill his next character. That's what it is. So he's trying to bribe him.
That might
Maybe I
work.
should DM. Hold on, maybe I should DM something sometime. Is that all it takes?
Step 1, you got to kill Scott. Then
Profit.
exactly.
We
it's
did
very
like a
clear
30-part
pipeline.
step thing the other day, and he's like, I guess I'll give you half a hero point. And you're like, I heal some dude on the street, and Scott's like, bless you, you kind, benevolent soul. Have a hero point. In fact, have 3, Mikhail. Oh, you can only hold 2. That's too bad. But you, God bless you. You are amazing. I love you. Please don't hurt me in the future, Keegan.
Listen, I'm not gonna say too much because I have a hero point. So maybe that's why he did it. So I would shut up for a little bit. But
I thought you had 2 now. Do you just have 1? Because you got one.
I do have 2. I do have 2.
Oh.
I was gonna not say it because I'm worried he's gonna find a way to
Must
take one
be
from me or
nice.
make me spend it on a flute guy. But
I had to use it on a single attack because he made my character's girlfriend go fucking, what's her name? Phoenix from the X-Men or whatever her name is.
right,
So, yeah.
yeah. There are a couple over here.
all right.
Let's see what we can do with them.
just
I can
spent-
cheat death if I try to drown again. Let's go back to that wet place.
That's what he said.
First the back door, now this.
I mean, when we went, it was nothing but innuendos. Like, I mean,
All right.
it's not new.
Back to the game. So you you two are making your way there, and you have your disguises on. Aldo gets you all gussied up. Aldo, you want to just go ahead and roll me a disguise check for getting you two disguises out and put on the right way?
Yep.
It's been a while since you used them.
You want me to roll to assist? I got a great
Um,
disguise modifier.
Yeah, maybe we'll just let Aldo do it. I think he's got it.
Yep. Does that include the +2 from disguise kit?
No, it doesn't.
Oh God, you're good at this.
Yeah. He doesn't need a waste disguise get use.
Oh, I forgot that's how that works.
All right, so you guys get all gussied up, head across town. Nobody bugs you, nobody stops you, nobody notices you in any way that's worth noting, and you make your way to that inn. We go walking in, and the two of them are actually downstairs at the inn, and they're sitting there, and they're have a stack of books by them, and they're having a conversation with one another. And one of them is drinking a hot beverage, the other one's got a glass of wine, and they're having a conversation. You guys notice them across the way. They obviously don't notice you. You approach.
I'm not gonna lie. I was looking at what Wade put in the spoiler chat. I have no idea what you said.
Not gonna lie, I was putting something in spoiler chat.
So Keegan, actually,
I'm
your
not in
character
this
is
scene.
the one that gets there. They get lost at sea. Your character.
I was like,
arrives.
there's no way that Jake won't be paying attention, so I've got a moment to put this in there.
I wasn't listening. I'm not in this scene. I was looking at what they're putting in spoiler chat because I'm not in this scene.
Chad, you want to
But
tell
it sounds
them what-
like they showed up and they see the people and they didn't notice you and you noticed them, so
Yeah.
you could approach.
that.
There's
Who
also
did
a
we-
hero
who did we
point sitting
notice?
in one of your seats. So whoever sits down first gets it.
Oh, musical chairs.
Did you grab it?
Don't worry. I know how to get Scott to tell us what happened.
Did you grab it, Aldo? You grabbed the hero point?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Definitely.
it was actually a reverse hero point.
Oh,
you
and now
actually
I'm
got
minus.
point.
Now I'm
You
minus.
have a negative one hero point. Oh
Nice, nice.
no. Yeah. Oh.
Man.
Oh.
Well, I try
damn.
and grab it again.
No, it's gone now. It's gone now. There's just a hole in the chair.
Scott, I think that you want to tell us what's going on.
I just said it. It was literally just reiterated by me and then Keegan.
Oh, I was right. Okay, yeah. So Ashanti and Elliot are there at the place you went.
Stack of
And they
books,
don't
hot
notice you,
beverages,
but you
they don't
notice
them.
them.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Monkey's paw.
Well, I assume we would approach them because that's kind of why we're here.
Yeah, I assume so as
Aldo
well.
says,
But they don't know who you are.
Hold on. Who else is around? Is there a tavern keep?
Yeah, well, there would be somebody that would serve them beverages. So yeah, but they're not.
I want to sense motive.
Roll initiative. Nah, it's on site.
Koa,
They seem like they're good.
Koa, they are intently paying attention to everybody inside this place. Doing a great job.
Whisper to Aldo. Keep an eye on the keep here. They seem to be very attentive.
Aldo, you want to roll your sense motive?
no, I take his word for it.
Okay. Well, they're literally off to the side chewing bubble gum and texting on their cell phone.
What is that?
Type of sorcery. You should try and shake Elliot down if he recognizes you.
Ko will go over. You know what? Is it bluff or stealth to try to like look nonchalant as he approaches Elliot and Ashanti?
I think it's
What is
bluff,
that?
but
Bluff, yeah, I think.
It is, yeah.
it's not bad.
That's flat.
It's believable you'd be nonchalant. So this affects it by 5. So yeah, you walk up nonchalant.
He goes to like pull up a chair and looks at if whichever one eyes him first. He'll look like dart his eyes around. Mind if I join you? He says in definitely Koa's voice.
Sense motive actually, like legit one on him. He like looks a little alarmed at the fact that you did this. Aldo, you actually notice that his eyes dart to the books. He looks alarmed and he seems like not his eyes dart to the books. He looks alarmed and he like turns his body to like turn towards you to be like welcoming to address you. But he's definitely like moving in such a way to like, shift his weight, so his trying to put his body between you strangers and the books that are on the table to kind of like add some space. And he's like, join us. Oh, that's really kind of you to offer, but we're actually calling it in for the night.
Koa
aren't
like
we?
pulls down his. He's probably not wearing a fake beard. He has a beard. He like pulls up the hair for a moment, and, like winks.
You pull up the hair and you wink, and he just like looks shocked. And he
Aldo
just
leans
the
in and
mouth.
says, "Give me the books.
Oh
Give me all the books."
I was gonna say because he doesn't know it's you. You're like, huh? And you're like, give me the books. And he like, actually genuinely seems a little bit freaked out. He fumbles for a second, not noticing Koa saying Koa. He fumbles for a second, reaches down, and again, he's fumbling doing it, but he actually produces a small dagger. I mean, it's more of what Koa would call a knife, but he produces a small dagger, right? And he doesn't look very sure in his in the holding of it, but he does hold it up, and he's like, "No, you'll step back. You'll step back," pointing it towards them. And Ashanti is like watching this whole thing take place, and she obviously was, distracted for a second. She actually also will reach down to her pack that's there, and she's trying to get her hands nonchalantly into her like supplies
Koa like
that she has,
puts his
but it's
arms
very
around
obvious.
them and just. It's Koa and Aldo.
Diplomacy?
That's not a good sign.
That's not a good sign at all.
Whenever you see the little 1-digit shape of the square, it's never a good sign.
Try.
I might need to
Aldo's
luck this
childish. Aldo's childish, so he's gonna counter with, "No, it's not."
God.
God, I hate the fact that I'm going to do this. But as you reach in and you're like, it's Koa, and
Look it.
he's literally has a
Yeah.
dagger
one.
in his...
11.
Oh God. He goes to thrust at you, but when he's like, no, it's not, he sees like a small smirk on Aldo's face because Aldo's just obviously just taking a piss. And he's like, realizes last second, like, oh no. Oh God, it is like the hair that you saw. It like realizes, like, oh God, I did not want to attack you with a dagger. That was gonna suck. I'd roll like a nat 20 and have to confirm. Anyways,
Jake, this is your luck. You made me do this.
so
I'm rubbing Jake's nose on this luck.
So he like brandishes the dagger like threateningly, and then his eyes, he's like really, and he like slams it down on the table there with a clatter, and he's like, "Thank God, you scared the all of the things out of me. Every orifice is oozing right now." And she gives like a, what kind of description is that look to him?
Oh, there he goes. Ugh. And sits down.
He goes, "I don't think you understand. It was a lot of work to collect all this. If it just got stolen before we even saw you, oh God!" And he actually has his head in his hands, and he actually like looks like he's really stressed out and hasn't come off the peak yet to let the stress relieve yet. Like he's still stressed out by it.
The place that we're in, it's like a bar too, right?
Yep. Tavern that has like a, serving some very basic drinks, some basic food.
Koa like claps him on the back, and being a little suspicious of the barkeep because I suck, he's like, "Oh, we didn't even get drinks. I'll buy a round for everyone and try to like take off the suspicion because we came in here, but we're gonna drink because we're in a tavern." And he'll walk up to the barkeep, and he's gonna try to mimic Aldo and Aldo's great way of doing things. So he's gonna put on like a shitty accent.
Oh God! Oh no! Wade has to roleplay it.
Linguistics, right?
Linguistics or bluff?
Linguistics.
Actually, linguistics is better for me, even though
For
they're
an
both
accent,
untrained. A round of drinks for us, please. Is that
I like how
linguistics
Wade had
or bluff?
to find an
Linguistics.
accent he could do and then try to do it worse.
Oh, hey, there you go.
That's
fucking
southeastern Goldaria.
good. You just fall into an accent you didn't know existed, but it's good.
You just spent so long talking to Gwen. That's the Maltese accent right there.
That's how Gwen sounds. Koa, what you been doing lately?
Can we get that as like some type of
Scott, if you
routine
start
for
doing that, I'm
Scott
leaving
to
this
talk
campaign, by the way. Gwen and Koa are breaking up if she starts talking like that.
This
Wade
whole
can't handle it.
time, we've imagined it wrong, everyone.
Oh God!
Jesus.
It's funny. Golden's based off Latin, so it's almost Italian sounding. But anyways, I'm
not trained in linguistics, so I don't know if that means it caps at a 10. But
actually, if you're not trained in linguistics, you automatically can't roll.
well, I rolled a 19, and you can't stop it.
I mean,
It's
I
there.
can't stop you from rolling a die, but I can tell you it doesn't count.
Well, it's there, and it did really well, and I'm proud of myself.
It's
And you
gonna
can't
have to.
take
We're all
that
proud
away.
of you.
It's gonna have to be a bluff check.
I choose to keep the 18.
I have to deny that choice.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
What the fuck?
That roller coaster, Jesus Christ!
Of all this shit to
Really
roll
thought
those
I was
two
keeping
on.
it there. That was a 2 for a long time.
Mm.
Can we hear that accent again, please, Wade? What did you say?
drinks for me and the crew, please. It's almost piratey.
It's very fiery.
It's so close to pirate, but just not. I don't.
Shiver me, bartenders!
I think he's trying to channel Billy, but he knows he can't. But it's his best Billy.
Yeah, nice.
While you're over there,
Okay.
realizing who's there, right? Ashanti looks over at Aldo and says, "Been gone a bit. How have you been?"
Speaking as my
You don't even know anymore.
definitely Tasian self here, I say, doing stuff and things. But it's been a bit rough here. How's it been for you guys?
Rough, she says, like in earnest. And Elliot's like, "Oh, it's not been that bad. We've had some successes, hard fought and expensive successes." He goes, "Well, yeah," as he gets a little sheepish after she says it like that. And again, you rolled a really good sense motive earlier, Aldo, but literally the word expensive, he gets a little sheepish under. You already know the history there. And and he says, yeah, but still we've been successful. She says, indeed, yeah, we've been successful. And she looks at Aldo and says, I'm honestly glad that you guys are back. Things have gotten a little crazy here. I don't like how invested I am into all that's going on, but you kind of get me wrapped up in it, she says with a bit of like sheepish excitement.
Well, I'm glad that you feel that way. Tell me, what if he's found out? The quick version, of course.
When you say I'm glad you feel that way, you're pretty sure you see a look in her eye that suggests you don't have to go very far to spend your evening. But anyways, you are going to you say that, and Elliot, who's ignorant to this at the time because of the emotional roller coaster he just went over, he says, well, this, and he grabs the stack of books and slides it forwards. Now, I think you guys left behind, because you had duplicates, I think you left behind like 2 books with them beforehand. Like, I think you left behind like a 23 or something. What did you leave behind for him?
Orange 3 and Orange 23 we had duplicates of, and he had red 16.
Yep, correct.
So he already had 3 books. He pushes forward. Hold on. So you left behind 3 books. He pushes forward 10 books. Now, most of them are in terrible shape, but he pushes them forward, and you can tell that there is
10 books.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that just hit me all of a sudden. Okay, yeah, right.
I mean, they've
I was
got
like
7
off
books
of my own
going
world
on.
for whatever reason, and then I was like, wait, 10 books?
Mm-hmm. And they have the filigree
Okay,
and everything that's there. But again, looking at these books as they are in terrible condition. Like they're books, they're there, but they have like a stack of books. Nice. But they're just not in very good shape at all. So either way, he pushes those forward, and I imagine Aldo even just takes a second to regard the fact that there's fucking 10 books here. And that's what she like as he's taking a second to take it in, she says, feast your eyes.
No wonder you're about to kill Koa for these books.
He's like, yeah, yeah. And then he like cold sweat on his, forehead.
Mikhail, I think, nearly finished decoding all of the alchemy one, by the way. Missing 1 book.
He when you say that at first, he looks a little excited, but when you say missing 1 book, he goes, oh, which one? Hold on. Let's see what I have here. She goes, you don't have to look. And she because she knows off the top of her head, she goes, we're able to find an old, we'll use the word collector. They only had the tail end of the, you can see the condition of them. The rest of the books, they had a whole set, but all of the other books were just ruined. I mean, completely unusable. These ones are at least some of the pages are missing or rotted out or what have you. But because of like how they were stacked up, literally from 1 to 30 stacked up, the water damage soaked through the bottom books up. And so we got a whole stack of 23 through 29, all in legible condition, for them in order. Unfortunately, the 30th one, which sat on top, was equally ruined. It took the hit so that the 29 didn't have to.
Yeah, okay. What's the one we were missing?
28.
Yeah. 28's the last orange.
Yeah, okay.
So you now have 3 23s, which is...
Yeah. Oh, well.
Should we put this in our collection or is this Elliot's?
Well, let's go through RP and then we'll get there.
Okay.
I assume Koa comes back at this point.
Yeah, Cole will come back and the person will fall behind and
How much is the 4 drinks?
Yep.
Copper per? Is that what you said, or 1 copper total?
I actually didn't say earlier, and it's realistically because I assume you're not buying expensive stuff. So like 2 slivers would be fine for 4 drinks. I assume you're buying cheap shit.
Probably.
You guys are on a budget.
Whatever the typical non-assuming thing would be.
Yeah. Then a sliver for 2 drinks is would be fine.
I thank you mighty for this. I'll go back to my mates. But somehow nat 20.
Yeah, honestly, Aldo would be impressed with the accent he put on.
Yeah, you get a look of admiration from Aldo, and like a
I
nod.
can't do good Australian bandit, but somehow Koa is.
Look, Koa, look at all these. Look what they got. He gestures to the books.
Oh, how? That's a lot more than we left you with. They'll like pass around the drinks. How? He kind of looks at Elliot like he wants to ask how he did it or afforded it, but he thinks better of it and just gives him a nod and just kind of like stares.
Mm-hmm.
Mikhail was going through a bunch of these, and I think he found something among all the alchemy books. Do you have? He's like looking for the, what is it, orange? He's looking for orange.
In which case, for the orange ones, 23 and 28 are there. So you would have his copy of, you would have one of the worst copy of 23 that was like left behind with him, as well as a terrible copy of 23 that he just recently acquired, and he has a terrible copy of 28 with him. So yeah, you have that book back.
Mechanically, what does their condition have? Like, how does that affect things?
So during the checks to decipher the books, you have a -2 circumstance penalty. Circumstance modifier.
Since he's already deciphered it, then having this copy means it's as good as
it's good enough. Yeah. You know, it is missing pages, might be missing a critical thing here or there, but like when you have all the books together, it's like, no, you have the books. You can fill in the gaps of context clues, or maybe his memory, or whatever it might be. Or the fact that you have
mending can just clean it up a little bit, right?
So if you're talking about using mending on the books, for where the pages are completely ripped away, it's not going to do anything. For anywhere where like the letters are completely sogged off, it's not going to do anything. But like repairing a soggy page to be in better shape, sure. Fixing the spine, sure. Getting the leather in a better condition, sure. So you can kind of like use mending to repair it somewhat and stop it from getting in worse condition very easily. Yeah. But where there's missing pages or letter or ink that's just been completely removed. Now, if the ink is just like what's the word I'm looking for here? Like diluted, and so it's like, you know, kind of circled
like displaced.
About or displaced. Thank you, displaced. Then it will repair those spots, which is nice. And that and with the assumption of mending is why the books will be able to function fine when you have, you know, all of them together.
This is amazing work. Well done.
He said,
"This is the one
we had months."
Elliot, Koa. This is the one that he, you know, that we need to complete the set.
Potentially help Guinevere. He says that out loud without even realizing he said it out loud.
She says, "So I just want to confirm, are you telling me that you have all the other orange books?"
Not with us, but we had access to them.
Well, you have all the orange books, she says, like overly excited.
Koa nods, but he's still just staring at the one.
Yeah, listen, before we get ahead of ourselves, I guess we haven't even told you what happened yesterday. We were attacked by the guard, or more, Mikhail was, while we weren't there, and then Koa had to do what he had to do. But yeah, like they are after us. Have you two had any issues?
He says, well, she shakes her head. She's like, no, not really. He's like, yes, we have. And she's like, yeah, but I don't think that's related to. He goes, come on. She's like, they're giving everybody a hard time. Yeah, but they give us a hard time often. And she just kind of shrugs and says, they're not the most pleasant to be around. It's certainly not as comfortable as back home, or even traveling through the, you know, Dell lands without Paradel without the proper paperwork. But I mean, it's survivable. He looks at her with like a look of disbelief that she's even trying to sell it this way. What's up?
They sent 9 bandits after us that they paid 2 gold apiece, on top of giving new longbows, new boots, new equipment. And when we got into town, there was at least a 5 gold bounty just for information about where we might be. Things are escalating.
now he's looking at you with disbelief with how much gold you just said. He's like, what? Oh.
Just wait, Elliot. We need to get you two out. You just need to leave the city.
Leave the city? She says. You mean back
Yeah.
to
Perhaps, before you even...
Mhm.
If things are already getting bad for you, they may only get worse.
After
This place is
yesterday,
safe
Koa?
to talk. Yes?
After yesterday, they're definitely getting worse.
Is this place safe to talk?
She looks over at the barkeep, looks back at you and says, I'm sure it's fine. He says, I think nowhere is fine.
Koa's like, God damn it, that is no clarity at all. Well, a few members of the guard have been injured and or dispatched after the attack yesterday, and Aldo has done what he can to repair our reputation and point blame where it belongs, but that doesn't mean that it won't be used as an excuse to make things worse for everyone, and anyone that's associated with us may find things much worse.
She thinks and says, well, if you're going to send us there is some equipment that can be used. I can supplement what's missing mostly with what I have. That could do the trick. It's just...
Actually, sorry, she can keep talking, but he'll start fidgeting in his bag.
He says, actually starts fidgeting. She says, with what I have, it's just, I won't be around Gwen if I need to make use of her for some of it, or have access to the herbs that I can get at her shop. And then she sees like what you're pulling out of the bag, which I don't remember. Was that actually in your bag? Isn't it like 20 pounds or some shit?
I was pulling out Leon's list. I don't know what you thought I was pulling out.
Not what I thought it was. Never mind. Go ahead.
No, Koa's dick is actually only 18 pounds.
Okay. I was referring to the alchemist kit that you found while you were in the Twist Grove Keep.
Oh, I don't think he carries that around with him. That would be his stuff. Though I forgot about I would mention that to him.
He's like, oh, it's actually the weight of an earthbreaker and a great sword combined. Well, it's a great earth-breaking sword.
Around. Wait. This is a list of supplies that Leon has requested, along with people that are good at defending strategies, and someone good with money, good with accounting, that kind of thing. We did find a kit of sorts that may have some supplies that you would need or want to be interested in. I don't have it on me, but it may be of some assistance. But anything that could help us find some of these things, especially the money person. Leon insisted that was a pretty crucial one to find as fast as possible.
Yeah. She thinks and says, unfortunately, I've not gotten very familiar with people around town. I've spent most of my time with Gwen and Elliot here. No, I don't think I can be of assistance. Elliot looks down the list, looks at it and thinks to himself. He says, I mean, good with money? Sure. Yeah, I know a few people that I would trust. Yeah, maybe that I would trust, considering how much money they're willing to spend on, 2-bit cutthroats. I'd be afraid of how much money they'd be willing to give a person like that to turn leaf.
I think we have someone for that anyway, Koa. That particular one.
He looks at you like, I also don't remember, do we?
But he doesn't have to go into it now unless he wants to.
Yeah. I won't. I just say that.
Okay.
He says, as for protection, there are a few people, I guess, around that might be of interest. There's the former guard captain, he says, knowing that your relationship with him, because you had told it before, says it like, hopefully, but even you were like, yeah, I don't know how much I trust that guy, and he just keeps thinking, he's like, unfortunately, I don't run in the kind of circles that focus on those sorts of things.
Well, it's possible that we are kill on sight at this point, so finding someone on ourselves will also be difficult. I also think that Guinevere is hoping to stay in town and continue running her shop, despite the incredible risk that may carry. So we are going to go meet with hopefully that particular person soon and determine whether or not she is safe to remain here.
He thinks for a second. What? Why? Where's? Have you asked Dwayne? He's more familiar with Hodgwen than even I am, and he does move in the kind of circles that would do that. I mean,
how does he know about Dwayne?
Didn't he meet Dwayne before?
No,
When you
We
guys
got
came
Dwayne
through?
and Leshev.
Yeah.
Oh, he wasn't there for that.
Yeah, he was here.
Nope, never mind. He doesn't know that you're with him. My apologies. That's my mistake.
I mean, I would love to get the intel you're given, but I don't think he would know about them.
No, you know what's funny is literally in Aurorum 1.0, Elliot was there when Dwayne was met, and that was the scene where Elliot got like punched in the face or whatever, or slapped in the face. But anyways, so
That never happened. We're playing the real game now?
actually, that is more true than I care for Neil or Tesha here.
I need to say one thing. I just need to say one thing. Do you remember when Edric was treasurer?
Somebody already made like whispers or comments or something to me about that when we were talking about Edric doing treasurer work and warden work, and he was like spiraling out and falling apart as a human.
Is this tax deductible?
All right, anyways, back to so my apologies. So he would know who Dwayne is, but you don't know that he would know who Dwayne is, and certainly he would not bring Dwayne up. My apologies. He actually, hold on. He thinks for a second and he says, actually, you know, I think I do know somebody. You had mentioned you had met him before. He has a reputation around here. Really, really kind-hearted person. Do you remember Kethrel?
Nope.
Attila, right?
Yeah, that's Contilla.
Yes, actually. Did you say no and I said yes?
Yeah.
It's fitting. Koa once again looks at you like, are we not supposed to mention the weird rock man?
Do you say Rockman?
No, it was the look. He didn't
Oh.
say that part out loud.
Okay, he just goes Kethrel. Looks at you quizzically.
Big stone guy from the woods.
Oh. Right. His name was Kethrel? Weren't you calling him something else?
Nope, pretty sure I've always said Kethrel.
I don't think that's true.
Does he have an alias?
Not that I'm aware of. Perhaps our friend Wade thinks differently, but I know better.
She says, "Oh, I met
We're
Wade.
blurring the lines here, right?
Wade's the balding one, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Bald as a baby's bottom. Hideous, really.
yeah. Balding, scoliosis. Yeah.
One ear.
Yeah, hates children.
Likely, yes.
Yeah. I heard he one time put traps in his front lawn for kids. Weird man.
I feel we're losing the point.
Ah, the Rockman,
He
Kethrel.
picks up the
Right.
dagger.
Yes, I do remember that guy. Yeah. You friends with him, Elliot?
I don't need to say an insult to Scott. Just look at the fucker. Yeah. I mean, my hairline's rough, but like he's got 3 hairs that go over his forehead at this point.
All right, so tangent. You guys are saying Rock Band. It makes me think of Rock Band. And recently, I was like, "Oh my god, I would love to play Rock Band."
Wow,
with
there's an
Aurora.
Aerosmith version of
That'd
that
be
that was
like
pretty good.
A great.
And then
game to
all right, so
play
back to
with my
game.
daughter. And then I went to go buy Rock Band, and then I found out apparently Sony doesn't make it anymore because they don't want to pay for the rights to
There's
do it.
apparently a new
So-
one coming out in the next couple of years. It's under development.
Ooh, that's exciting because the old one is like $1,400 used.
Yeah.
It's
But I think they're working on
crazy.
a new one that's going to come out the next year or two.
That's okay. That's really exciting because the old one being
If, unless
$1,400
development gets
fucking
canceled,
dollars.
I literally looked into this like a year ago, and I was like, So I had the same dilemma. I was like, I literally gave mine away when we moved at one point because I didn't feel like moving and all that drums and shit. And then I really wanted to play, and I was like, well, what is it to get one now? And it was like $1,000. I was like, oh, fuck that.
I asked my parents, I was like, oh, what'd you do with yours? I was like, do you still have it? Did you give it to somebody? And they were like, actually, we threw it away. And I was like, no!
So do you know Kethrel?
Who are you asking that? Because obviously he brought up Kethrel.
Well, Aldo asked him, Elliot, do you know Kethrel? And then you didn't answer, so I was bringing us back in.
Okay, well, he goes, I'm the one that brought him up, aren't I?
Oh, I said, how do you know him?
Oh, I didn't hear that through the...
He's been around these parts for a long time. He kind of stands
He
out.
gets around, does he?
He shrugs. I'm sure he does. I haven't seen him in some time.
Koa zones out for a mid moment, just imagining someone getting around with Kethrel and how awkward that must be. Intrusive thought, you know? Okay, we all thought it. Now we can move on.
Go on.
We met him very briefly in the woods near a terrible place. He seemed like a decent person, but it's been months.
Well, he's kind-hearted and always thinking about things like that. Worried about safety and whatnot. And I don't know. Kind of gives me the impression that he would know a thing or two about defense being on actual rock. But maybe that's just me being a bit prejudiced.
Is he in town? Have you seen him recently?
No, unfortunately I haven't. I've people have talked about him as though he'd been around, but that was months ago. I last heard.
Last we saw him, he was heading toward Rid, I believe.
Dwayne said he was up north. Remember?
Up north. Dwayne had run into him?
Dwayne did, yeah.
And perhaps he is.
That's of no help to us now, anyway.
No, not unless he comes around here. We can't exactly go tracking him around a deer.
But by Dwayne, do you mean the tracker, like the kind of guide?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's the one you're thinking of. We met him in the Chev. Cove Rock put him on a detail with us to venture out to one of the keeps.
Oh yeah, we're friends with Cove Rock now. Just saying.
He makes a face when you say Curve Rock, like thinking, oh, Dwayne probably wouldn't associate with somebody like that. Like we're friends with Curve Rock, and his face turns to disgust. Like what?
Yeah,
that's how
I couldn't
Mikhail
believe it
managed
either.
to break the cipher with the alchemy books as he looked through Cove Rock's collection.
Oh, Elliot, did you know about that? Cove Rock has every book, and it is in pristine condition.
He burned a lot of them.
Burned some of them, not many.
He's getting more and more horrified as you guys are putting on another emotional roller coaster. You guys like strap in. Fuck the seatbelt. Go.
Well, get with the program, motherfucker. It's a difficult time.
Have you heard about Birdman?
Damn.
No.
Don't worry
well.
about that. But yes, Dwayne was excellent. Actually, we have him over at. He eyes the direction of the crack without saying it, helping with some survival training.
Again, you just kind of threw so much of it at him at once. He's not going to be able to respond with anything noteworthy. He kind of gave his opinion beforehand, but he gave him a lot to start chewing on. She goes, this is a riveting conversation around a whole bunch of people I don't know.
Yes, but back to it though. Elliot, Kethrel, and Dwayne. What was your point about them?
Oh,
Kethrel, I got. He's tough.
Dwayne might know people. He's from around here. He travels a whole bunch. He might know somebody of interest. Maybe even in Hod Gwen or elsewhere. He might be somebody worth asking. Was what he says, kind of, distractedly. He gives that response.
Was Wraithblade the place he went?
Correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's why he knew about Wraithblade specifically, because that's north of here. So perhaps he's not from the Chev. Well, we have to go back over there at some point anyway, so we can talk to him about that.
Which will probably be sooner rather than later, because if you two are all right with it, I think we should make it a priority to get you guys out and over there.
Well, hold on. She says, not wanting that path to walk too far. She goes, if you're actually asking me to help out, I'm going to need access to supplies. And that requires me being around Gwen's shop. And, I mean, simple fact of the matter is she's been providing all the resources. I mean, if she wasn't, I don't even think she's selling it to us wholesale. I think she's been giving it to us for pennies to the pound, for pennies to the pennies to the gold. Like, she is genuinely keeping things as inexpensive as possible to allow the research to be done. We're not going to be able to do anything. We might have a whole lab back in, to the south, but we won't have the means to do any research beyond reading books.
We will meet with this guard captain and we'll find out how this list is looking if he has it. Perhaps you all can stay here, but we'll have to limit contact with ourselves and you, because we aren't exactly wanted here.
He says, yeah, about that. You not being wanted here, should you really be talking to the captain of the guard? Wait, isn't that Beltran?
Former captain.
Former.
But is he still on the guard?
Don't know. You mentioned him before, right? You heard anything?
He says, hold on. If we're talking about the same person, I think he's still in the guard. I haven't really kept, up with this, and beyond that, I don't know if you want to be caught seen with him, or the other way around, if he should be caught seen with you.
We're going to try to do it discreetly. We fooled you, didn't we?
She says, well, I'm not very familiar with the two of you. He says, well, I'm a little gullible.
You can just say we look fabulous.
You look fabulous.
Thank you. We will
she
try
says,
to be discreet.
I agree, looking at Aldo.
Aldo winks at her.
It's been a long winter.
Yeah. It has.
Koa will remember this. Well, if we get a chance, getting all of books in the gang together to go through them again would be fantastic, but our priority right now is making sure the South is prepared. In a few months' time, we expect there to be a engagement of sorts.
Honestly, Forvin seems comfortable this time of year, he says.
It was okay. You may not want to be south whenever things happen, but if there's any kind of heat, obviously we want to protect you all.
She says, I'm from Taziendale. We like the heat. It's up
I'm just
north.
going
It's
to imagine
very
that went
hot.
over Koa's head, but he'll...
Up north, it's hot because you're in the southern
Oh,
hemisphere.
okay.
Yeah, and then
I'm also
Taziendale
from the
goes all the way
north.
to the coast.
I'm also from the north, but it doesn't mean I like being stabbed, despite the fact that it happens to me a lot.
She's at a loss with whatever Koa was trying to say there.
So's Koa.
Well, being from Taziendale, it is hot, but we can still get burned. So, I wouldn't like to see that happen to you.
Well, she says, well, I don't know if staying or going is the best choice. Do we have time to think about it and decide?
Yes, and we will also let you know if we learn anything from the former captain, current maybe god.
I still don't think it's a good idea for you to go there. What if somebody noticed you?
We are going to try to do it discreetly and have an intermediary.
He shrugs and says, "Who? Where? How?"
I feel like divulging every part of our plan might be a bit of a mistake.
He goes, "I don't think you understand. Things here aren't the same as they were before." She goes, "Oh, now you agree that things were not so pleasantly successful." He goes, "Well, I'm just trying to make sure that they know." And she's just frowns at him.
When we got here, wasn't she the one that was like, "Oh,
No,
it's
she was
okay."
the one that was
Yeah,
like,
she
"It was
was.
hard fought," and he was like, "No, it was great. Yeah, we were successful." And she's like, "Yeah,
I
hard
thought that
fought
was her.
success."
I swear I thought it was
No,
reversed.
no,
too.
she's the one
Yeah.
that said she's the one and expensive. She said, and he was like, "Oh yeah, expensive." Remember? Yeah, it was
We're
her.
getting back up here.
That was like 3 innuendos ago. It's too long ago for me.
Either way, so she says, she looks to you too flatly and says, "It was the guards extort you, like full on. If they think that you shouldn't be where you belong, they will charge you a traveler's fee between walking through different parts of town. Nothing big, a few slivers, but you can imagine how quickly that goes sour for those that can't afford it. I came to Adir with a pocket full of coin, but it's dwindling quickly, especially with buying these books." She says, gesturing to the books. And he goes, "Hey, you didn't pay for those all on your own." She goes, "I also didn't have to take out credit to buy them." And he goes like purple. Because there was already a conversation about this at the party before. I think specifically with Koa. He goes, "There's an opportunity we couldn't pass by." She said, "Sure, but you didn't have..." And then he's like, just like shaking his head like at her to like stop the conversation. She rolls her eyes and looks back at the two of you and says, "They are very aggressive. They are effectively become their own gang, if you will."
Oh, believe you me, we understand, but we have to imagine that there's still a few contacts we could have there. And there was a system in place for such communication before, and we plan to see if that's still tappable or not. And if not, then, well, we'll find a way to get Aldo in close. We have to take risks at this point because things are too dangerous, and we need information.
He goes, "Well, now I know why you want us out of town, because you're playing fast and loose."
Not necessarily, but some things we have to. We couldn't even stay at an inn without being attacked. So, simply existing here is fast and loose.
She nods and says, "It's a dangerous risk. Sounds like you need to have an extra pair of eyes keeping them open for you guys."
We need 100. But we have what we have, and the thought of leaving you all, and no offense, but especially Guinevere here, unwatched, makes me sick to my stomach. I just can't. I have to be able to do things. I can't just hide in a hole.
Well, she says, "I still think it's better for us to stay here, but it's not a decision we need to make right now, and especially if you are trying to head out soon." He will then say, I think he tends to work later shifts. I think he's put on the shifts that others don't want. So if that's the case, you'll probably find him at the guard station or close to it. If you have an intermediary, good luck, because I'm pretty sure he's going to be there."
Let's hope we do. We'll make contact again when we can, but good work on these. They will likely prove invaluable.
She says, "I'll keep them in my room, and you can come by and collect them later."
So we'll finish whatever's left of his drink and go to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Unless Aldo has anything more to add, or they have anything more to add.
No, we don't. But as we're leaving, isn't this when Mikhail's arriving or something?
Is he coming here?
Yeah, he was coming here, yeah. Good call out, Jake. I actually forgot about that. So you guys finish your drinks, maybe some small amount of small talk, whatever it is. Then your characters get up and you go to walk out. And Mikhail, them two are maybe talking to each other, don't notice you at first. So you don't notice the two of them as you're like approaching. And then you get close enough, you get like a double take and you're like, oh shit, I know them. I know those disguises. That's hilarious. They don't know it's you.
Yeah.
Like it took you a second to recognize, like you're closer to them than you probably should have been before you recognized, like they're maybe 15 feet from you when you realize it's them. They have no clue it's you. Actually, Koa is probably politely holding the door open, assuming you're one of the female members of the Chandra, because the Chandra is predominantly female. Holding the door open for you to go in.
He would hold the door open for dudes too. He's a good guy.
Oh, chivalry's not dead.
Indeed.
They can't say anything to you.
Does he just walk past? And
Yep. Yeah, he'll walk past and like let them walk out.
You're gonna give Elliot a heart attack when another mysterious figure approaches.
May your dreams be long and wet, he says as he walks by.
I do not.
Is that not what the Chandri says?
I mean, it is your world. Is that what they say, Scott?
Isn't hold on, wait, isn't it the religion called the Chantry of Spanquilitry? No? Okay.
So we hold the door open, and I guess Mikhail just decides to go in.
Yeah. Because like there's like an obvious like look up, but obviously you can't see the expression. So there's a double take, and then just like a quick nod. Like internally, he's like, "Oh well, I don't want to like stop and go with him. That'll look super obvious and kind of weird." So he still just goes into the building.
I guess we go back toward the ruins for now to wait for Mikhail.
I mean, I don't know if you would actually wait for Mikhail, would you?
Well, the idea was to go back there, and I think we wanted him to go to the tavern for whatever reason, didn't we?
Well, it's his idea, but yeah.
So you guys would start heading back.
I imagine you'd be checking
ruins.
if he's back. Yeah.
Yeah, we would at least be doing that.
So Mikhail, you go
he
in
won't
and
be
you look
far
over
behind.
and you see the two of them across the way.
So yeah, like once he gets in and like confirms, like, oh, okay, they were here. They obviously already talked. Then he literally just like stands by the door for a moment. Go ahead.
Perception check.
Okay.
Your
16.
dream is long and wet because you see that stack of books.
Ah, okay.
Now your outfit has two beaks.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. One's bigger than the other. But so yeah, he will literally like stands kind of at the door for a moment, like looks around, locks onto the books for a second, and there's like a clear decision making of like, do I go talk to them? No, he's gonna go catch up with the others. So he literally comes into the establishment, stands there for like 10 seconds, and then leaves. And we'll walk briskly and catch up to the other two.
Unfortunately, Aldo and Koa roll me a perception check. I gotta roll for Aldo. There you are. Oh!
Jesus.
So two things. One, he notices that he's being followed, which at first would be alarming for him. But then he notices the boots because they were recently acquired with the new armor he got.
Armor.
Mm-hmm. And you would notice the loot case, kind of like off to the side, or sorry, maybe notice the backpack that this Chantry member has with them. Their pack of supplies, or whatever. Just like enough telltale signs that Aldo at first would be like, "Oh, I think we're being followed." Actually, it's Mikhail. like one of those. Like he would be concerned at first.
Game recognizes game.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Cool. So yeah, no concerns of Koa dropping your head off. or threatening to beat you down, because Aldo recognizes it's you.
Oh, okay.
I don't even think you can
That's
beat a
fair.
28 in a disguise check if you wanted to.
Well, just no.
Yeah, and that's
Definitely not. Nah,
You could use a
nah.
hero point before you roll.
Yeah, then I could beat it then. That would be an adequate use of a hero point.
Especially that.
About
Yeah.
on par with what we've used them for so far.
Pretty much. But no, he'll just walk briskly. And when he gets kind of close, he just kind of goes, "Psst, hey, it's Mikhail."
Yes, Aldo called you out a bit ago.
What the fuck?
Uh,
How?
Shoes,
Your boots.
backpack, walking mannerism.
Oh, yeah, they are pretty nice boots. Okay, I'll remember to change those next time.
So, we met up with Elliot and Ashtar. Ashanti. Ashtar is the mean one.
Yeah, they had books on the table.
They
Which
have,
ones
They
they
have
get?
the missing one. They have the one you need.
Oh, fuck yeah.
They're not eager to leave town. We mentioned taking them south. But we're going to try to go to the tavern to see if we can make contact with the former captain.
Yeah, probably should. I mean, if you guys are both going, I was gonna swing there by myself, but if you're both out, then dressed for it.
I was at least going to stop by and make sure things are okay in our spot. If you all want, I can stay behind and keep watch, but I can join you if you'd like.
No, I think you should be there. There's probably questions you want answered that pertain more to your situation that we may not think of in the moment.
We may want to change Mikhail's outfit. I'm not sure that we all look like we belong together in this particular ensemble.
Yeah, I wouldn't go in this. Or, I mean, I could. I'd need to sit away. Wouldn't be a part of the conversation. It'd be a little bit strange. Which I guess has its own benefits, really.
Up to you. Just figured I'd point out that us walking in together would be a little odd.
Yeah, just a bit.
Unless the Chantry favors redheads. He says, like, flipping his wig.
I wouldn't know. Most of them are. He like motions to the garb. A lot of ladies, though.
I'm taken.
I know. Maybe not. Maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing. I could come in a few steps back and sit at a different table, just kind of keep tabs on things while you guys can focus on the conversation. And I can talk to you from afar if I'm careful. So just keep walking. I'll show you.
Scott, can I look around, make sure no one's like tailing us or looking at us oddly, whatever, close by?
Not at the moment.
I can't look around?
Not at the moment. Nobody's looking or whatever.
Okay. No, you can't look around. Okay, I guess.
Your head is locked in place.
Mikhail, I told Aldo this, but I said a prayer to the martyr earlier after you left, and afterward I found a shrine nearby that had some idols and such to the martyr, as well as some of the other gods and goddesses. One of the ones to the martyr had an inscription written on it that said, Veni. Like the one the elder mentioned.
Oh.
The one Aldo's trip.
Yeah.
Hold on, before you role play that back. Jake, roll me an intelligence check.
Pretty good.
Are you happy with your 17?
Damn.
That's a 20. That's how I will give you full detail. If I got the PC wrong, we will allow the check to successfully apply to the correct PC. I'm almost positive it is Aldo. When you were in Leshev, there was a moment where you guys were outside of Curve Rock's house. Pretty sure it was Curve Rock's house specifically. And you had brought Tony with you. And Tony was going up to the door with you. And then he thought he was getting bigger. And he thought the other person was shrinking. I'm pretty sure that was Aldo specifically, right?
It was, yeah.
And then at one point in time when he thought you like disappeared or whatever, he actually said a typical phrase like in the name of the martyr, except he said in the name of Veni. And when Koa says this thing right now about Veni and martyr or whatever it is, you actually remember, like, because that's something that just Aldo doesn't give a shit about. You actually remember Tony saying like a typical like turn of phrase. You know, it's like have you ever heard this phrase like Jesus H Christ? You know what I mean? But instead somebody was like Jesus Howard Christ. Like it would be one of those like, oh, they Howard. Weird. You know? But either way, so you actually remember Tony saying that, and just like clicks. Not that you have to interject right now. Mikhail was about to respond. So wait, if you have to feed that line to Keegan again, or maybe Keegan's good to go. But this is going to kind of start rolling around in Aldo's head. Do you want Wade to feed you that line again?
You were saying you saw a shrine with the name of any person mentioned in Aldo's dream. I'm just kind of rolling it back in my head. And he'll say, yeah, can you show it to me? I've must have missed it too. The shrine.
Oh yes, of course. It's only once we get close, he'll walk past the place we're staying, and a couple 100 feet away, he'll walk you up to the shrine and show you. Assuming
you
it's
guys
still
aren't
there.
actually going back there, I thought, unless you're going there for Mikhail to get you.
Koa is stopping by to make sure things are okay.
My misunderstanding. You're going you're more or less going all the way back to go all the way back out again. You're kind of like just wasting time, which in a positive way. I don't mean this in a negative way. You're like a lot of time is passing. Understood. Sorry, Wade. Continue with your narration.
It was right over here, I think.
Yeah, the reason why you didn't notice it beforehand, guys, is because it's the opposite direction of where you would normally go. When Koa went out to do that prayer, he kind of went out, looked around, and he went around a different corner to where, like, he's hoping not to be noticed, to be off the beaten path. When you go over there, you see the shrine, but even though it's evening, there's actually...
I mentioned it to Elliot. God damn it. That was the one thing I wanted to bring up to Elliot.
There's actually a lit candle over there, but it's like one of those low-quality candles that's, like, reeks because it's made out of, like, lard or some such, right? And,
yeah.
And so there's like a candle that's lit over there. There's actually somebody that's over there, and they are doing their own kind of like prayer. So as you guys come like walking over, is one of those like you can totally go up and do your own prayer as well. Maybe picking up idols and looking at them is a bad idea. Looking at the individual that happens to be here, they don't strike you as anybody in particular. You know what I mean? You believe that they're either you're pretty sure that they're Hobbin. They're human, but a bit broader. Their skin looks a bit pinkish, so you're pretty sure they're Hobbin, but they're there. So do you like wait till they leave, maybe check in on those inside your home before you come back?
Yeah, Mikhail sees them, so he would probably say, we can just come back after we check inside. Give them a minute.
Fine with me.
Yeah, because he knows he's going to want to actually investigate it. So,
yeah.
Is this place near our place as well?
A couple 100 feet away.
Yeah, it's like 200 feet or so away from like the hole
I
that
just
you're staying in.
Want to be looking out in case this guy's strategically stationed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so they go
keeping an eye
inside.
on that type of stuff.
They go inside. Do you like stay outside to watch?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, cool. You can roll a sense motive for me while you stay out there, and you two go inside and do whatever you need to, which I imagine is touching base with Gwen and checking on the other people there. I don't know if there's any actual RP that need to be had inside, but things are fine in there. Aside from like the only supplies you have is whatever food rations that you had with you, which isn't a lot because you weren't planning on being in a situation like this. So there's low quality and small amounts of food in there, so that's going to become a concern soon. Not like tomorrow, but soon. So morale is low for poor Casper and for the poor innkeeper.
Yeah.
I think you need a 20 for a hunch, so I don't know if you want to use one of our +4s or if you want to luck it, but we'll just check if everyone's
both
okay.
+4s.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use the +4 for now. I'll stick with the 17, I think.
So wait a second. If you're going for a hunch, taking a 17 is a failure.
Yeah, but I'm kind of like watching the guy, right?
Yep.
I mean, if he, I might, yeah. So I'm just gonna use that. So
Cool. I'm fine with it. Thanks. Anything else you guys want to do inside there while you're there?
Check up if it seems like they need food or whatever, then we'll take note of that. We're about to go to a tavern that has been sympathetic to our cause, so perhaps we can pick up some extra stuff there to bring back.
Mhm.
I'll just take a mental note to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah. What do you want from the store? And
Mikhail gets changed.
We'll leave. Oh God, I'm going to finish that conversation. No, he was thinking of just going with them, but not going, like going in a little bit after they do, sitting at a different table and keeping tabs on their conversation, not
Just
like
staying in
being a part of
Chantry?
it. Yeah.
Okay, when you go into Chantry, I will say there's like a quick moment where Gwen is taken aback, like concerns that there's another person coming into the place, like there's another person that might have
God.
a secret or so on and so
Her
forth.
hair lifts up, lightning starts coming out of her eyes, and frost at her fingertips.
But when it's understood that it's you, it's
No.
sort of
Hold
like,
on.
oh God.
Before, when she seems shocked, he will say, "Be at ease. Koa brought me to make sure that you're in good health."
Bluff Jack. That's awesome.
Oh, once again, is caught off guard by y'all fucking around.
I rolled a nat 20. Good luck.
Jeez. Okay. God damn it. Oh, well, he's just fucking around anyway. We'll see. I don't know what I need, actually. I don't know what her modifier is.
Oh my god!
Oh my
Hey.
God! It is not a plus fucking 9. Oh my God! Holy shit! That is so good. Oh my God! Okay, it is not a plus 9. Mm-mm. No,
This is what we use our good rolls for, gentlemen.
Right?
She does not look at ease, but she says, "Well, if Koa thinks it's best," and throws like an alarming look over at Koa in his funny disguise.
Koa, I imagine, is walking in behind him.
You just see
Go
an
ahead.
alarm. You just see an alarming look, and then she looks back at you and says, "Well then, just not a word."
What? No, this is Mikhail.
He's just giggling. And takes the mask off.
What?
Does a quick bow.
Mikhail, you said that so convincingly.
I
have
told
to
you they're good at
practice
what
sometimes.
they do. Between you and Aldo, I think everyone in this town's gonna have a heart attack tonight, and then we'll catch them up on
Blah 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 blah
whatever.
blah. Flash forward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Aldo, if this person is doing anything suspicious, you don't detect it. Eventually, they will, like, as they go to leave. You know what I mean? Because you're, just hanging around a spot, maybe even like literally taking a piss or swigging from a wine bottle, seeming like another vagabond that belongs here. Because remember, this is the disguise you wore to be in this part of, so you look like you belong. So that all lines up. As they leave the altar, they happen because they happen to back up enough or whatever, look in this direction, see that you're over here, and then pointedly go a different way. Maybe, you can be suspicious if you'd like and be like, maybe they were marking that I was here. Or maybe they just saw somebody was here and was like, fuck that, and went the other way because they know how dangerous this area is this time of day. So or night, I should say. So they did, like, as they stepped away from the shrine, they looked over, they saw you there, and they walked off. You didn't get any like vibe off of them. Eventually these two fucknuts come out and y'all can make your way over to the shrine.
I will tell Mikhail in the meantime about talking to the people around the hospital about Isara and the martyr / Veni stuff, because Guinevere had mentioned it, so he'll think of that while they're in there. So he will ask you to do that next time you're at the hospital.
Okay.
Cool. Now you guys go out there and you look at the shrine and you can see the different symbols or whatever they are as they are there. Aldo, do me a favor, roll me a religion check, and back to Mikhail. You're able to see the symbol and turn it over and see like the name there or whatever it is, just kind of verifying what Koa was already saying. It's at this point in time, Aldo could always jump in with whatever words he wanted to with what was already kind of like announced before about Tony. Aldo, no additional information for you over there with the 10.
Would it be a religion check for me also to try to get any other info out of it?
Yeah, sure. I was having him do it for a different reason, but sure.
Okay, because I was going to be examining it. I don't know what the role is.
No. You are correct.
What was her name written on? Was it one of the idols, or was it the piece of wood? Or...
It was the idol. It was a stone one. I got a rock for a hero point. Remember?
That's right. It was a rock.
You got a 17, sir. Oh, the +4 analog die can get you to a 25. So good in a hero point and a +4.
Yeah, I'm not using the hero point. But, I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we push it?
I mean,
that's
in
not
the
a bad
meta,
roll.
in the meta, we do know that the Vinny stuff could end up being really important because it keeps coming up.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
If I was to weigh in, I would say don't. But that is, yeah, that's just my opinion. That's your role.
Yeah, I respect that. Eh,
I don't know what you're going to get out of this. From
I don't
seeing the
either.
name carved in, so it's hard.
Yeah.
I mean,
I was already leaning towards no, so I'm going to stick with it then. Yeah,
Sure.
we'll just keep 17.
Okay. So with your 17 total, you are looking over the items. You can identify the gods of the other idols or whatever that are there. Nothing really stands out to you as being particularly like noteworthy. Just other gods from different idiopans. If I were to say like any air quotes noteworthy thing, but this isn't like it doesn't come off as being a lead to you. It seems like maybe the same person or group of people are making the idols because like I mentioned the stone that was the martyr. It's like a few different gods are symbolized with like markings on a stone. A few different gods are symbolized with almost like actual effigies of the like how I said there's like a knife stabbed through like a stick, right? For the martyr.
Mhm.
A few other effigies, if you will, made for different gods. So it's almost like people are representing their own idiopans here,
Mm.
but they're not grouped together. So you can imagine other people might come over and grab the different, symbols of different types and like put them together on the forefront of the shrine for their own kind of like prayers or whatever it might be. And because the day that you are right now is it Tears Day? What day it is? I think you're in Kreen, I think. No, Lutha. It is Tears Day. So that doesn't affect any particular. Actually, Tears Day is literally the day that's named after the martyr, like literally martyr, Tears Day. It's so it's like the.
who
Martyr.
wouldn't make that connection?
I mean, it's on the World Anvil and has been for a very, very long time, but that's okay. So so it's
That thing that you've made so easy to navigate.
I don't get to choose navigation. Just type calendar. It's right there. CAL pops up. So anyways, so yeah, either way, is like you can imagine there's definitely gonna be a lot of like, worship to her or whatever here. But moving on. That's what we got.
Is there anything?
Good.
I don't know if he would gather this or not, but based on the gods he recognizes, does it say anything about like a particular idiopan or what someone might believe that the gathering of gods they have there? They all good? Like they all fall into a certain...
Again, he didn't roll high enough to make anything together. It's a whole bunch of different. And just to take it one step further, this is not for the in-game roll, but just lore for everybody. There are gods that I am telling you in the meta because we're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and so there's a book, World Anvil, that has information on it that Lady Aravel Dark Eyes is a lawful evil goddess. That doesn't mean that your character believes her to be lawful evil. You could see her doctrine and twist it in your own mind to be some goodly thing or whatever it might be, right?
That's fair.
Like,
yeah.
So
a deity being labeled by everyone as evil means that pretty much no one's going to worship them because no one's going to look at themselves as evil.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Especially a prolific goddess like that. It'd be one thing if you're talking about like Vecna, who's like secrets and dark magic. Like then sure, there's culty things, but like when it's a prolific god like that, and a big inspiration. If anybody here has never played, I love the world Eberron. It's my favorite. Wizards of the Coast, backed world, though they didn't write it. Wizards of the Coast backed world. There's a god there that is a goodly god, supposedly, but part of that god is actually kind of like taken over by like devils. And so there's actually a whole evil sect that gets, and you never know if the spells that you cast from that god are from the goodly part or from the evil part. So literally casting the spells could be corrupting you, and then how you want to interpret it and blah, 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 blah. It's like a whole fun thing. So taking that kind of concept into, it's all how you interpret it, man, So.
Are So do all of these idols have like a name on them? Because you said the one for the martyr has Veni.
No, only that one has that name on it.
Oh, none of the rest of them have names.
Correct. None of
Okay.
the other effigies to or symbols to the martyr or any of the other gods. Correct.
Okay. Is it just like I'm assuming this is not every god
Jesus fucking
period. It's
Christ,
just like
no,
a grouping.
no. It's
Yeah.
like maybe a dozen different ones and multiples of some.
Okay. Cool. Because I was gonna check if there were any other like odd names among them, but that's the only one with one in it. Okay. I don't think I have any other questions about the shrine. Yeah.
Cool. So you guys will eventually walk away from the shrine, and again, I don't know if Jake says anything about Tony, but you can certainly make your way away from there and heading towards at least the bar, if not the guard station. That bar we mentioned beforehand is not being inside the part of town that has a bunch of guards because it is kind of like a holdout, if you will.
Yeah.
I mean, Aldo would mention it. It kind of jogs his memory, right? But with Wade not here, it's hard to weigh in exactly. But he'll I suppose he'll say it to Mikhail. He'll be like, no, it's funny actually that we've heard Veni from that vision that I had and from the older guy, but now it's appeared on a shrine to the martyr. And you know the funny thing, and I never put this together, I'm just thinking about it now, is do you remember when we were at Curve Rocks and he wanted a table moved and I had to go and get Tony?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Tony mentioned her. Just like off the cuff,
The martyr or Veni?
he said in the name of Veni or something.
What?
Yeah. That's why it just didn't even click to me, but strange.
Tony did?
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be a really strange way to misspeak even for him.
Yeah.
Huh. So it's not, I mean, clearly we've seen it now on an idol. Somebody's said it out loud. It's not as big a secret as it seemed like. I mean, the name itself, at least.
Yeah,
It
well,
clearly
I mean,
sounds
we
like a name for
know
the martyr.
but it can't be a name for the martyr because if my vision was correct, it's a woman. A parent woman.
I mean, I guess she wouldn't be the first person to be named after a deity.
Yeah, I don't know.
But no, that is strange. Like why would it be on her idol and then have someone insert that name in for her?
Maybe she was a priestess or something. You know what I mean? Preached the doctrine. I don't
Yeah,
know.
like some kind of sainthood, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, she was.
Scott, I don't even
she
know
was
if
a
that
part of the
concept's.
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's fine. Yep. The idea of like
Okay.
a holy person, because like paladins exist, right?
Mm-hmm. I just didn't know if like sainthood would.
Yeah,
make sense,
I know
but-
it's a specifically Catholic concept, but that's you're fine with using the terminology.
Sorry, Jake.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. It's just funny, really. I mean, it wasn't even that long ago. Like, it was long ago, but like, if you look at the scale of like Aeroth, right? Like, it wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, and all of history. I mean, there's a lot of missing pieces between now and then, but that's an odd one. It's so odd.
Yeah.
It's so weird that Tony would know that name. None of us have ever heard it until we did. I mean, but that was in ruins and all sorts of things before we got it. I wonder who he picked it up from. Sounds almost like maybe a family thing or something, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
And those are the kind of
Strange,
phrases
but,
you pick up when you're young.
I don't know. I suppose we'll learn more more about her, I guess, maybe from the old guy as we visit more keeps. But she was a woman. She was part of the rebellion. Yeah.
Yeah. Clearly important. And go putting someone's name on a representation of a deity without them being connected in some way and noteworthy.
Mm.
No shot she's still around, right?
I mean, the old guy's still around in some way.
True.
I don't know. Maybe she might be in a couple of other keeps. Who knows?
Oh, that would be a surprise. Turn up and it's a totally different ghost. Oh, God, I hope not.
It's just him with a wig.
Did I fool you? Yeah, you did, Elder. You know I can't see you, right?
It's a really nice wig. I mean hair.
We'll say, I hope it's not a different ghost. Every time we go into one of these, we get some answers, but so many more questions.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm actually. If we didn't have to deal with this Beltran thing right now, I'm really interested to see what you could make out of the books. Like, we have that last one now. So.
Yeah, I feel like it. I have to do something with it, you know. I have to look into these. It's going to take away from spending time doing other things. I mean, I still need to go to this hospital, finish my studies, and see what information I can get there. I still need to look into the book that my mentor sent me. Oh, shit. I still need to check if I got that letter back, that other one. And I have others to send. This would be so simple if we didn't have to worry about fucking Beltran.
Yeah. I suppose as we move closer in, you'll have to drop back, I guess.
Yeah, I'll be just a few steps back, and then, shit. Now that I'm thinking about this, it would be a lot easier if I could be playing my lute during this. Makes it easier to disguise spellcasting.
Yeah, I don't
Definitely
think
don't
the creepy hospital people play lutes.
Yeah, they don't. Okay, I'll just have to be a different kind of discreet if I'm going to do anything. I need a gesture or something if you need to get word to me.
I'll get Koa to start moving his wig around. He seems to do that a lot.
Okay. Well, maybe that'll work.
On second thought, he does that a lot.
Yeah. Let's see. Something you don't do a ton. Oh, mustache. Just tug at it. Yeah, that'll work.
Can do.
Whenever I do the spell, you'll hear something from me, like a whisper. Your response is a whisper too. So you maybe need to shield your mouth or take a drink or something like that.
Okay. Now, it's nice knowing how that works now. For the first time, it was a bit weird.
Yeah, I'm full of surprises, but I didn't want to just walk up to you.
No, that's more than fair. Right, well, this meeting will only go smoothly, right? Nothing to worry about.
Hopefully. Went nicely last time. I'll go ahead and drop back.
All right, Scott, we're going to go to the place.
Yep, no problem. Yep. So, you guys are gonna head there. I just wanted to let you know I did update on the Moloch Encyclopedia handout. I did put on there which books you have that are in shit quality, but I didn't. And I marked down on my own little tally into the GM hidden notes area, like which ones you guys have collected out of them all. But I did not put into your written spot where you guys track what you have. So you can look at the shit quality ones thing, and you can add in there as needed. So like 23x3 or whatever it is you need to do. And you know that you're borrowing, I think, like 3 books from Nathan at the moment, or 2 or 3 from him.
It was 2. I returned 1.
Which one did you return?
Let me double check.
By coincidence.
Still go ahead.
Well, it says 10, 12, and 27 owned by Nathan Fox, purple.
I
think you got a
27 by
27.
him.
That's right. I think you borrowed one from, and then you found a 27, so you're able to give it back to him afterwards or some shit like that.
No, I don't remember where we already had 27 from something, but I borrowed 10 and 12 from him.
Well, now you have 2 27s and 3 23s.
Yeah.
We can move on though. So I'm just I wanted to put that there so it's known, so it's written down which one's which, and then we can kind of move on from there. But in total, just so you're aware, you're missing 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15. So I think you have half the books.
Yeah.
But because you guys did you hunted for them, you found all the alchemy ones because that was what you were searching for specifically. All right, back to the game. So are you saying that you're not going in your disguise?
No, I still am.
Okay.
I just dropped back. Yeah.
That's fine. So you guys are going to go in, you're falling back, so it's going to be Aldo and Koa going in first, right? And they are going disguised. So when you guys first go walk into the place, you open up the door and you look inside, and you can see there's the seats all around, so on and so forth. The same bartender is there. That's good news. And there's other people around the place. You don't memorize who's who around the place, so it's not like you know anybody that's there or that isn't there or whatever the case may be. That's, you don't recognize any of those people. But the bartender, you absolutely can tell, and you notice them. As a reminder to viewers what bar they're at, this is the same bar where the bartender was like coming off as strange to them, and they were like uncomfortable. No, they were being strange to the barmaid, and then eventually when they spoke to the bartender and things were kind of like settled out, they realized that they had what's his name, Edric hidden in the basement waiting to talk to them. Because they're very pro or friendly towards this cause. All right, back to the game. So, wait for it. He's going to put his headphones on.
Okay. While he's doing that, I would have brought the Sacred Geometry book with me.
That's fine.
We went back to the
That's fine. So Aldo and Koa go walking into the bar. And like I said, you look around. The bartender is there that you're familiar with. The barkeep, the woman we talked about beforehand, is there that you're familiar with, and the other people inside the place you're not familiar with at all. So you guys walk in, and do you go to grab a table, or do you go to sit at the bar? What's the plan?
You grab a table.
Sure. Go grab a table, and you sit down. Now, just to re-describe this place, the middle area is kind of opened up, or what have you, so like tables that are around there. But I actually almost think like kind of like a modern style restaurant where the walls lining are actually like tables that are against the wall. So you have like maybe 4 seats or so off of it, and there's even like almost like mini walls between the tables that are there, giving line of sight privacy from the table that's immediately adjacent to you on the wall that you're sharing, and maybe even to a small degree deafening of sounds that you guys might say to one another, just because the volume of the place overall would help to disrupt that. This doesn't mean you're hidden from other people across the fucking room, but certainly like a table immediately next to you, you have a degree of privacy from them. Either way, so you go over to that table and you sit down. It's just the two of you, and Mikhail's going to wait like a solid 4 minutes or so before he walks in. Do you sit at a different table, whether it be otherwise occupied or unoccupied, or do you go straight to the bar?
I'll sit at a different table, trying to get one that's like close to theirs, but relatively empty.
Sure. And this is in your disguise, correct?
Yeah.
Cool. You go in and you go over and you sit down. Roll a sense motive, Aldo, Koa, and Mikhail. You're gonna roll a sense motive, but you actually have a minus what you call it, 2 to your roll.
-2. Cool.
Okay. Aldo notices it. Aldo, when you guys go in, sit down, order drinks, you don't do anything over the top at first. You guys are just settling in first, right? Trying to come out being over immediately. When you see Mikhail come in and sit down, there's not a small number of eyes looking after Mikhail as he crosses the way and sits down and gets comfortable in his seat over there. Some people are definitely looking over at Mikhail, like almost like it's strange to see a Chantry member coming in and sitting down. Like comes off as out of place. Mikhail's not aware of this. The penalties because you have a mask.
To Koa, and he'll say, I don't think Mikhail's disguise is doing him any favors here. Like, if you look around, but don't actually look around. There's a lot of eyes on him right now. And it's good for us in a way, but he is visible.
Technically speaking, because he rolled over a 20 and he just RP'd through it, he gave you the +3 aid that you do pick it up because he pointed it out to you.
I kind of get that vibe. What do we do about it?
Nothing now. That may cause issues if the wrong people come in. I get the feeling that the Chantry doesn't really go to places like this. Maybe they do, but not in uniform.
Well, if we can't really approach him and tell him anything, then perhaps if we can get the attention of the innkeeper, tavern keeper we spoke to last time. Well, we ordered a specific drink. Remember the name of it? Was it the Valiant Brew? Was it literally just called the Valiant Brew?
Yeah, that's what it was.
Perhaps if you go order it, you can mention to them, as long as they're still sympathetic, who we are.
I could do. The reason we're here is to try and
Arrange a meeting with the former captain of the guard.
Okay, so when he's not coming here, we're trying to find somebody that can do that for us. That's
so the reason I think we thought of this place is we went up to a guard the last time we were here. We said he'd meet with us. We came here. He didn't meet with us, but the innkeeper took us down to the basement where we met with Edric, meaning that guard, who was still a guard at that time, had connections to this place and was able to pass messages. So I think we're hoping to reverse the chain, come here, get a message to that guard to get to the former captain.
All that.
Yeah, okay.
And a bag.
So we have to make contact with the innkeeper, let him know who we are.
Is the waitress
I said
still
that, yeah.
is it
Same
the
people,
same one?
and she's the one that came over and took your original order too. It's just you weren't gonna start that's why I said you weren't gonna start the conversation immediately. Let time pass. And now that he's stood out like a sore thumb, you're like, I think enough time's passed.
Yeah, okay. Kind of waver over again, I guess.
Yep. You give that like wave over, and she gives you that like look like you're gonna wait a minute, like not in a rude way, but like I'm busy.
Yeah.
And so there's like a couple 2-3 minutes or whatever it is passes, and that whole while, of course, your characters aren't stupid. You're keeping an eye on the situation without keeping an eye on the situation. Occasionally looking about and taking it in, and some others are like again occasionally looking over at Mikhail where he is because he does kind of stand out. And before she comes over to you, she's gonna walk up to Mikhail and say, "Hey there. So, you drinking?"
Whatever you'd suggest. Just looking for a bit of privacy.
Fucker came in after us, didn't wave her down and get served first.
He's also reading the sacred geometry book, so when she comes over, he just sort of shuts it, keeps fingers in there as a placeholder.
Yeah. She says, "Yeah, sure. I'll go grab something for you," and then walks away from you, and then heads over to another table, and then heads over to where these two are.
I hate that.
When she gets over,
you greet the ungreeted table before you go to somebody that just needs something. Greeting a table is way more important than getting somebody to catch up.
Come in one time with red hair.
Well, I mean, if you came in with red hair, obviously you're getting ignored. You don't have a soul. She doesn't give a shit. Is God gonna judge her poorly for treating you poorly? It's gonna be high five, bro.
I hope your hell is just a bunch of redheads stabbing you repeatedly.
No, it's just gonna be Reddit commenters.
At this point, we're shriveled and mummified from our lack of beverage, but thanks, Scott, for taking care of it.
You're welcome. was like, who here has over 15 years service experience?
Apparently not very good experience. No wonder you don't do it
It's
anymore.
not helping.
I listen. My
No wonder you
stores
got
always
chased out
had
of the
great
biz.
GSI results. Okay, I got put in bad stores to turn them around. What?
Wow. Can we order now?
Yes, actually.
Right. This is what he said to all of his customers who were just like, we haven't been helped.
We have a high GSI score.
That's right. Anyways, so she comes over and goes, it's she comes over and says, busy evening. You boys are thirsty.
Yeah, we are. And a bit under his breath, so it's not super loud. The others, it's not easily overheard. He says, can I get, and he holds up 2 fingers. He says, 2 of the Valiant Brew.
Roll me a bluff check because you're doing an innuendo. You're not just serving something you heard somebody else say. You're having significance behind this. Okay, I was like, is that the 8 or the 20? And
Yeah,
I'm
it looks
assuming
like it's on the goddamn 20, but
It
but
does.
he has a plus 14, so it's still a 22.
God.
Jesus.
I forgot.
It's like you see a 22, like, oh, he rolled a 20, right? No,
I
he
swear the
didn't.
20 is more prominent than the 8 right there. This is bullshit.
It is. It really is, dude.
Hold on, hover over it. See if it's actually like an 11.
Nah, shit,
That's
it went
neat.
away.
Okay, yeah, it's actually. All right. Anyway, so yeah. So she says, incoming. What's up? Actually, did Game Master Eric just get a gift sub from you earlier, Wade? So you say that, and she says, oh, got a taste of rebellion?
Was that a code phrase last time?
It was not.
Yeah, there wasn't a code phrase. It was just ordering that.
Yeah,
Or they offered it, actually, is what it was.
When she says that, that takes Aldo a bit by surprise. And he says, I don't know. Maybe.
She looks at Koa. See if he says anything or no.
I think that would taste mighty fine tonight.
She kind of like looks at you guys a little cockeyed. Again, you rolled good sense motive earlier for. No, this is technically a different sense motive, so I'll actually have to have you focus. Before it was a check of the whole place as opposed to check of her. Both of you guys can roll a sense motive. Aldo's getting an 18, which is a solid number. By the way, you removed your -2 from that, right, Mikhail? So it's not saying in your character sheet.
Yeah, I did it in like the little query whenever I clicked the button.
Cool. Happy
So
with that,
it's
Aldo?
just temporary.
Yeah.
You can actually see that she looks like a little like she's you're getting the impression from her that she thought she understood there was an innuendo, like she was like fairly confident in it, and then like tossed a line back at you. Maybe it had significance to it, maybe it was just being friendly, but you guys' responses were like kind of so confusing, which is appropriate because you didn't know how to handle the situation, that she's now taken aback and isn't sure. You actually think, Aldo, being a bit more forthright would solve this dilemma. Just like, whether it be like a wink or a nod or whatever it might be.
Yeah, he says he will just kind of like look her in the eyes and kind of give her the nod, and he says downstairs.
What did you say?
Downstairs?
Basement
or wherever it was last time?
Yeah. She smiles and says, oh, we're really busy right now, but I'll see what I can do for you in a little bit. Let me get those drinks. And walks off.
Yeah.
She goes over. You guys can clearly see, like, the bartender, who's also, occasionally tossing strange looks over at Mikhail. She walks over and has a conversation with him. He looks over her shoulder at the two of you for just a brief second. And then she like goes and grabs a couple of drinks, throws them all on a tray, whatever it is, walks back, drops those over at the two of you, and says, talk later. And then walks by and then makes her way over to other tables and eventually puts the drink over at Mikhail's table and says, enjoy. She says it like awkwardly. Like enjoy, almost like
served first.
Almost like daring you to. You know what I mean? And I don't know, unless Mikhail says anything to stop her, she turns to walk away.
He'll ask like, "Oh, what is it?" Since he asked whatever they suggested.
She says, Glugmug's finest.
Thank you.
I hope your plague doctor mask is a straw, and you're just like,
Just like straight beak into it. Just
It's not-
drain the whole thing.
It's not Plague Doctor. It's not a fucking, what's his name? God, what was the stupid name? Escrow?
man.
Or whatever it was?
Oh, the escrow, yeah.
Oh. Anyways, moving on.
Delicious.
So yeah, she walks off, leaving you your drink. And Mikhail, you can go ahead and roll me a sense motive. You still have a -2, but don't worry, the DC's not as high this time.
I thought you said he didn't have the -2 anymore.
Okay. That absolutely
That's with
passes
the
either
-2.
ways. Yep. And the DC was lower. As you look down at your drink, you look around, you can see lots of people tossing looks your way. You didn't notice it beforehand because your periphery is negatively impacted by the mask, and you're reading your book, right? But you realize lots of people are tossing looks your way. More than that, you can see Koa, who's the more obvious one, is occasionally tossing looks at people looking your way.
Okay. Honestly, this is kind of why he did it. So more attention on him means less on them. So yeah, no biggie.
Yep.
Opens up his.
Do I
coat
get
and
any
the
insight
Bible
on
tells
whether
him-
someone spat in my drink or not?
No,
Okay,
nothing like that.
good.
You're thinking like people are like, so how you
Cool.
almost like imagine at least one episode of The Mandalorian, like you order a drink, how do you drink it? You know, like how do you eat if you don't take your helmet off? Kind of a situation,
Right.
Like people are looking at you like they don't remove their masks. How are you?
Just dip your finger in and make like a oh.
Oh, it's weird.
Really throw him
Oh.
off.
Oh.
It's delicious.
Dude, can I just have just sister act?
swirling. Jesus.
Isn't that like one of the things that happens in Sister Act where like a whole bunch of nuns go into the dive bar? Isn't that I don't know. Okay. I don't know. 90s.
I haven't seen that movie in. No,
Never?
I don't know.
It's iconic. It's so good.
Forever
But
ago.
anyways, so back to so you realize, you recognize what's going on, so you have to make any more missteps at this point. You can play it up, play it down, whatever you want to do. All right, so the other two of you, are you just like gonna wait by time until the evening passes on enough that they're going to you're gonna be able to have a conversation?
Yeah, unless Koa like finishes his drink before they come back around, and he's not gonna like drain it, but like if he finishes his drink naturally, I think he would walk up. If Aldo gives him the nod, he would walk up to the bartender directly. If it seems like maybe they're, I don't know, he didn't get the best read on the room, so he might think he needs a more direct approach, but he would still follow Aldo's lead, depending on the length of wait.
Yeah, I mean, Aldo, I guess, like if you motion to the bar, he'd kind of shrug, and he'd just watch the bartender, I guess, during this interaction.
The place is a bit busier, like I said beforehand. So they don't seem to be looking to entertain you guys. Jesus, I don't know why
Hi,
my camera
Scott.
keeps doing that. It's really frustrating, and it doesn't
It's
do
just
it at
doing what
work.
the rest
It's,
of us wish we could do.
it's only like on my Daelric Zoom, not my work Zoom. It's so fucking weird.
This is the first day I've noticed it happening.
It happened in another stream too. It happened twice in another stream not too long ago.
Hmm.
But so, anyways, so you're waiting for a while because they're clearly busy, and so they're not going to be entertaining any bullshit like that while they actually have to like run their business, right? So this means Mikhail is kind of like in the hot seat for a while. So kind of since you guys are just going to be waiting and not taking any actions, Mikhail, the focus goes on you. Does your character sit there and just not drink the drink? Do you eventually take the mask? Like, how do you handle this? Do you eventually just leave? What do you do? Because time is going to pass because it's too busy for
Yeah.
them to.
Man, I'm assuming that question has never come up because obviously in the Chantry they would like go somewhere if they needed to take a drink where they could take off their mask. trying to think if he just lifts it up enough that he can get a drink. Does that seem like it'd be like the worst thing ever?
They literally do it, Mandalorian style.
Yeah, pretty much. That's all I imagine is how he would do it.
Dinjarin, I think his name is.
Yeah, I think that's his name. Because he has a hood too, right?
Dinjarin?
No, Mikhail.
Yeah, you can have a hood. Yeah, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it mentions like pull hood forward, lift mask, drink.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Sleight of hand.
Okay. You're like, oh my god, it's Mikhail. I roll a 6.
I'm thinking more that
double
you're going to end
digits?
up wearing it.
16's pretty solid. Are you happy with that? Or do you
Just
want to
double
use one of the
digits.
+4s or a luck die?
I'll leave it. 16's pretty solid. It's
Yeah,
not the
collectively,
craziest
the
thing.
room is like assholes unclench. Is they're like, oh, that's what they do. Like literally, people are just like, what the fuck is going on? Have you ever seen? I've never seen one in a bar before, and like all of them like simultaneous are like, oh, they literally just kind of like,
farts around the room at once.
like. It is literally one of those like scenarios where you just answered so many people's questions incorrectly, so now they all believe a thing happens that doesn't happen. For what's going on, like you effectively just rumor mongered about the Chantry, right? So anyways, people are watching.
Oh shit!
And so of course, anybody that might be nearby might be like lean low to get a glance, but you rolled well enough that they probably didn't get a good view because the glass in your hand holding the glass from it. It doesn't really matter. So now we'll allow time to pass as you've come up with your little method here, and you like look away and take your sip as you get more comfortable with your method of doing it. And it's just funny that people eventually lose attention unless a new person comes in and they're like, the fuck? Whoa, look at that. They drink. Like as silly as that seems. All right, flash forward to you guys. Once the place kind of like simmers down a little bit, eventually she's going to come over and she's going to bring over a couple of drinks to the two of you without you ordering them. It's probably like your 4th round without you ordering the 4th round. She like brings them over and she's like, sorry, lads. It's been a crazy night. I know, there's a couple of guards that were in here earlier. Left just recently undercover. Shakes her head. Little bit, all right?
Just nod.
Yeah, we nod.
And she turns and walks away. And like you can definitely tell she's giving a look to the bartender. And the bartender, like as she's walking away, like making eyes with him. Again, Aldo, you're just so in tune with this shit that you know that whether or not that was true, you're not 100% sure. But that was definitely a line that was fed to you, and the bartender's keeping an eye on your reaction to that the whole while. And obviously, guys, reactions now, you don't need to roll anything. It's legit.
Yeah.
And so eventually more time passes. And then she'll eventually come over and be like, ready for your tour?
Yeah, that'd be great.
And she'll lead you guys, back there and around back or whatever it is you got to do to lead you, downstairs. Where she goes downstairs and, leaves, like literally just leaves you alone down there. And there's no other people down there, unlike last time where Idrik was waiting for you. And so after 15 minutes or so of down there, imagine your characters are discussing amongst each other. 15 minutes or so of being down there, eventually he will come down. The barkeep himself will come downstairs.
There was a
and
lady last time, wasn't it?
She was the... Wait. Oh, they were both ladies, weren't they?
Mm.
Yeah, you're correct. So this other barkeep will come down, and she comes over, because it was a human and a hobgoblin, if I remember correctly. But so she comes down and says, I don't know your faces. Who are you?
Friends, Koa says, like very obviously in his voice, and looks to Aldo,
Yeah.
then lifts the wig again.
Aldo says, it's not exactly been safe for us, but we've met you before. We came to collect
Valiant.
Daedric.
A valiant brew for the valiant few.
She like screws up her eyes, and you obviously lifted the wig, which raised eyebrows to that one, but she screws up her eyes and like looking at you, and you make your line, and she's continuing to squint after you for a few extra seconds to the point where like you think you're going to have to lead a horse to water kind of a thing, and then like right before even Koa is like, fuck it, I'll just say it, she's like, Koa and Aldo.
And Mikhail's upstairs looking a little,
Holy shit! Oh, that makes... Oh my gosh. I had never seen one of them in my bar before. Okay. That makes so much sense. I was thrown
Yeah.
off by that. Come to
So
think of it...
just
was-
quickly though, that you mentioned guards. But was that legit? Were there actual undercover guards in here that left?
Oh yeah, that happens almost every night. You don't
Well,
know
would
exactly...
they have taken notice of Mikhail though?
They might have thought it was strange to find one of the hospital people here, but I don't know if it's breaking any rules.
Okay.
right. Well, we come to you with some, relatively urgent business, if possible. The last time we found you was via a guard who was sympathetic to our cause. Are there still some sympathetic to our cause that we can reach out to?
Fewer, but I'll say yes.
Well, we need to get up high in the chain relatively quickly. I'll nod to Aldo to kind of take over because you're the only one that's met with the other guy, I think.
Yeah. He says, well, things definitely have changed since the last time we were here, but how's Orvain doing? Is he still around?
Holding up, as far as I know. We don't
What's
get
his
to have
position
direct.
now?
We don't have direct contact. We sort of do. He's same as before.
So he's still number 2.
Yeah. Again, holding up.
Right. Well, I'll give you a bit of information because that's rather surprising. I thought guys like Went may have taken that spot because we've fought off assassins sent by and paid by Went just recently.
Shakes her head. Went more like cunt. Ugh, hate that man. No, it's fortunately for Orzen, he's been around long enough and has enough respect of even those that are, it's going to be a little bit harder to get rid of him, or at least has been a little bit harder. I don't know if there's the intention to do so, or if it's kind of keep him where you can watch him, but he's still in the same spot he was before. Maybe a bit different lately, but everybody's been a bit different lately in the guards.
Well, he was amenable to a talk before. We're hoping that still may be the case.
Might be.
You
Hoping
able
to-
try to
to?
reach
Hoping to get
him
word to him
tonight.
to meet somewhere.
Yeah.
We hear he may be on duty at night, and we need to try to speak with him tonight if possible.
Tonight. Oh, you boys are dreaming.
As soon
So it
as
doesn't look
possible.
like he's laughing.
Listen, if you want to try to talk to him tonight, I can't help you. You're on your own.
How soon could we
No, I
meet
just-
him?
Every few days or so, week at most, one of the guards will come by. They've been extorting all the businesses around. Mine's not innocent of it either. When they do that, they don't take coin from us because we have what they really want. So I hand over what it is. But it's not uncommon for the higher ups to take the good stuff for whatever they bring back to the guard station. Well, he has a taste, particular type of liquor that he likes. I did it once before. He got the message. I could try again. I literally put a message in a bottle, and when it got brought back, well, things were aligned. It was a favor for someone else.
We got attacked by guards in town last night. At an inn. I'll describe where it was. We think on the orders of Went. And we have friends in town whose lives may be in danger, and we need to find out if they're safe to stay in town or if we need to get them out. That's the urgency. If we don't act fast enough and they're in danger, then we may be too late. If we act too rashly, then they may be put in danger that they aren't currently in.
Like I said, they've all been different lately. I can't say anything about speed beyond I can literally put a message in a bottle, and it'll most likely get to his hands. And he'll most likely read it. But I can't do anything faster than that. It's too dangerous. I'd be putting myself, my partner, everybody else that we have coming through this place at risk, just because you're trying to move fast. I can get you the word. At least I think I can. But if you're going to go fast, you're going to have to go on your own.
Let's go ahead and put in the word just in case. If we find another way, then we'll take it. But it's best to have more avenues open to it.
She nods and says, just as I said, everybody's been a bit different. The guards have been more, not all of them, but those closest to what's his name? Beltran, they've been more on edge lately. More, I don't know. I guess on edge is the only way to call it. Orzin's not innocent either. He's been also, maybe he's just getting fed up with it all.
Have you had any word of Orson acting like some of the others? The
Shorter
ones that
temper.
come here for the alcohol?
Shorter temper, quick to snap. I heard he even clock someone in the street. He's not really one to do something like that, but shrugs.
Right.
Or Vane, as opposed to Orson.
Yeah.
Or Vane might work. Sure.
Unfortunately,
Right, well, yeah, if you
maybe,
could get word.
maybe at least a few more months of this before anything can change.
I think Orson was actually, wasn't that somebody over in Forvin or something like that? Doesn't matter. But continue.
Probably.
Yeah, she says, I can send that word, but because it's not guaranteed to get into his hands, I suggest whatever you draft, you do so with a bit of a discrepancy.
Okay. We'll look to Aldo, Mikhail.
Yeah, 1 second. And goes up. Eventually the
that
barkeep...
wasn't even to get him. That was more so like Mikhail's the one to write it.
Yeah. So she's going to leave and give you guys a moment to talk. I don't know whether you guys want to RP, but just to jump to this real quick. Eventually the barkeep is going to come over and be like, and not too quietly, a member of the Chantry here in my tavern. I must say, I'm sorry for being so rude and not introducing myself earlier, but we were otherwise very busy. I would love to give you, as a thank you to you and all of your brothers and sisters at the Chantry, as a thank you for all that you've done for the people of Hodgwen in good times and bad. Would you like a tour of the place? Perhaps a taste of my private selection? I'm sorry, your mask must really be muffling you.
I'm muted, yes.
Sorry.
It's unnecessary, but appreciated. Yes, I'll accept the hospitality. Thank you.
Okay. And you're gonna stand up, and they go walking with you. And what is it? They walk with you all the way over, so on and so forth, and bring you to the stairwell, which you're familiar with, and lead you down the stairs. And they grab some stuff on the way, and as they lead you down the stairs, they hands to you what is it? An inkwell, a quill, and what is it? A strange-looking piece of vellum.
Mikhail will see it and go, "Oh, they need something written."
While you two are on your way, Koa will turn to Aldo. If we need to get to him tonight, do you think there's a chance we could disguise as members of the guard and walk into the outpost? Is there a way to get to him?
Oh, we could, and I do understand the urgency, but we're putting a lot at risk. Like even with what Elliot and Ashanti were saying earlier, and even the barkeep here, it may be far more dangerous to even try and approach him or anything than we know, and it could expedite guard response. We know he's not really himself, and that could be for many reasons, right? But I don't know. I think I'm gonna be. I was gonna say this to you later, but I think you need to talk to Gwen and have her leave the city. It's not
Very
safe, and
much.
Koa, I understand that she might not want to go, but if something happens to her, you will throw your life away.
He goes to protest and then thinks about it. You might be right. She very much wants to be able to stay and help people. Perhaps
I think
she
the best
can-
way she can help is by going to the crack.
or just be ill for a few days and have an excuse to not be at her shop. And then once we find out if there's any heat on her or not, she could potentially return at that point. We'll
If you
talk
wish
to her
it to
when we
be
get
that
back,
way.
but she's going to fight it a bit.
Yeah.
Ultimately, she trusts our judgment, but other people may be hurt by her not being there. At least they won't be able to be helped.
Mm.
But I also don't like the idea of her going to her shop and then tomorrow Beltran showing up with an army and taking her to an execution.
It's something that needs to be dealt with quickly. You can
I
try
hope we
this
can-
message thing, you know what I mean? But I don't suggest that we push our luck any further than we've already pushed it. At least not tonight.
I don't like having to weigh whose lives we put at risk or not at risk. Either decision I make, someone suffers or could suffer. We'll see if Mikhail has any ideas.
Mikhail comes down, and you hear him say that line. They need something written, huh? And then he walks downstairs holding a piece of vellum, an inkwell, and a quill.
Okay. Well, who are we writing, and what am I writing them?
She comes down behind you and walks over to a shelf and pulls out a bottle and says, if it's full of liquor, it's going to ruin it. So you're gonna have to drink this and fill it with water after. Or, wine could work if it's watered down. That way it has some smell to it, but it can't be full. So she'll hold the bottle out for one of you to take.
Koa grabs it.
Very quickly call.
Yeah, my hands are full.
We need a reflex save here.
You guys welcome to roll against each other. It'd be pretty funny. But after whoever grabs
What are we
it,
rolling?
reflex.
Reflex.
Yeah. After whoever grabs it, she goes upstairs, leaving you guys to yourselves.
Damn you.
Use a +2 from alcoholism.
We may not be able to reach. At this point, I don't know what the guy's name even is.
I'm pretty sure it's Orvain.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's
not
written
if
in my
Orvain
notes.
was Raren's friend, but I don't.
I have here under the Beltran tab, high value target, former guard captain Orvain. Plus
Yeah,
one EP.
I have the
There
same
you go.
thing. Yeah.
Orvain it is. I don't know why we were saying Orzain, but okay.
We may not be able to reach Orvain tonight, which is why you need the bottle and the message, Mikhail. Which means that also Aldo is suggesting we tell Guinevere to leave, even though she wants to return back to work if she can. I suggested we try to disguise as guards and go talk to him tonight anyway, but obviously that poses a lot of risk, which Aldo pointed out. So, unless you have any other ideas as to how we could reach him, or someone else that may be able to know who's on the current wanted list, I have to make a awful decision.
Oh. Okay, wait, let me piece this together a bit. With Orvain, we're trying to meet with him to figure out what does it have to do with Gwen?
Well, she made a guard unable to speak for a period of time, but he was assumedly could still read and write. So I don't know if she's currently wanted for assaulting a member of the guard, or if her identity is still safe and she can go back to work.
He's just like nodding. He's like, okay, got it. Just wanted to be sure.
Not only that,
Yeah.
he is more equipped to know what's going on in the city. If he is still sympathetic, and we could
Yeah.
find out a bit more about Beltran's plans and what's going on here.
Yeah,
And
that
if
part
he-
I knew. Just wasn't sure where the conversation with Gwen was attached, but it makes sense.
Well, we need to know Ashanti, Elliot's her. We just need to know who's currently wanted, aside from us, that may be connected to us, so we can try to protect them ultimately. In addition, I believe it was Elliot who suggested that he may perhaps be helpful south as well, if he loses favor and ends up unemployed or needs to get out. We may be able to have other use for him. But on top of that, just any information he may have would be useful. A conversation would be nice. But unfortunately, this letter may take anywhere up to a week. And a week is just a bit too long for some of these things, so we'll have to make decisions or find another way for those particular problems.
Yeah. Like, quick ways to get in contact with him. We'd need to know his whereabouts or something. I mean,
We
if
know
I could.
tonight he's supposed to be working at the guardhouse. Is the guardhouse he's stationed at tonight, Scott?
Yeah, that's where he's stationed almost every night.
At nights he's stationed at the guardhouse.
God, getting in there is. I don't think that's smart. If it goes badly, it goes really badly.
Yes, which means that I may have to agree with Aldo to tell Guinevere not to go back to her shop, which means that going really badly means people that need her herbs may not have them.
She's not gonna like that.
Neither will the people that we're making suffer.
Beltran is making them suffer.
Semantics, I suppose.
No, that's not semantics. This is Beltran's doing. None of this would be happening if he wasn't a selfish piece of shit who started a slave trade and then took his petty vengeance out on people who are helping the folks of this land.
I don't disagree with you, but what if she's not currently wanted? What if the person she silenced and the others didn't recognize her and she could have gone back to work all this time, but we weren't willing to take the right risk? And I'm not saying it is the right risk. I don't know. I can't make that call, but the decision nonetheless weighs on me.
And I get why, but you wouldn't have to make this decision if he didn't put everyone in this position.
And I
I
agree
lay the
with
blame
you,
at
and
his
yet
feet.
here I am making the decision or being a part of it. So I'm trying to think my way around someone else that may have that information or another way to reach him. And does he
I need to be
sleep
able
in
to
the
see
barracks?
him.
Does he go home? Does he have a house? Can we go there?
If I can see him, I can use the same spell that I showed Aldo.
Are you gonna
I need to
hold a
be.
sign, go outside, and Orvain, hospital needs you? What?
I'll show you. He like walks to the other side of the cellar, and will cast message at Koa. So you hear a whisper. Like you see him like gesture briefly, and then you hear a whisper like almost like right over your shoulder in your ear that says, "This is the spell," and you can reply briefly.
Out loud? I'll say out loud.
He flinches. And then like just from over there you hear go, "Yes, it's easier if you just whisper."
Hear me right now, then.
No, I'd have to cast it again.
Koa's like,
He casts it again, like this.
oh, now you can hear me.
I did hear that, yes. Just as you heard me.
Well, then why do you keep talking out loud if you can hear me? Why do you keep talking out loud if you can hear me whisper?
Because he like walks back over. It's just one back and forth, and I cast it again.
That sounds exhausting for a conversation, but useful for quick things.
Exactly. Useful for quick things. Even if it's just a brief check-in, we can get a few back and forth. It doesn't take too long, right? But again, I have to be able to see him, and I have to be able to be somewhere where people won't see me casting a spell.
Well, we can go try to take a look, but being near the guard tower, no matter what we look like, will be a little suspicious.
Very. That's where the heat's going to be the worst. And if we burn our disguises, too, then that's even less options we've got.
Do we know if he sleeps like at a barracks, Scott, or if he has like a house he goes to?
Beltran?
No, or Vane.
Yeah.
Oh, he likely has a house. You would know for a
We don't
fact
know,
he likely
like-
has a house because like he's a person that lives here, but he actually also has means. He was captain of the guard for a while, so he's not
Mhm.
he's not like, oh, I need this job to live, and it's easier to live in the barracks kind of situation. And he's not part of the military.
Well, perhaps we can get him at home.
You could try, but if he isn't one of Beltran's loyalists, he's likely being watched.
Well, then perhaps we're in his home waiting when he arrives.
Meant they'd probably be watching his home, but yeah,
All the time?
Yeah.
Were they expecting a break-in?
I don't know.
If he does something specifically suspicious, they might watch his house, but I think otherwise they're going to be more interested in what he's up to.
Mm.
It's all pretty risky. But having a much more definitive idea of who's actually on their radar, who's really in trouble, especially if Gwen isn't really suspected of anything or is too valuable to the city for them to, dig too deep at the moment, it's probably going to be really helpful. I mean, if we could just let her stay at her shop, that's big.
It helps her, it helps Ashanti, and it potentially helps a lot of people at the hospital, along with whoever else. What
Yeah,
about what you just did? Well, maybe we don't have to break into his house. Maybe we just hang out somewhere, or you hang out somewhere along the route from the guard tower to his house, and you whisper at him as he goes home.
Yeah, I would need to.
Desai's house is probably in one of those better parts of town, and you heard what they said, Koa. They're giving people walking taxes or something for being in the wrong spots. Like, how long can you wait there? How
What?
much tax can you pay?
Oh, jeez. Okay, I didn't hear that part. That's insane.
I don't know. I'm trying to find the best solution I can to this.
How?
I just don't think it's a quick one, as much as we want it to be. I think the best shot we've got is what we have in front of us.
The only alternative I can think is, you'll have to spend a really good amount of time in a disguise, but you could always be watching Gwen shop while she's there, at least for a little while. If something happens, though, it means that escape's going to have to be ready and quick. Not something we can throw together in a few minutes.
And if 10 armed guards go to her shop, and I go in, swoop in to help her, and she kills herself using her powers to defend herself, and I manage to fight them all off, what will that have accomplished?
That's what I mean by the escape needs to be ready.
This is what I said in the point I made, Koa. I think she just needs to go. While this is happening, for better or worse, if you want a future, and I don't mean that in a bad way, then look after her now.
I suppose we should include her in this conversation. In the meantime,
Right.
let's write a message.
Yeah. Aldo, you get like a quick look from Mikhail that's like he obviously agrees, but the conversation's tabled for now.
All right, what do we write in this letter? Aldo met with him before at a place, Scott. I don't remember where it was, but could we just write more or less this place, like whatever the place is this time, and like look for the redhead?
I remember the time you guys spoke with him was literally inside of the office. You guys had a conversation with the office and you had the door shut. I don't recall you having a conversation with him outside of the office. Try to trigger my memory.
I don't think we would have. I don't know, because the point was to not arouse suspicion, right? And I met with him as Aldo because you asked me if I was meeting him as in a disguise or as Aldo, and I had to go as Aldo.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't see it being in the office there because the whole point was secrecy in a way.
No,
shit,
because
you did?
no,
I thought you were talking to him as disguise. Holy shit! Okay.
No,
I
I'm pretty
think
sure you
I
spoke to
did.
him as Aldo as well. But again, like you were
Yeah,
still
sure.
one of the valiant few, and things hadn't gotten that violent that quickly. That was before 9 assassins and 5 gold piece offerings and so on and so forth.
Yeah, but it was the making him a contact. Like I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it was.
Well, it's funny. Snaga's in the exact opposite of where you are. It was inside the office, and you were disguised.
Yeah, I do.
I
not
remember
think
the
I was
office. I
disguised.
don't remember the disguise. I know you spoke to him, and I'm 99% sure it was in the office. Snaga's saying
Yeah.
it was office and disguised. You're saying not office, not disguised.
It might be. I know I'm 90% sure. I mean, a clip could prove me wrong here, guys. But like, the whole point of like we needed him as a contact, so I had to go as Aldo.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure you met with him at the office.
All
'Cause you
right,
shut the
cool.
door.
Do we have another
Yeah.
area we can name then? Somewhere. I don't know.
I think
As Olive Hod Glen, you can meet him anywhere.
I think what we might do is just basically write him to let him know we need to meet and that he needs to name like location, time, that kind of thing. So we like our reply from him will tell us where to go do the meeting.
I mean,
Obviously,
you're
that
assuming he can get a
opens up
reply
a-
to you as opposed to you setting all that in advance.
Yeah.
True. And yeah.
You know what? Why don't we do the armorer's shop? Beltran's guards go there all the time.
Oh, the leather worker.
Yeah.
Oh,
the tailor guy.
So yeah. Aldo is more specific. The tailor, like the actual, not the tanner, the leather worker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The tailor shop. Yeah, no.
Like,
We will love to
Captain
see
of the
that.
guard here now, huh? Looking for that piss?
Yeah, sorry, guy. Since I'm here, I have to burn it down. It's policy now.
But if he goes there, we could at least get a word in with him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whether we set another location to meet later on, or you do the message thing, at least you know what I mean.
No, that's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. No, nothing too crazy. Apparently, even fucking Beltran himself will go there, so it's not
Yeah.
weird.
We should find
Yeah.
out where this Went person is as well. We need to talk to him.
Yeah, well, there's all questions we can ask Orvain if he meets us. So.
Yeah, talk.
So,
Anyway, I think that's what
made
we
for
should do.
talking.
Thoughts?
I agree. When should we tell him we need to meet by? Like, how long is enough time for him to like to not have him like have to move around his schedule too much?
okay, if I'm to have to adjust his schedule.
The
Kel is
easier we
very
make it, this
displeased with where things are. If you can't tell.
of course, yeah. Mikhail's just the easier we make it on him, the less bumpy this gets for all of us. Honestly,
don't even know for sure when this is being delivered. How do we set a time?
Oh, did she say how long it normally takes to get this delivered?
Couple days.
Couple
to a
days
week.
to a week.
Oh, so then we need to set the meeting at least
A week and a half.
a week out. Yeah, at least a little over a week.
Which nullifies about half the things we need to speak to him about, but it is what it is.
I don't like it either. But what choice do we have?
Well, as I said, it is Tears Day, right? So if you want, you can say more or less, I'll meet you there. I'll be there every like 1,000 or every Saturday or something like that. Just to like choosing a day. Like I'll be there from this time to this time every one of these days. So hey, maybe it's in a couple of days. Maybe it's next week. Maybe it's the fucking week after that. But at least like you know you're gonna show up there the next 2 or 3 of them, and hope that they show up. If you want to give them more time for the first one, you can actually choose like Rue, right? Which is like effectively Tuesdays, the second day of the week. Like I'll be there, Rue, which is currently what 5 days from now. So there's a pretty good chance that you'll be waiting either 5 or 12 days. At least the good news too, this is a meta decision. If you are 5 or 6 days from now, the rumor monger bit should have settled in at that point. Because you're only literally the next day. It's been 24 hours.
Yeah. So what do you guys want to do?
I don't think we can go every day,
Tuesday?
but every 2 or 3 days we could have one of us pass by or wait. Like we could change it up. I think every 2 or 3 days we could have someone go by at a certain time to see if he's there.
Sure, choose 2 days of the week. Say every 1,000 in Rue. Which is like every Friday and Tuesday. So Friday's tomorrow, so it's impossible he'll be there tomorrow.
It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work if it was tomorrow.
No, but he would know because it's not going to be there tomorrow no matter what. So it's going to be next week or late next week.
But he could be there by Alms Day, right? At the earliest, he could be there by then.
I mean, theoretically, yes.
I need to
so
see,
we could
is
do
this on
Alms
World
Day.
Able?
No, hold on.
Yeah,
Alms Day, so as opposed to Ruse Day, Alms Day is everything's closed. It's like Sunday.
Oh,
right. Like even the counselors don't serve on that day, so on and so forth, because it's.
I was looking at that as Saturday. Okay, my bad.
Yeah,
but wouldn't that maybe be a good thing? Where are we meeting him at?
If at the
Leather
armor
worker.
tailor guy, so he wouldn't. So his shop wouldn't be open.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so then Londe would be the earliest. If we're gonna pick 2 days, I'm thinking pick like what's one where there's a chance we could meet him at like pretty early, like
Lawn Day Tuesday
in only a few days, and then one that is like over a week. So
like Lons Day and Fowls Day, so it's like Monday and Friday.
I was thinking Thursday, but that works too.
So a week from today.
So Londe and Foz Day, I guess. Then yeah,
Well, he was saying Tuesday, so.
or Londe and Tuesday, that works.
All right.
Oh yeah, because that's a few
Lawn
days.
Day
Then
Tuesday,
a full
Lawn Day
week.
Tuesday. So
Yeah.
I think,
We just check each of them.
Yep. I tried to, as I was coming up with the names that made sense for in-world, I tried to keep them as close to like real-life names to make it as easy as possible for people to remember. So Londe, Ruse Day, Wednesday, Tuesday, Pause Day, Saturday, Alms Day. Alms Day, the ones that is way the fuck off. Sounds nothing like Sunday. But since Alnair is the name of the sun,
All right. So that's
Got that
We good?
noted.
Cool. So it's gonna be
And,
Londe and Tears Day is what you wanted.
Correct.
So Monday and Thursday. Cool.
Yep. And then we need I guess linguistics to properly like innuendo the message, so in case it's intercepted.
And Aldo can assist you with this.
Cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I think you're better than him, right?
I have a +8. I don't know what his
Yeah,
is.
you're better than him, so he can assist you.
I'll roll first then.
Yeah.
Roll that 20, so he can take a 3. All right.
still,
cool.
still good.
Yeah, you still give you a
All
plus
right.
2, right? Which is cool.
Yeah.
And don't forget, you also have the plus 4 you can use. You also have the luck die you can use.
Yeah. Okay, I'll add the +2 from the aid. Oh, that's not bad.
I mean, that's already solid. I don't know if you feel like it's necessary to go above that.
I mean, I don't personally. And we
It's
got,
one of
like,
those, like,
an hour left. but-
only if the person is in your... If it gets into the wrong person's hands, it just makes it harder for somebody else to understand what you're saying. But
Mhm.
lots of ifs and maybes there.
I'm cool to keep it. I don't know. It's up to you.
I trust y'all. Whichever.
We got an hour left, and we got the 2
Yeah.
plus.
Yeah, but you
fours.
also have a
Maybe-
bunch of other shit you guys want to do, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, if you want to make it an 8-hour session, I mean, I'm not going to say no.
So 22 is pretty solid, but I
Let's
understand.
vote on it.
I understand
Aye.
if you want to secure it.
Woo! All right, Scott, call in to work tomorrow. It's
I'm on the
Yeah,
verge.
you don't
of
need to
doing
work
that-
on Tears Day.
I'm on the verge of doing that Friday because like I'm gonna go and start looking at childcare places for Gwen on Friday.
Well, you could take 2 days for it.
Yeah. No. Oh, one of the girls I work with, she just got married on Sunday, so like she's coming back tomorrow for 2 days before she leaves to go on her honeymoon, and I would rather not make her life coming back from her wedding difficult. So.
I'm
Was
sorry.
it-
It sounds like not our problem.
You know what's funny is I
Right.
asked her, I was like, "Oh, did you like?" Because just one of those curiosities, just making conversation with her. I was like, "Oh, you taking your husband's name, or you guys don't give a shit about this stuff?" She's like, "Oh, I'm not taking his name. I'm too old for that." I was like, "Wait, aren't you like 30?" She's 31. I was like, "What do you mean too old to take his name?" She's like, "Well, I'm too settled into my name." I'm like, "Listen, if you don't want to change your name because you don't want to change your name, that's cool. Like, I'll power to you." But because you're
God,
too
this
old,
is so relevant.
it is. Oh, it's so because this is gonna be important for you and Gwen. She's gonna be like,
Well, if we
I'm
get to
older
a
than you."
wedding tonight, then this is gonna be more than an 8-hour session.
yeah, we got a while to go, so you would make your calls, send your emails, whatever you got to do.
Can you imagine if we had a
Alrighty.
big public wedding in the middle of all this Beltran shit
That's a
been
fuck
discussed.
you.
without even telling the tailor? We just set up outside of his place. We're like, hey, we're having a wedding here, by the way.
And secretly,
Is
Aldo's
this
talking
cool?
to
We're
them.
already doing it. Is it cool though?
Oh. Anyway, so back to your.
Do you guys want me to use the +4 or not? We have
Maybe
2
if
of them
we-
still.
If we got more stuff we're going to handle, maybe just leave it. I mean, it's a good roll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll leave it then.
I think it's fair.
That's what I kind of wanted to do.
Cool. She eventually comes downstairs and she's like, "Are you done yet?" And actually, not only are you done, but the bottle's also empty, and you're like refilling it with the wine and the water. The problem is, when you guys pop that bottle and you started drinking it, it brings tears to your eyes, knowing that somebody else is going to open this bottle and they're not going to get to enjoy how fucking delicious this is. They're going to have watered down wine with a piece of vellum.
Our
and some special
anime
ink on
characters
it.
crying with like sad wide eye moment.
You guys are anime drunk at the moment because this shit was delicious. All of you wanted some. You're not pouring this shit. It's so good. It is what was being stolen by the guards or what she just gave to you for free to send a message. This is probably worth a gold piece or two. Like, it is genuinely good liquor. And so you're like, she is clearly invested into your aspect of the cause. Aldo and maybe Mikhail understands this. Koa is like, alcohol, but it's quality shit she just sacrificed for you, on top of whatever specialty ink this is that's not going to dissolve in the watered down wine, on top of the fact that vellum is not cheap to begin with, right? So she's invested into your guys being able to communicate this. This is not meant to be a shot from the dark, even if it is kind of from the hip. So, anyways,
Yes, I believe we're about finished here. One final request, and I'm willing to pay for this, to be clear. Can we get some food and drink for the road? We have a few people who need some sustenance.
for the road, we've just about closed up. Want a family style?
Yes.
She invites you up, And like after they finish getting the last couple of regulars out, you guys are gonna sit. So it's the three of you with the two of them and some other regular that's often there are just sitting upstairs and just eating whatever's leftover food for the night, not off of people's plates, but like leftover that was prepared to like serve for the evening. Just like, and so it's
go
like,
for the company we have. This is not for us.
well, he says family said yes to the family side, so you can ask her like, hey, can we take some?
I said we have people that need this elsewhere.
Oh, fair enough. I think I overheard that.
That was part of it.
Yeah. But so I will just, so what I was about to say is you guys have a feast in front of you because it's more food than all of you can finish. Was literally what I was about to say, but that's okay. We just assume the rest of that you're going to, there's no fucking Tupperware containers or styrofoam or whatever. So you're kind of like, I'm just going to borrow a pot of yours and throw all of this potluck style into this one pot and just carry the shit with me across town to give to them. And she's like, I'll need that pot back. And you're like, yeah. I've heard that before.
Would you ever say that about? Okay.
I'm going to give it 2 gold. One for the one we just drank and one for Orvain's next bottle.
You try to give her the
I don't
gold,
have to do it.
and she says, no.
Aldo just nods and puts it back in his pocket.
At least for the food,
That's
Koa
what it
says,
is.
holding his own bit of money.
Do you know how much money they take from me every week?
Which is another reason we were offering some.
Kill them sooner, and I'll save more money.
3 months is the best we can offer.
She looks happy at that one, and the other one looks kind of distraught when you say it. And if you like bring your attention to her, she's like, wish I didn't know that.
Well, everything you risk, you deserve to know.
But either way, so you take the pot, food full of it, fold it up in the cloak. That way it's flat, and you can bring it with you where you go. I assume you're going to be swinging back by, because you don't need to get that to the other people immediately. I assume you're going to swing back by the tavern that has Elliot and Ashanti in it. She said,
Oh,
you're
yeah,
gonna
pick
get
up books.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. So you guys go to grab the books or whatever it is, and Elliot is happy to join you to go back to where it's, since you guys like put a bug in his ear about how unsafe it is. He's happy to join you in returning back to where it is in the ruins that you're staying. Once he gets there, he's going to realize it was a terrible decision, and he's going to wish he stayed back. But he's going to leave with you guys with the books. However, Ashanti is saying that at least one more evening, she would like to spend it in a warm, comfortable bed, and at least one more night. If the decision is for them to leave, she'd rather stay here. So she's not going to join the rest of the group.
If that's the case, though, Aldo will rent another room in the place, and he'll say, switch rooms, go stay in that one. So he'll rent it under his disguise, a different name, and he'll just tell her to sleep in that room.
Yeah, of course. And she says that since you were kind enough to do something like that for her, you should probably stay in your room as well. You must be uncomfortable sleeping inside those conditions yourself. And whether or not your character goes through it, that sort of a thing is up to you, of course, Jake. But
he will return later, but we have business to take care of. But he
Gonna
will
get some of that
definitely
Tasian tail.
wait, return. Where's your character going? Oh, are you trying to go rumor monger 2 nights in a row?
No, we got to. I think he wants to talk to Gwen now, so we got to have that conversation.
Oh, I thought
and then
Koa
Aldo
was
will
doing it. I didn't
return.
realize you were having that.
I think we're doing it as a group.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Since we're all chiming in on it.
What's the word I'm looking for here? Fucking
Not a gangbang, not an
Please,
orgy. just
okay,
conversation.
well.
I meant intervention.
I knew he was
Intervention.
gonna-
Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Intervention. Oh my god.
So on the way back, once there's no one around again, unless I need to make a perception check, I do want to talk to Elliot.
I thought you were gonna say, I do say, Aldo, you down? So, anyways, yeah. You talk to Elliot. Go ahead.
Elliot, I'm not sure what all you know. I think we've discussed this name with you before, but have you learned more about someone named Venny?
You say Venny? He goes, Yeah, I know the name.
We don't have to RP all of the reasons the name has come up. He will explain that as briefly as Koa can.
He says it's not an uncommon name around here, at least to a lot of the locals. Not, I imagine not everybody, but it's not uncommon, I don't think. He says, kind of like looking around and realizing none of you guys are familiar with the name. Well, I suppose none of you are from around here, are you?
No.
Oh, well, you know the martyr. The goddess?
Yes.
Well, Venny is believed to be, her, who she was before she became the martyr. Some folk hero that from, forever ago.
700 years?
He shrugs and says, I mean, if you're trying to tie it to the fall of the Mall Empire, then I suppose,
According to the elder, he thinks that she was. So wait, I prayed to the martyr and she basically said, call me Vinny? Is that what I'm to gather from this?
He shakes his head and goes, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you, of course, you the prayer bit, whatever. And he's like, you're talking to a god and you think that they responded? I mean, it'd be pretty amazing if she did. And if it's true.
Think of the places this name has popped up. After the first public prayer I've made in forever, granted coincidental possibly, but tie that into Aldo's vision and the elder himself.
Yeah, he says, no, the coincidences are stacking. I'm not disagreeing with you. And if that truly is who she is, that'd be incredible. He's thinking for a second. He's like, no, it's an old folk. I mean, there's even a legend of where she was buried. Shit.
I do not want to go dig up the martyr.
I still want to know where she was buried, though.
I don't believe she's a goddess.
Okay.
Also, I apologize on behalf of all this conversation.
Very different answers.
I don't have the location. He's like, I just remember it's an old legend that's around here. I mean, don't get me wrong, I pray to the martyr myself, but I don't really get into it. Almost sounds to me, gods are always gods. They were never people beforehand. So the idea that she was once mortal almost sounds sacrilegious. So I'm familiar with the story because, I talk, I listen, I collect stories, especially old ones. But this is a bit of folklore that I don't get into. But talk around to the locals. Ask. People will tell you about it. It's not a rare story. Maybe it's less common than I thought that all of you seem surprised by this, but it's not a rare story.
Is there a temple in town where there's someone who would focus on this kind of stuff, would be the most knowledgeable?
A temple in Hod Gwen? He says. Like you can't actually think that. There's a shrine.
No.
And there are people that I suppose donate the time and effort to maintain the shrine. But it's a pretty simple shrine compared to what you would find in Paradel. I mean, if you've ever seen like the temples of Kraleen or Lady Aravel, those are these massive cathedrals, majestic and beautiful. Here they tend to be small and simple.
Yeah, you'd never see something like that here.
Of course. Why would there be a useful priest of the martyr or something?
There's a shrine in town though. There's a shrine in Hod Gwen.
I've heard of it, but I'm a little hard pressed to make my way around at the moment. But I will try.
He shrugs and points down a direction and says, "It's not far out of our way if we're heading back. It's probably take us several minutes out of the way, plus whatever time we spend there. If you just want to head that direction."
At this time of night, do you think someone knowledgeable will be hanging about?
Knowledgeable? He shrugs and says, "I don't think there's anybody knowledgeable ever."
Well, it doesn't hurt to try, I suppose.
He'll lead you in that direction. Any other RP before you get there?
Nope.
Aldo, for a second, I thought you were going to turn her down, and I would have believed that this disguise was a different person.
Oh, yeah. Well,
you just kind of gives him
glad
a
not
clap
to
on the shoulder.
disappoint.
Aldo just drank the majority of that bottle, and he's concerned about whether or not functionality would be in place, so he's going to walk it off. So
Yeah. We'll drink some water. Yeah, flush it out.
Come on, little fella. Slap, slap. Daddy needs you.
There's gotta be a spell for this.
Oh. Anyways,
Mending, Mikhail, mending.
It takes 10 minutes. Hurry!
oh God. Never mind. So,
Now a word from our sponsor.
you have the arcane
You love
congress in your life.
Jesus? Well, we have the new Lost Initiative Bible.
Anyways, brings you over to where the shrine is. So the shrine's nice because it is a permanent structure, like it's made out of stone. That's there, but it's old. It's very old, like very, very, very old. And while the shrine is to several gods, like there's a bunch of different gods because a bunch of different idiopans can be worshipped here, and people believe in various effigies, idols, and symbols or whatever it is that's on it, including like carvings that have been on there over the years. There's actually a few what's what I'm looking for here? A few statues that actually happen to sit here. So inside the place. So the one of the statues is literally to the martyr, and it's like a small statue. When I say small statue, it's shorter than even Mikhail, right? It's probably like a 5'2"
Like
or whatever.
6 Daelrics.
It's like a 5'2" statue, including the actual statue on top of the podium. Like even the podium included makes it like a 5'2" or so. It's not particularly huge because it's old, but who knows how it was funded or who crafted it forever ago.
You're pretty experienced with not very huge, aren't you?
But on the statue itself, there is a plaque emblazoned on it, like attached to it, and on it literally has the name Veni on the statue, but it's clearly an image of the martyr, so you can even see that that's on there. And he goes, "See, it's not a rare thing to find."
No, but I can't shake the feeling that it meant something, that it was revealed to me today.
And when Aldo sees the statue, I mean, don't get me wrong, how accurate are statues? What quality of craftsmanship is the sculpting or whatever that created this? It's not perfect, but when a small light is made, maybe Mikhail with like a light spell or a candle or whatever, enough light that Aldo can see properly without drawing attention to you, it does look pretty similar to the woman in your vision.
Oh, no. Oh, they started worshipping this parent woman as a god.
Wait.
Oh, God. Gods.
Say it all.
What?
It's very similar to the woman I seen in the vision. The parent woman in the rebellion.
I need some of this milk.
No,
That's
no,
what I said,
you don't.
but,
Guys, that stuff is dangerous.
it's a very,
Is it-
very good likeness, though, I must say.
Although
Occurs in
you
all the
didn't-
right places.
All of this
You didn't
means
see
something.
this
You all realize this, right?
statue.
This is a sign from... Forgive me,
From?
Martyr, but Penny, Martyr herself. This is all a sign. I know it is. All this revelation today, amongst the previous revelations.
A sign of
Of
what?
what? Yeah.
Something about her is going to lead us to answers. We need to investigate more about her, whether it's through the Aldo or something else. We need to know
Well,
more.
I mean, she's involved in exactly what we're trying to do, right? She's just not a god. She's just a woman.
Or
Forgive him, he doesn't know.
wait, no. There's a case that both things could be true or were
Yes, she
true at different
stepped
times.
down into this realm for a while to aid, and she was still a goddess posing as a barren woman.
Bullshit.
No, sure. I mean, it's as at this point, it's as likely as anything. I don't know. I thought just the name was a revelation, but it isn't. I mean, just heard Elliot say it. This is not that uncommon. But it being shown to us could be something.
It is something,
I don't know.
Mikhail, and I'm sure of it. I don't know what, but it is something. I need you two to believe me that there's some thread here we need to pull.
I definitely
I
believe
believe you
that.
there, Koa. 100% I believe you. I mean, she's intertwined into exactly the thing that we're trying to do. So we definitely should follow this, but it's getting late, and I feel like we need to approach the Gwen situation sooner than
I
later.
agree with you, but there's a reason that Dwayne saw nymphs and you saw her.
Mm.
Yeah, it's definitely connected. I mean, so you saw this woman as a part of the kickoff for the rebellion.
Her and him.
Right. Holy shit. I mean, I know we're in deep on this, but it sounds like there's a lot more going on.
Mm.
I don't know how much you both know about well, a goddess who's not as popular around here, Lady Aravel, but there is the story that she was once mortal. And not God, then mortal, then God. Mortal, then God.
Aldo just rolls his eyes as he kind of starts the walk back to the ruins.
I suppose I've never thought about the origins of the gods or goddesses, but perhaps they were, or perhaps they were avatars of their goddom, or I don't know. That is not important. The important part is I believe, and there are signs given that we need to follow. Whether or not it's a religious thing or just the fact that she was an important person in the mole regime or overthrow, there is something there that we need to find.
I think we all agree on that point. And
Right.
frankly, I don't think one standpoint invalidates the other in this case. Whether you worship gods or not, if you just see it as a title, if a mortal can become what someone sees as a god, that could be more widespread than it seems. You know?
Sure.
What if they were all like that?
I suppose it's possible, but I choose to worship them as gods all the same. Their origins matter not to me as much as what they stand for and them watching over us and guiding us. And us trying to uphold their image the best we can.
Koa, I'm not. I may not be as openly devout, but I'm not a non-believer. I worship in my own ways. My whole family does. Mine a bit different than theirs. I mean, they don't all venerate the martyr. I didn't until I started to study Adir. But
I've not been the best follower either, but to simply sit here and say our gods and goddesses are all people, it just feels a bit, I don't know if the word
No.
blasphemous or something. I don't know.
He shakes his head and says, not are, were.
Even that feels a bit along those lines to me. Again, if we find that out and the martyr wishes us to know, or someone else wishes us to know that, then sure, we can acknowledge it, but I'm not going to, I don't know, that feels like a weird assumption to go in making. I don't want to offend them.
Of course. I'll be more careful with my musings. I guess I'm just more keeping my mind open to the possibilities. I didn't know we would be exploring the origins of the gods with this. I mean, obviously they're connected in so many things, but
We freed a ghost from a vine who then cast a spell bigger than what 100 people could do, as far as I knew in the past. We've seen some weird shit.
yeah. But nothing that I would call a deity. But I think that's what the kind of things we're approaching.
I choose to believe that the martyr gave me a sign today.
Koa, I believe you. I just don't know how to interpret it, to be fair.
I don't either. We should get back to Guinevere, though. Aldo's right.
Yeah. There's something to it, though. I really want to pull the same thread. He just kind of is like musing to himself as they walk, like can't quite keep the thoughts in his head, you know? But
for what it's worth, I don't believe those stories, says Elliot, kind of chiming into the conversation.
Which stories?
That they were once people.
I choose not to believe or disbelieve depending on what is true, which I don't know. So I won't think about it. Is actively thinking about it. Stop thinking about it. Not thinking about it. Well,
Yeah.
Mumbling to himself, like trying not to think about it, but like he can't help the intrusive thoughts.
He just kind of shrugs and says, I mean, the way I think of it this way is, let's say Lady Aravel is a goddess. We can all agree Lady Aravel is a goddess, right? And so she's worshipped by the people of Paradel for who she is, as we know, as devoutly as the Dale do. But how do the people of the Dalelands worship her? Or the people of Eustace? How do the people of other lands across the vast oceans worship her? Maybe she goes by a different name, a different whatever. He shrugs and says, I don't know. If she's a goddess, she certainly doesn't just have sway over Paradel and wherever its, war touches, right?
by the definition of what a goddess is now, with our, woefully limited understanding, right? Even people who have very similar beliefs, like you try to go and then define what is a god, it's going to come out a bit different.
And with what you're saying right there, it does make it Koa, who's totally not thinking about it, think of something else that was said earlier today by Gwen. Not everybody in Malta knows the name of the martyr. She's like, I pay homage now that I know of her, now that I live here. But, where I come from, we worship Isara for that sort of a thing. Meaning that the martyr, while does stretch to other places, seems to be a bit more regionally here, and definitely Paradel as well. Like pretty well, worshipped in Paradel as well, but well behind Lady Aravel and Kraleen.
He'll share that thought. I don't want to RP at all. You just said it.
Yeah.
He'll share that thought.
Well, that shit's not my idea,
Huh.
says Elliot, rubbing his eyes.
I don't know. I never believed the stories of them being once mortal before either. Entertained, sure, maybe thought about it occasionally, but never enough to I'd say it crystallized into a belief. I don't believe it now. I want to know. If it's possible to know, I want to know.
I want to know how much longer it is before we get back to, we're going into the ruins.
Uh-huh. What did you think? You think we're headed to the color stay?
He looks at you kind of amused when you say that. But then his expression goes from amused to less and less so as the realization settling in, and eventually you guys go home. And he's realizing, I made a mistake. I don't know if there's any more RP you guys have along the way.
No, Koa is just like deep in thought about all of this, even though he's trying not to think about it. He's like, if she was, and how did she ascend? If she did, he's just following those thoughts.
Yeah. Mikhail is the same way, except he's muttering to himself.
Fun.
Koa probably occasionally says like a random word out loud that either throws you off or is just like completely like Paradel. And just random fucking words.
Yeah. That's
But
probably
I
what
don't like the way
Elliot
you
is
just
enduring.
shook like that. That didn't look good.
Yeah, are you rolling dice over there?
He looked at me just like
I'm doing I don't know if you do this too when you're like just need to fidget with something. You have the dice and you roll a whole bunch of different dice of different sizes, and then if you roll the lowest number of the die or the highest number of the die, you make piles and you try to see which pile wins. And right
God, I
now,
love when he pays attention to us.
so right now I have 6 on either side and I have 1 d20 left. So if I roll a 1 or a 20, depending on how many rolls it takes to get it, that chooses who the winner is.
Oh, I hope you enjoy your solo game of
I-
Farkle while the rest of us are playing D&D.
I
Right.
have ADHD. I need to keep my hands busy.
No, I usually just am rolling one in my hand, and sometimes I drop it.
I'm just better than both of you.
Must be fun to
And not
be
fidgeting, for sure.
neurotypical. But here you are making fun of me. Let's get him canceled. Get him canceled. Look at Wade just making fun of neurodivergent people. Get him canceled.
Shadow had redeemed an
Oh,
insult. I was
wait.
just-
Oh, damn it.
Wait, no, I'm not neurodivergent. Don't take me to a camp. I'm totally normal. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. Normal.
I fidget for hand exercises.
Yes.
Because
As the great Elon Musk once said, my heart goes out to you.
I don't know who Elon Musk is.
Elon.
Ellen.
Oh. Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
That was before
Heart.
his salute heard around the world.
Yes. It's
Oh.
funny thinking he has a
Wow.
heart.
Huh. Anyways.
But yeah, no other RP. I think Ellie just has to deal with occasional random word blurt outs between Koa and Mikhail separately on the way there.
I'm sure Aldo is having the worst time of his life with this. Well, maybe he's enjoying it, thinking about things a little bit more than he wants to let on because of his vision. I don't know. That's an Aldo thing, but
Yeah.
eventually, I guess we get back to.
Yep.
Can I look around and see if anything looks suspicious or weird outside before we go in? No one standing around. No one keeping an eye. Nothing.
Feel
like
free to
that?
roll perception.
I'll do this every time because
Looking good.
Solid.
And you have good vision too, so. All right, you guys make your way in. And it's late, but half asleep, and sipping tea to stay awake, but not the frozen tea. Gwen is awake. Just to make sure you came back.
still awake.
Yeah, well, things are still dangerous, right?
Unfortunately, very much so. We don't know that we can get a meeting with Orvain for a few days, which means that we can't confirm whether or not it's safe for you to go back in the meantime. And well, it's ultimately your call, Gwen. Aldo and I won't speak for Mikhail, but I worry quite a bit. If your description was given and they know that 4 men weren't enough to stop, I don't know how many they might send. If it's perfectly safe, then it's perfectly safe. But we have to make a very difficult decision, and I can't make it for you, and I don't know what the right thing to do is. But I don't know that you're safe to go back.
Every day I don't return to open my shop is signing off on it's going to be dangerous. They're going to make assumptions. So, I think, at least for the next 2 days, I should open my shop. Make sure things are quiet and normal. If you're worried about that one guard, well, he's not going to inform them.
Verbally, but his hands still work, don't they?
I don't know. You handled him pretty aggressively. I don't know how much of a good look he got of me. Nobody knows that their herbalist has magic. So I don't know. I'll stick around for a couple of days, and I think I should open my shop during them. At the very least, I'm going to need to get the supplies. I mean, you said that you got the rest of the books, right? You're going to need supplies. So why don't we have the 2 of them with Mikhail, the 3 of them look through the books, find out what kind of ingredients they need, and at the very least I can get those from the shop, and maybe I can do a great big sale. Something to reduce the amount of product I have on the shelves so things don't just sit there and turn. I mean, it's not all
if
about
you-
money, but it would be bad if I just threw away my whole stock because it rotted on the shelves.
If you make a big withdrawal and have a big sale, it's going to raise a little bit of suspicion, perhaps, especially if Beltran himself is controlling the banks.
Maybe I close down my shop. Maybe we take it one step further. Maybe instead of making it suspicious, I explicitly say that I'm going to be moving my shop to, she thinks for a moment, Westwood. It's along the road. It's not... Oh, no, Westwood's too small.
Can
Maybe
I sense
Harry.
the DM's motive?
She's posing ideas, but
I know what her motive is.
Yeah.
That's not her I'm worried about.
well, she also doesn't want to shut down the shop.
I get that.
Yeah.
Koa doesn't want her to either, but
You're saying
I
it's
can-
up to me. If it's up to me, I'd keep things going. But you have that look in your eye, and normally I would keep arguing with you. But I also saw what happened last night, and I also see the look in everybody else's eye here. I get it. I'm not going to be the problem starter. Give me a few days, and I'll be ready to move on.
I can try to stand disguised around, keeping an eye on things from a distance, but I can't just hang out in your shop somewhere, most likely.
It's
So-
summertime, Koa. Are you really going to stand in the beating sun wearing... She holds up like the dead animal that you're wearing for a wig.
Yes, if that's what it takes.
Mikhail's like done changing out of the Chantry stuff. And says, I mean, it makes sense to hire security, right?
Why don't we, instead of that, have the two of them and Mikhail, she says looking over, why don't we have the three of them in the back of my shop doing their research there? That way, if they need my opinion, I'm just an earshot away, and they have supplies they can pick through. I'll have protection here, and you can work on other things. The more you chain yourself to my safety, the less you're going to be able to deal with the situation. I understand that's why you're trying to remove me from the equation. I get it. But she shrugs. Remove yourself. At least for a few days. She looks to Mikhail and
Mikhail
says,
and
"You'll
Aldo
keep me
have a
safe,
lot
right?"
of use.
Of course.
Mikhail and Aldo have a lot of use around town. I myself, I'm relatively useless here without there being a fight.
But you're also a little hot-headed.
That might be accurate.
It might be best if you're helping Aldo out with things around town. Besides, who else is going to keep straightening your wig? She tosses it to Aldo.
Aldo catches it and he just says, "But I'm busy tonight, Koa, so."
He Koa looks to Guinevere and just mouths.
She gives you like a smile, like an encouraging smile to Aldo, but it's very much like a false, like good for you, buddy. Like, but the truth behind it is like, oh, they are not a good match. You know, like when you find out two of your friends are now seeing one another, and you're like, oh my god, what is this, desperation? Whew. You know it's not going to work
Surely
out.
thinks low of Ashanti.
Right?
What?
Damn, surely thinks lowly of Ashanti.
I'm sure it's Ashanti.
Yeah. I always told her how good Aldo is. She trusts him.
Yep.
So you want
Ashanti
to open
really
the shop
loves his
for...
accent, so
Yeah. You want to work at the shop for a few days then?
she nods. Get things settled out.
Koa looks to the other two to get their read on the matter.
If she needs a couple of days to get everything, then it's a couple of days.
Aldo just shrugs.
We'll do our best to keep an eye from a distance, and if Elliot and Ashanti and occasionally Mikhail can be there to look over the books and work and so on, at least that's more people there. Wig or not,
Yeah.
I will occasionally be around, but if anything starts to seem wrong, don't risk anything, yourself or otherwise.
She smiles, says, "Again, I know."
I know, and I know you could probably kick my ass if you needed to, but the cost is too high.
And of course, like the trying to punctuate with cheerfulness to get through the it kind of drops, and she says, "Okay, well, I'm glad we all decided my fate together."
Well, we were going to decide it behind your back, but then we realized you'd kick all of our asses, so.
Well, so who are we voting on making decisions for next? She says, looking around the room.
Eltrin!
And actually, you get chuckles from most of the people in there.
Looking forward to that one.
Um,
The innkeep does occasionally chime in, like, "Where are people going? Oh, should I go there too?" Kind of a thing, like.
I guess, I don't know what it would take, but not tonight. But if we're going to fast forward at all,
Yeah, a little bit.
Aldo, are you doing anything tonight, rumor-wise, or are you waiting a couple days? I don't remember.
I have to wait at least, not tonight because it's the night after, but the next night I will.
Yeah.
So if we're skipping
Okay.
a few days, I'll have a rumor monger roll.
You guys all
will.
have shit you can do and you're good at. I imagine Koa's objective the next couple of days are keep an eye on Guinevere every now and then, and probably get to know the innkeeper a little bit and find out, like, hey, can we get you back? Can you go back to work? Are you cool to know some stuff? Like, is there a place you want to go? Like, kind of, what do we do for you? We can't just keep you here. Now that you're
Mhm.
recovering a bit, you want to join the fight, or do you want to go back to work, or what is best for him?
Yeah.
But anything else worth noting before I do this jump and narrate a few things?
Not
Those 2 days that Mikhail is spending at the back of the shop, looking through books and figuring out supplies, he's still going to work at the hospital at night. Like, so after that, so he's probably going to be fucking exhausted after those 2 days.
Oh, cool. So for the next couple days, you're going to be there with the book all day and then going to the hospital in the evening?
Yeah.
Cool. You actually are going to be able to spend the next couple evenings at the hospital, and at least one of those nights, if not both of them, the Slumbering Queen will actually be there with you, which is nice because you get to go there and work on that spell that you've been working on. But as you go there and try to get guidance from her, you realize that while her guidance does assist you to some degree, I guess, we had already discussed this in the RP forever ago, but like something already clicked in your mind about this and how it is that you go about doing it. And you realize that her guidance is assisting you. And so you realize, actually, it's kind of holding you back. The way that she describes magic, the way that she uses it, that's what's held you back this entire time. The simple fact of the matter is, she doesn't use Arcane Congress magics. She uses some other type of magic that you're not familiar with. You already knew that. But because it's so fundamentally different from how you do things, it slowed down your ability to understand. So once that click happens, eventually just kind of like, I'm going to need you to stop and just watch. And then like eventually you were able to successfully achieve your goal in unlocking this new spell. Before we continue with this like jump cut and other tasks, do you want to just explain to chat or party what spell you got, or are you cool with like, yeah, we'll deal with it another time?
I'll showcase it a little bit later.
Sure, when it matters, you mean?
It'll probably be like the night he gets it, he'll use it on people, right?
Okay.
But
I'm saying it's now,
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, how many days have passed? Do we heal it all through this?
Well, hold on. So that first night was only and you already healed that, right? The first night, because you just asked me that last
I
session
healed
2
last
weeks ago.
night.
Yeah.
This
So
night-
now I'm saying that we're saying like 3 more days have passed, so which I'm going to get to what happens over those 3 days. So 3 more days is what, 9 health points for you, I think. Wait, so you're probably back up to
All
full.
I need.
And that's assuming you didn't get any doubles along the way, which you probably would if you were just relaxing. Cool. Anyways, so you want to do anything with that, Keegan, before I move on or back and forward to other things?
Nah, just for the sake of brevity. Like I'll just boop it, but otherwise it'll be fine. I'll elaborate on it when it like matters.
Sure. It's called Restful Sleep. Casting time 10 minutes. 1 creature per level. So for you, that's level 3. No 2, which so that could be all 3 of you, which is nice. Cast a spell immediately prior to resting. While under the effects of the spell, you and your allies enjoy a restful night's sleep. If a subject completes a full night's rest, they regain health points as if they had undergone a full day of rest. Ooh. And if the subject completes a full day of rest, you regain 3 times your health instead of twice. Ooh. So wait, if he like learned this on day 2, and either way, more or less, you guys can, if you took a full day's rest with this without even using any medicine or like that, because I don't know if it's taxed at that, you heal 9 health points a day, which is awesome.
Jesus.
So that's fucking huge, or at least 6 health points a day if it's just overnight. So,
is working on the spell like superseding any ability to like ask about shit around the hospital?
No.
For those days. Because
well, hold on. If you're working on the spell that's upstairs, it's going to be superseded by the fact that you're working on the book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because there's other stuff he wants to ask about, but that'll be the days after this then.
Correct. After they theoretically leave. Correct.
Okay.
Which makes sense. Aldo, obviously you're going to be doing a rumor monger during that time. So let's have you go ahead and spread the rumor that you want. I am not. Just so chat knows, Jake offered to tell me what rumors he intended to do over the course of X number of weeks while here, and I told him, "Don't surprise me. It's more fun for me that way." I was like, just measure twice, cut once, or whatever. But otherwise, have fun with it. So Jake, if you want to tell me what the rumor is, and then roll.
Yeah, this one is tying in with the last one a little bit, and it's more of just attacking Beltran's character. Not exactly. Yeah, well, his character a little bit. It's when Beltran took control of the guard, so not when he was appointed, but when he took control of the guard, he is trying to phase the other guards out, and he has brought in bandits, cutthroats, and criminals. So all the new guard is, like bad people.
Yep. Steep
that is
in
this
fact.
Particular rumor.
So why don't you go ahead and roll that? I think the DC is 20 for you.
Yeah.
So ice. Nice. All right. So you obviously know 18 fails. 4. So you're not going to use a luck. Just use a +4. Awesome. You have a 22. Now hold on for a second. If you use a luck and you beat it by, actually, I don't think. Do you care about speed?
It's 22.
Because like you can reduce the amount of time it takes for this to settle in if you want. You have to roll a 3
No, because this one is already going to settle in more or less just after the other one. So
a couple days after, yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so more or less you get people talking about, whatever. Cool. All right, so that sounds good to me. But Jake, I said 3 days have passed. What else would your character have been doing? Would you be like going around town trying to gather information or whatever?
As a reminder, we need to learn more about the other counselors. We're trying to figure out where Wint is, I think, and then we're looking for the stuff on Leon's list. Unless you have, might have more stuff than that too. Those are the things I've got noted.
What's Koa doing again? Is he working on the list, or is somebody working on the list currently?
He's trying to some extent, and he would tell you guys in private that whenever you're offered to make, I don't think she told him an amount, but offered to make a financial contribution to help us with some of the supplies and
I'm
stuff.
going to do this part of this jump. Yep.
But so far, money guy, defense guy, warden, we've not publicly decided on or sorted out.
I think it'll be more what Mikhail should do. Would be to send a letter off to Fox to pass on to Arthur. So that should be something.
Arthur
that's
would
done
be what, the money guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, if he's agreeable to that, then we still need to find someone for defense, a warden, and then actually get some of these supplies.
Yeah.
Scott, my list only says supplies for survival, nutrition, self-maintenance, money guy, defense guy, warden. Was that pretty much the list?
Yep, because it's an extensive list, but that's what it boils down to for the sake of PC notes.
Yeah. Arthur being money guy is dual with getting supplies because we can get him to bring supplies.
Him and
right?
Leon.
That's the first thing, and then
well, him and Leon have the ability to do an additional kingdom action for you.
Yeah.
So we would have some coin to throw their way based on what Guinevere offers, so you could include that in the message, because I'm sure we would have that by then, but that solves a couple of them. We still need to find someone good at defense, which the only possible lead we have for that right now is if we get Orvain to leave his post, which seems like a weird turn for him, but that was the only person offered up to us so far for that. Warden, I don't even know what the fuck that means in this context. I know what it means for like a prison, but
that's like, if I recall correctly, that's like in like domestic, like internal type defense and management type stuff, which I think we were going to hope to get Dwayne to do that, but he just hasn't had the time in yet.
Well, if this is multiple days,
If I
though,
remember
because
right.
I can, with the crown, I can do this 3 times a week, so I might just rumor monger again.
oh, you can do it 3 times
Yeah.
a week with a crown on? Okay.
Yeah.
If he has the crown, yeah.
If he puts the crown on and he starts wearing it consistently, I would say, because it sounds like you're making the decision with the crown on so late in the week, you probably start doing 3 rumor mongers the second week. So only 2 the first week and then 3 the second week, because your character is like really afraid to do it, which is why you haven't been doing it yet. And then eventually, like, fuck it, I'll put it on. And so for the second week on, you're welcome to do 3. Does that make sense? Wait, Jake?
Yeah, that's fine. I guess I'm going to do a gather information then.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe I don't know if it's diplomacy or if you guys are doing it. I wanted to get the innkeeper figured out.
Yeah. I'll help you do that in a second. Jake, go ahead and roll your gather information.
Yeah, Mikhail's like at capacity for these
Yes.
days we're passing.
Yes, you are.
That
That's
is
fine.
diplomacy, right?
Si, senor. It's a pretty solid one. You can get a 25 with a whatchamacallit. Especially, oh, I forgot to ask you before you rolled. You can take a -10 for to not gain any attention to yourself. I understand you have disguises that make it so who cares if I burn a disguise or whatever, but it still draws attention to the fact that somebody's da-da-da, and if anybody's able to connect those dots, that's bad. So that's where the -10 is valuable. But it's up to you as to whether or not you would just straight up take your number or you take the -10. I forgot to ask beforehand.
What do you guys think? If I get a -10, I mean, I could, depending on, I could luck, or I think we have a second +4.
Yeah.
But this will be gather information about the Greyris sister.
Oh,
Is this specifically what
ooh.
you're asking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, the sister. Damn. That's info I really want. So if you take a -10, you get up to what, a 15 base and then whatever on luck.
Yeah. I don't know what the gather information DC thing is.
It depends on the kind of it. And it seems like it's a thing that like people don't talk about, so I feel like it's not going to be low.
Yeah.
Because we got almost nothing,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, we have all the different rumors. Do you have to confine it to 1 rumor per gather information? Is that how that works?
Well, it's not about rumors. It's more just like
I can
what
work.
information are
If
you
you
gathering?
want me to work on
So-
a different one, I can.
That was the
first
first we
one
have a
on the
list of rumors. I didn't know if it was 1 gather information for the
Oh,
rumors,
I
or
see
if
what
it's
you mean.
1 gather information per rumor that we have. Scott, I guess it's more of a you question.
Yeah.
So ask it again so I understand exactly what you're asking.
Does he need to roll, like, let's say we have 5 rumors to look into. Does he need 5 gather informations since there's 5 rumors, or is it kind of a gather information in general for all of them?
It would be for each individual one.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I guess we
because
need
you
to
have
prioritize-
time for this shit. So
Sister is they're all important in their own way.
because even if it was only 1 day per, that's less than a fucking week, and you guys are talking about spending months here. So
Yeah.
who cares that it's 5 checks? Realistically, you should be spending days per. That way you can seep in to the conversation, you know, as opposed to trying to rush into the conversation.
Does being discreet matter if you're in a disguise? Or
Yes
does
and
it
no.
give
It
more
could-
information?
Yeah, it can. Burning the disguise isn't even the main thing on this. It's people will realize that someone is asking about this potentially.
So we'll probably get the information we want, but people know somebody's looking into it.
Yeah. Or could know someone's looking into it if they're.
I see pros and cons to both, so I'll really defer. I think
Yeah.
being discreet's important, but is a 15 going to get us what we need?
I
You
have
have to use a
feeling
plus
it
4 and
won't.
luck, I think, to get it.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't know.
Are you
I
leaning either way, Jake?
I don't think it's high enough.
I don't either.
If we take the -10.
I don't either. I want the info more than I want the covert, but I also just agree. I don't know if it's high enough if we don't take if we take the 10.
Maybe we try to do
-10.
some of the other ones more discreetly, and this is just something that's out there. And then, if months go by and nothing happens, maybe it's forgotten that it was even asked about.
What I will say about specifically, this is the one that Jake's asking for.
Mm-hmm.
There's little information that was publicly easily found about the sister. Like, you guys didn't even know we had a sister, and then you couldn't even
Yeah.
get the name about the sister before.
That's why I think we were
Fox.
thinking the disease is more important than the covert, because it's like, if it's that hard to even find that out, then is a 15 going to get us anything?
It's
Yeah.
true. A 15 might not help,
Or-
but then you
Or
very well
16
maybe
to 19 even, right? But
getting yourself into exposing yourself in some way.
yeah, I think don't take the minus. That's me.
I would maybe still use the plus 4
Take a 25.
and maybe take the 20, maybe even plus 4 and luck, because this is really difficult information to get by. Whether you make
Yeah.
it convert, I'll leave up to you. But
I
I
think-
would still plus 4 and luck it.
I think if we want to use her, we just have to. We can either find out information with this, or we could chalk this gather information up to a loss. I'd still have to burn the +4 and possibly luck to not fail by 5 or more, and that's what alerts people, right, Scott?
It can.
Yeah, the lower the more chances there's like a backfire.
I think we need a vote here. We either burn the disguise and rush and do try and get this information, which we'll probably get with the roll, or we can attempt to do it stealthily, probably fail, but probably not by 5 or more.
It's so early on, then I would probably lean toward covert with luck and plus 4. And that way we can try again without it being a big issue.
I'm about the same as I was. I think it'll be too low.
I do
And
too,
this-
but also not blowing our cover and not getting anything is better than blowing our cover this early.
Yeah, no, it's a fair point. Yeah, it's a fair point. My main concern, honestly, with the asking around isn't even that it fucks the disguise up. It's that what if finding out that people are looking into her, and if she was around, sends her somewhere else so that she doesn't get found or whatever.
Yeah, that's why that's the covertness probably comes in handy there.
Yeah, that
Ding,
sways
ding.
me.
All right, let's take the -10. We'll burn the +4 and I'll luck as well, just in case.
Yeah.
17.
Same
Okay.
thing.
With your 17, this is what you're able to find out. First of all, her name. It's Navora Graeris. I'll show you how to spell Navora right here. So Navora is her name. And she, all you know for what you got here, is that whereas obviously Beltran has always been kind of groomed to be the next Graeris, if you will. All you know is that she is always been seen as frail and kind of dainty and kind of tucked in back. Very rarely seen, very often tucked away. You don't know why. There's so many speculations as to why that it doesn't it doesn't give you any benefit. There's speculations of a disease like leprosy, right? There's speculations that the family just cherishes her so much. There's speculations that she's just doesn't have all of her mental faculties. The speculations that she was never actually the child of both the parents, that she is like a bastard child of one of the parents. there's speculation that she's a fucking cousin, you know what I mean? Like, as opposed to their child at all. There's all these different speculations that are so all over the map that it doesn't help Aldo narrow in at all. But you get her name, which is an important thing, because names have power, right? And you do understand that she's always been tucked in the back and hidden intentionally, tucked in the back and hidden, or whatever it is, by the family, whereas Beltran has always been pushed forward from a young age, kind of like primed and pruned and trained to be the next Grearis. You know, unfortunately, anything beyond that, you don't have. Even so much as a description of her, you know it's a her, but you don't even have much of a description. The fact that you're told that she's frail kind of like paints an image in your mind, but there's not enough people that have seen her that can even, accurately agree, because if she's being transported from A to B, it's usually inside of a goddamn, wagon, right? Like, not a wagon, what's it called? A carriage, like a covered carriage. So there's just not enough of that. She's truly like an enigma in this. You're like, Jesus, I spent an entire day trying to find rumors about this woman, and all I got was her name and the fact that she's tucked into the family. That's it. So, but on the flip side, you did so in a very guarded way and stopped yourself from being exposing yourself in these questions. You truly think that you are safe in the approach that you took.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Where were we?
I need to roll for the innkeeper, and I don't remember if Mikhail had anything else you need to roll for or whatever, but Aldo was going to rumor monger again too. But whatever we get to tonight, we get to tonight. Whatever we wait on, we wait on.
Yeah, you can roll for the innkeeper, and Keegan is going to roll for the group thing.
Oh, the books. Okay, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Diplomacy for the innkeeper?
Sure, yeah. That's pretty good.
Okay, that's not bad. Do you guys think I need to luck that, or do you think 19 is good enough for him?
Because the person's already indifferent to you or better, right? So let's assume indifferent.
Well, I didn't know if he felt that way after we kind of indirectly are the cause of his plight.
No, you weren't. The barkeeper was. And you saved his life from, like, where he's being smashed in the face or whatever. So I get what you're saying by indirectly, but also, like, they were going to turn you in. Like, they told you that. So I'm not going to let you waste a luck on this. I can tell you that a 19 will pass. That gets them up one step from indifference to friendly. More or less you make friends with them as they're there. You get more familiar with them. You try to hope that you can get them back to their inn. Hope you can get them back to their life. Fortunately, they're no longer married. You know what I mean? Fortunately, they have no, like, young children that they need to take care of or anything like that.
What a way to make friends. Thank God you're divorced.
That would have been so complicated.
Or-
Thank the martyr.
But either way, so they have nobody that's, like, relying on them, but obviously, like, their own inn. You're like, I'm not even going to check up on the status of that, because I don't even want to give you bad news if there is it, but you make friendly with them, which is nice. So you start building a proper relationship there again, which is a good thing.
Cool.
Cool. The barkeep was his divorced wife. That's funny. Like, oh, you want to pay child support? Anyways, so you got finally Keegan. You're gonna roll for well, no, let me take that back a step. I'm gonna roll for you're gonna roll to assist in the alchemy shit that's going on there.
Oh, okay. That is mole alchemy.
Si, senor.
Okay.
Cool.
I assist.
Ooh, I rolled very well myself. I have not only did you give me the +2. Wait, you have all 5 books, don't you? 6 books, sorry.
Yeah, all 6.
So you gave a +5 to yourself, so that's a 22, isn't it? Because you're consulting the books the whole time.
Oh, I had it with a +4. So that's a 18 then.
Oh, okay, 18 then. So you still just give
Yeah.
a +2. But I also get to make use of the +5 because I'm also using those books. So with your +2, just a natural roll, you got me to an 18 because I rolled a 16. Plus the books get me to a 23 plus my modifiers, right?
Damn.
So
Yeah.
like it is a very good roll for the alchemy thing. Now, this is
What are you? Sorry, what are you guys trying to get out of the alchemy books right now? Is this the Guinevere stuff, or is this just the because you have the cipher already? So what are you trying to get out of it right now?
This is showing them breaking the cipher. The ciphers on the ones that they haven't broken yet, and getting it all like together, if I recall correctly.
So more or less, you guys spend the 3 days, and between what they've already broken themselves, what you've broken with them, how well you guys work together, you're able to have a uniform understanding of how all the books work, right? So the team is now able to unlock the books, if you will, and are able to start like really pouring through them for the sake of alchemical research and study and da 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 da. And what's her name? Ashanti is very excited to start making use of these. She's excited to start like being able to assist you with alchemical things. She's actually like, I can't wait to brew my first mole alchemy potion. Oh, this is so exciting! This is so exciting. I need the the ingredients for this, and so they start gathering. And then the final benefit of this is now they start to understand what kind of ingredients they need. All right, let's take it back a step. I think I mentioned this last stream, but the way mole alchemy works is that it's not just it works kind of like think like Witcher when you play the video game, how it is that you're potion crafting, how it's not just like I need eye of newt and tongue of salamander and toe of human. It's like no, all those ingredients are just aether, right? And then there's all these other things that are just aluminium or whatever they had before, albedium or whatever. So they kind of like break down that way. Some are more efficient, effective, or whatever than others, but it breaks down into these like base components. So all these different ingredients kind of break down to these base items. And now that this is understood, she's like, holy shit. We have like more or less comparing to Arcane Congress Alchemy, which is she's doing. She's like, we have these insane recipe books. It'd be like if your grandma was like, hey, make my strudel. And it's like a 75-step thing with like 18 ingredients. And she's like, I need 3 ingredients in 5 steps. Because those 3 ingredients can be a mix of things that equal these 3 ingredients. I don't have to be like, and a teaspoon of this and a pinch of that. Like, she's like, holy shit, this completely changes how it is I understand alchemy. This is a whole different way of doing it. God, this is crazy. And so she's able to open her eyes and look around Gwen's shop and what kind of reagents there and what value they have, as well as other things, so on and so forth. And beyond just what the reagents kind of go, there's also catalysts and accelerators that exist in kind of like the mix as well. And it's understood that the goo downstairs, which is not being used, is both a catalyst and an accelerator. So it's just like super material that can do both of those things, which is, again, insane because those are some of the more expensive items. Anyways, so that's what happened. Unlocked all that, understand all that, going to be able to use that to assist the party, which is good. And now you can start researching things like Gwen's, safety. But in Gwen's mind, that's less important than trying to assist, the ongoing suffering of the people in Mahadgwad. Okay, let's get to Koa. She eventually is able to make her way to the bank. She's not shutting down the shop like for good. She's not doing a blowout sale. She's not closing down the shop. She's not doing any of that shit. Maybe a bit of a sale just to get some stuff off the shelves or whatever, but not this like close down the shop, blowout sale, get rid of everything, sell it.
Sure.
She eventually goes to the bank and does her cashing of the bank and da-da-da. And when she finally meets with you, it'd be like that evening of like the 3rd day or whatever. And Mikhail is exhausted, coming back home like at the end of this conversation. And Aldo is out rumor mongering, so he won't be back to the wee hours in the morning. So you get to inform them the next day or whatever. But she'll kind of come to you that evening, and you wait down the street from her shop in your shitty disguise that you had to put on yourself because Aldo was busy all day. And to like walk down the streets like several blocks ahead of her or beside her or behind her, just to make sure she returns back to her home where it's safe. and then you'll get kind of like go and rejoin her in the house through the back door or whatever it is. And she'll be like, okay, Koa, I did the work that I needed to do. I left the shop looking like it's going to stay open. There's still stuff on the shelves, but I brought it all to the front of the shelves, so it looks like, it's stocked and ready to keep going. It doesn't look like I was emptying them. I took out everything that was super important, and I'm still gathering them inside like a chest. I'm hoping I can get them all inside one chest to move with me.
Is my shit gone? Like, is Nightstorm and stuff still okay? Because if she needs a chest, just so happens I made one for
her. So your shit's not gone. I assume you guys would have checked on them forever, even though it wasn't said in the in-game. And so you could have that, and we can get to that afterwards. But she says, I just need to compile everything into a chest, and I'll do that tomorrow. So I know I told you like 3 days. I do need a 4th day to get everything together. But I did everything as it was expected. I just need to get it all ready for wherever it is that I'm going to end up going for the temporary. I also went by the bank, like I said I would. And I made the biggest withdrawal that they would let me 2 days ago. And then again, the biggest that I could today. And I think I'm comfortable where things are. I also made sure I set it up that there's recurring payments. So that, if the collectors, because I don't own I own the shop but not the building. So that, everything that's due will be paid on time, because people can come and collect it and whatever is needed. I thought I'd make the donation to you and your cause, and I hope it puts a dent in what's needed. And she kind of, goes over and she gets a, she says, she's like halfway across the room, turns back. Oh yeah, one more thing. I didn't think you'd be comfortable with a writ, so I had to remove it in coin.
All right. I don't know if Koa knows what a writ is.
The thing you got forever ago that you get screwed over about, because
we got writs when we made our accounts. Okay.
Mm.
Yep. So she goes over and she gets 2 sacks of coins that don't look small. 2 kind of bulging sacks of coins that she comes over and she.
It was like, why would she get it all in slivers?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, full sacks of coins, exactly. And she comes over and she rests them on the table, and she says, "There's the 2 withdrawals." So again, I hope it's helpful. I'm gonna go and start getting together like various outfits or whatever, and I gotta pick out a trunk for me to put my stuff in. But hope
fast
that
forward
helps.
RP. Surprise! Here's a trunk. Did you have any trouble at the shop the last few days?
I had one visit, she says, not wanting to lie.
The same or worse than usual?
It's all worse, but I guess you can call it the same, given the circumstances.
I don't want you to stop helping people if it's... I'm so torn on what to do with this. At this point, would we have met with what's his face? Or is it too soon?
What's his
Or
face?
Vane?
No, not yet. It's only been 3 days, so tomorrow would be literally, because it's Allen's day right now. Tomorrow would literally be the last day, because
Okay. Tomorrow we may be meeting with Orvain. And if we do, we can get confirmation. But you're sure?
Mm-hmm. If I don't get removed from the equation, you're not going to have focus.
Yes, but I don't want to take your life from you. I want to add to it, not deplete it.
You've gone back and forth on the matter time and time again.
Of course. And he starts to ask if she's sure about the coin, and she can see the words forming on his lips, and she's like, I don't know how much this is, but we've talked about this too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure, Guinevere, no matter what amount you're donated to the cause, it'll be helpful. I'll go to lift them, and I'm sure they're heavier than even he expected.
Yeah, a couple pounds each, of course.
And he'll kind of like glance into one. Is it all gold?
It glints back. It's all gold. All in
100
all,
gold a sack.
all in all, it's 200 gold pieces.
Koa has never... He's seen 100 once, I think. How much did he have? Like 130 at one point, I guess, whenever we sold the gem, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it was like 130 something. And we got like 70 from Kerfrock.
This is easily the most amount of money I've ever seen in my life. You can spare this?
She says, yeah, I should be fine.
Shit.
Whatever, I don't know much about Amalta or where you came from, but my God, did I luck into the right relationship. You are everything and more than I will ever be.
She says, and you remember that. Like, you're trying to be playful.
His jaw is just like on the floor, just
She did
her
say,
leaving the shop, her like helping their cause, her donating, having this much money, like just everything that she is doing. He's like, I gave her like 2 gold once when I broke her door and brought a nearly dead body in, and I thought I was doing her a big favor. Like, he's just recalling all of the sad, poor moments where he's like, poor farm boy that came into her life and has totally fucking wrecked it. And he's like, maybe she isn't a great judge of character.
she did say this would be the vast majority, kind of.
I know that,
as it
but
was wrong.
like, it's still.
But she also did preface it with, I haven't contacted home in a long time. Because technically speaking, she did say that her father was a lord. So, I mean, like, this is the money that she brought with her. So,
I imagine Koa heard her talk shit about her dad and then mentioned that, and he was like, yeah, some shitty lord, like in his head, was kind of dismissive of it, but now he's like, damn. I don't even know how to spend this to help the cause.
She says, usually on a counter.
Ever helpful. Does anyone have enough stuff to... We'll figure it out. This,
I think this is why you need a money person.
definitely not me. I never even went to school.
She just shrugs and says, well, certainly, maybe don't start spending until you have a money person. But it's not going to be safe in my hands compared to yours. And I couldn't leave it in the bank for obvious reasons. So just leave it with you. And like I said, you have the rest of your life to pay me back.
I'm gonna need it.
Especially
He
with
meant to say that like in his head, but he clearly says it out loud.
yeah. And then she'll follow up with, you haven't heard the interest in charging or whatever.
I don't know whether to be excited or terrified, but either way, you've got it. And we can, they whatever. At that point.
Yeah, cool. I imagine eventually you'll go and you'll get the next day, you get the chest and give it to her, and that whole thing. And is it a wedding gift? No, it's an engagement gift. Oh, aren't these classically wedding gifts? You don't live in America. Oh, okay. Fair enough.
God, I love our talks.
Yep.
Yeah, she's from a goodly nation.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like Switzerland or Switzerland good?
Sure. I don't know. It's
Sweden?
it's hard to go down, like
yeah, I was gonna say
there's a lot of up.
a lot of them have their history, but today's better, so
Mm-hmm.
but anyways, back to New Zealand. Did they have a sordid past? I'm sure they did. Sure they did something awful to someone.
Criminals, all of them. Right, Jake?
I had a lot of terrible things done to them, but who hasn't?
No comment.
They've got like the Shire over there.
They do have that.
So anyways, so that kind of concludes that first week or whatever.
All right, week 2. Let's go.
And I will say that for the next day, he doesn't show up on Alden's day. So your hope is that he'll show up on Tyr's day. But we'll end it here.
There was Lawn Day.
Lawn's day, sorry. What did I say? Lawn day?
Lawn's Day.
Yeah, Lawn day. Sorry, Lawn day.
It was Monday, Thursday. Whatever Thursday is was the next one.
You're correct, it was just Tuesday. So you guys got your Elliot and Ashanti. You got the books from them, and you helped unlock their understanding of the alchemy books, and they're primed to leave your asses and go to the crack. You have, what's her name? Gwen has unloaded her bank account into your coffers and shut down her shop and gathered her belongings, and she's ready to leave your asses to go to the crack. You have the innkeeper, who probably isn't best to keep here. Maybe he's best to also leave your asses to go to the crack. Yeah, it's up to you guys. You have Casper, who 100% can has been going around with Aldo in the places where Aldo felt as though it's beneficial to use him, and has also been kind of like snooping around and checking on things for your team. But has also offered again to join Beltran's army. But you would want to keep him in Hod Gwen. He's better here than he is at the crack.
Koa would escort them there because he's not gonna let them go by themselves, and also he would want to talk to Dwayne about Dwayne thing that came up earlier that I'm blanking on.
Cool. You can absolutely escort them there. Would Koa go by himself, or would he bring the others? And this is next session anyways.
I mean, we got ambushed literally the last time we left, but so that's a little scary. But with Nightstorm, he may be able to outrun people. So you guys have shit going on. I don't know. He would at least
have people with you who don't move Nightstorm speed, right? Like,
no, he means on the way
escorting
back.
A whole.
I mean, on the way back.
Yeah, on the way back, no big deal. But
I don't think they could plan an ambush for our way out. It's not like we would give them a heads up that we're leaving. But the way back, he might be able to find out, like, oh, Koa left town, huh?
Didn't they get like bird messengers or something? Or am I thinking of somebody else that got
They did whenever we were on our way from Leshev, but I'm saying like they're not going to be able to. I doubt they'll be able to ambush me on the way out of town. It would be on the way back from dropping them off at the crack.
It's a lot.
Oh, that's right. That's what a big piece of information. What's his name could have gotten for you, because it was a relatively easy one, but I got distracted with Aldo specifically going for Beltran's sister. What's his name? Casper, going around and trying to get information. He'll come back one day, kind of like snickering, be like, guys, I heard the funniest news. So I saw that shitface went. I saw him. He was barking. This is a couple days after everything went down. He's like, I saw the shitface went barking orders at a couple of the guards that are under his command. Oh man, you should have seen him. He looked fucked up. It was so funny. Oh man. So apparently a couple nights ago, somebody kicked him in his fucking face and almost broke his nose, and he's had this huge black eye and these purple cheeks and stuff. It's so funny. You should see it. He looks furious. His eyes are all like sunken in. He looks, oh man, he is.
Who is this?
Went.
Yeah, Casper saying went, got kicked in the face.
Literally kicked in the face, or is he the one Koa punched in the face?
We haven't met Went.
Yeah,
we haven't seen
okay.
Went
I didn't know
yet.
if maybe he was one of the unnamed guards and we just didn't know it. I didn't know if that's what was implied.
Oh, that would be fucking hilarious.
That's where my mind went as well.
Yeah, I was like, why else would he be hit in the face? 'Cause I punched someone in the face.
Wait, you don't know?
Well,
Mikhail, when he was climbing out the window.
Yeah, where my mind went.
Yeah.
That's why I was like,
Mikhail,
oh, so it was him.
Mikhail kicked him in the face when he climbed out the window before his chase scene.
So that was the guy that took the shot.
That's who
was
tried
the
to
other guy that
grab
was
me.
there.
He most likely, being the one in command, was like, shoot that mother, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay, yeah, because if he took the shot, he got brain blasted.
He wasn't
So
still
it
there
wasn't him.
whenever Koa and Guinevere were fighting people in there. He wasn't one of the ones in there then. Okay.
no. He they would have left other people behind and gone out.
Man, you shot the wrong man.
Damn.
Or
Well, the wrong man shot, you know.
bippity bopped the wrong one or whatever.
Cool. All right. Well, let's wrap up this session.
Should've cast
Next
sleep.
week, we'll talk about the effects of the lunar log ring. We'll
Saturday will.
Oh yeah. Did I say that? I said next session, but it is
Next
Saturday.
week.
It's in
Oh, I forgot.
it's in like 50
Woo!
hours, something like that, 60 hours, something along those lines.
Too long.
Bonus sesh.
Yeah.
Yep,
makeup
it's
stuff,
one of our
really.
bi-monthly bonus sessions.
Yep.
Bi-monthly, twice monthly bonus sessions. Coming soon.
I'm just happy we're getting one. I completely forgot. That's a good surprise.
Yeah, it's Saturday. I put in a event inside of Discord so people don't forget. But yeah.
I have it on my calendar. I just haven't looked at it.
This
It actually-
Saturday.
It actually works out perfectly because this is one of the reasons why Britt offered it is because this weekend my mother-in-law, who had the surgery and has like a lot of struggles or whatever, my father-in-law is going golfing with some friends for the weekend, so she's staying at my house. So it was one of those like, oh well, if I need help with the baby, I always have my mother who can some degree assist. She's like, so you can just go fuck off downstairs and play D&D for
So we can do a 10-hour session.
for a few hours. I set it from 8 to 1 because that's what Brittany I think said by accident earlier today, and I just scheduled it. So
And sometimes we go a little over, like to 2. That's great.
I can't do that on a Sunday, man. I can't sleep.
That's
in
why
on
we're
a
doing it
Sunday.
Saturday.
I can't sleep in too late on a Sunday. So, but anyways, so yay, it'll be exciting. She's actually coming to my
Cool.
house in the next 15 hours, and she'll be here until Sunday evening. So
Nice.
So technically you could have a bonus session tomorrow too then.
I also have work and stuff that I have to do.
You said yourself you're taking off Friday.
Friday, I'm taking at least half the day. I am. I don't know if I'm doing the whole day because I have to go check out childcare things. So, oy.
You really got to take that offer to just quit your job and be Wade's full-time DM, and then me and Jake could just reap the benefits.
This hasn't come out yet on the podcast. I was telling him, I'm like, I'm getting so into like playing D&D. Like my GTA RP days, I got really into it. I'm realizing just how much I enjoyed like role playing D&D and stuff. How much I wish y'all were local, because I would totally spend whatever it costs to have a really fucking kitted out
Yeah,
like
set up,
table
yeah.
and just gaming room.
It's like
So y'all got to move to Cincinnati, Jake. From sea to shining sea. I will teach you all you need to know about being an American. I'll send you a cheeseburger and all kinds of shit.
they have
Nice.
cheeseburgers there. They have better cheeseburgers than
They
we
do have better. I had the best cheeseburger of my entire life at a random hotel. I think it started with a V in like Brisbane. It was literally the best cheeseburger I've ever had in my life.
I thought it was
We went to a
Brittany.
wild.
steakhouse. They brought the cuts of meat on a board and were like, "Which steak you want?" I was like, "Is this heaven?"
Is this heaven or is this Australia?
Damn.
And then like a spider crawls across the table. It's still heaven. Snake in your boot. Still.
We saw like no bugs when we were there. It was kind of wild.
Oh, that's nice.
That was in October, November, like early. Yeah, maybe there's no bugs around that time in Australia. I don't know.
I mean,
yeah,
if you're in
I-
the cities, we don't get a lot of it. So
I was definitely in the cities.
yeah, well, you're good.
Not many kangaroos cared about our tour at the time.
Every time we talk
Or
about
camels.
Australia, my mom just keeps talking about the experiences posted on the internet by the guy who plays Thor. And I'm like, Mom, you
Oh.
realize that guy probably has like a 500-acre farm in the middle of nowhere. Like, of course he has all the bugs. The guy owns like a state. Like,
Yeah.
at least it's not problematic owning of a state the way like, Oprah on The Rock do. But, he has the full Australian experience. You don't have to have that. You can go to Sydney,
Yeah, that dude got that Marvel Cinematic Universe money multiple times over. Yeah, he's
He's like,
He's got
phase
a lot of
3,
land.
let's go. Okay. Cool.
nice.
What's your name? Keegan. Any exciting things happening over in a natural _1s?
Yes. My party finally made it to the capital, which was a month-long journey in-game. So it took like
17
4
seconds.
months
Yeah.
in real life. But they
The
finally
Faerun
made
minute.
it there. Yeah, about a favored minute, maybe a few extra seconds. And they bought drugs last session, but they haven't taken them yet. So if you guys want to see how their
Milk?
characters act on hallucinogenics.
Milk?
Wade wants milk.
No, not milk. Not
Dude,
milk.
Koa is so jealous of Aldo's like vision experience. He got to
I
ride
won't
the
lie.
bird and he got to see like the martyr in a vision. He's like,
He's like, this
please
is
give me the
bullcrap.
milk.
That's a real.
Give me
that's-
that heroin.
That's a real thing. I totally want to try like psilocybin, right? Like I want to try mushrooms, but at the same time, I don't want to fucking deal with that.
Have Brittany do it
trip
while
sounds
pregnant
scary.
because then you get. That's what my mama did.
So wait.
Each one of her kids found out which drug made them, and I was the mushroom baby.
Oh, I thought you were saying you
That's
have Brittany
the
do it while
mushroom
pregnant, and I'll go
baby.
bald. That's what you were saying. But
No, I'm saying my mama did some mushrooms while pregnant with me, and look how great I turned out.
my mom was it was Coors Light and meatball subs with pickles. That's what she had when she was pregnant with me. So I'm a Coors Light.
I forget
baby.
which one of my siblings
You
is the
called
cocaine
yourself
baby.
a mushroom baby, dog.
It's what I was referred to as even when I was a kid. My mom, like I did good in school. My mom's like, that's my mushroom baby.
Oh wait, your next Aurorum character has to be a Namomycin. They're literally a mushroom
God.
people. They're literally like a fungus mushroom people. So
No. He doesn't want to play what he is in real life, Scott.
Yep.
It's the point of
It's a little
escapism.
Namomycin named George. Yeah.
They're all circumcised. Mushroom from top to bottom.
I'm sorry, everybody, to disappoint you. I don't know what the hell my mom was eating.
Wait till you see how
or-
I spread my spores.
No. It's just how I communicate.
Oh
Anyway.
shit! But yeah, they made it to the capital. They're in the final arc of the story. I don't remember what we left off on. They probably did something dumb, but you'll have to look and see for yourself on Tuesday.
How long do you think until your series ends? This particular series, which you're like 140 something sessions into.
Is it 140? I think we're like 123 or something. But a wildly inaccurate prediction, I'm sure. We've probably got 30.
30
Years? Months?
So you're ending around 150?
30 sessions,
So
which is
about
once a week.
Yeah, about a 3-year campaign, just over because of canceled weeks.
Just about, but we've only ever canceled one. But we when we started, we did 3 on and then 1 something else.
Yeah,
So there were a few.
I'd say that 3 to 3.5 years is a healthy period of time for like in my mind when I think of what is a campaign, like a real D&D campaign, is 3 to 3.5 years IRL, playing 45 plus times a year. So you're looking at about 150 sessions is in my mind a campaign.
This will be one unhealthy ass campaign because we're gonna take 10 years just to get to Kingmaker.
Right.
You guys are actually not far off, which is nice, but we
I
get very
believe
deep
you
into
believe
RP.
it.
Well, we just get
Are
very
you gonna
deep
use the
into RP.
3rd edition Kingdom rules? No, we decided 8 years ago that we'll use 2nd edition.
But anyways, so 3.5 years is a really healthy number. That shows like your crew works together well, you DM well to them, everybody's having a good time. After that point, it can start getting a little bit stale. Like and I think you've done close to that, if not beaten that number before yourself, anyways. But just my opinion, it's a good time slot. I'm happy that you have that with this game. I'd be curious to see in several months' time what you end up wanting to do with your next one, especially with all the homebrew world and magic system and whatnot that you're putting together. I'd be curious if that's ready in time for your next campaign, but we can get into that as we get closer.
Yeah.
Cool. Jake, you ever doing anything exciting ever?
No.
No, not fixing any cars or.
He's studying
Mhm.
up on his American lore.
That's right. Jake, give us your best American
Lord.
accent, and I don't mean redneck.
I don't know about that, but I did just read today because, like, I told you guys that in our news, it's constantly like talking about how many people from Australia are getting knocked back at the American border,
How many? Is
and
it?
I don't know, a lot. It's like all the time. But there was one today I was reading. It was a Norwegian who got his phone went through or whatever, and he got denied because he had one of those memes of JD Vance that's like bald.
I've seen that. Yeah, I saw that post.
Yeah. And because he had that in his phone, they refused him entry. So
Wait,
They
what?
didn't just they like detained him and like searched all his stuff because he had a JD Vance meme on his phone.
Wait,
This
I
down
don't get
under's
it.
gonna shave our VP.
Wait, hold on. What?
Yeah, hold on.
That's really dumb.
Uh-huh.
Like, I don't
But
even understand.
But bud, we live in a fascist like utopia these days, man. That's just par for the course.
I just like, but that one just doesn't even make sense. Like, we're all talking about him fucking couches, and they're worried about
but
him just
pretty
like
much all the
having
posts
male
I've
pattern
seen of it
baldness.
are like, I wonder what meme it was. Was it this one or this one or this? Just people posting extra ones to be like, which one gets you detained?
He's the reason all of Ohio lets their pets shit inside now.
Oh no, the one I was looking at was a Norwegian tourist. Was it green? Either way, apparently it's happened for a couple of different people.
I've never seen both Norwegians in the same room at the same time.
Shit, I'm looking at the fucking meme now.
Oh, I need to see the meme. Share it on Discord.
It's funnier just because it's late, but it's just his fucking face.
Oh God!
It's just his stupid face.
It's just Potato Head.
It's just his stupid damn face, man. That's all. But there's others. There's a lot of others. They're usually of his face on something.
That's pretty dumb. I don't know. I don't even know how you could be upset by that.
Have very thin skin, you know?
It's treason then.
Yeah. Anyways.
Hey, I'm not getting in over there anytime soon, but hey, I mean,
You know,
like I
that's
said
not true.
before,
What?
you guys
That's
can
not
always
true.
fly over this way.
That's not true. Well, we might not get back. Oh, I won't lie. Like
Yeah.
the flight to Italy is genuinely like I'm excited to finally go to Italy. I wanted to do it 9 years ago, or it would be 10 years ago at the time that I'm going. But it's like actually concerning because like even Americans have a hard time getting back. So like, right at this point, we've paid for everything. So for all 8 of us.
I have to be talking to Scott at Discord. He's like, guys, I'm an expatriate now. Can we change the time? It's
Buongiorno.
It doesn't work for me anymore.
Buongiorno. Yo soy gelato.
Is that your Italian or your racism showing?
Oh my god! Just go to the end screen, Scott.
Well, no.
I don't want to see
Anno
while
said
you're
that
talking.
Spanish is a dialect of Italian. I'm pretty sure it was what Anno said.
They're
And I was
just
like,
all
oh,
Latin-based
They're
languages.
just Latin based. Doesn't mean they're all the same words.
I didn't say Anno was a smart boy. I just said that.
Don't
that's what he
put
said.
this on Anno.
He's the one that said it, not me.
I remember when Julius Caesar invented the taco.
They're all Germanic languages, which means technically I'm speaking German when I say taco and jalapeno.
All right. Well, Wade, you want to say anything about Distractable, or do you not want to be affiliated with what we're talking about?
We'd probably say worse over there. I had a whole episode where I talked about gay wind and shit, so like whatever, it's fine.
What is gay wind?
Don't remember. It was a breaking news thing. I don't
Okay.
know.
All right.
You can watch Distractable. Hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow night for more D&D after I message Brittany and see what the price is. What's Scott worth for 8 hours? Let's see what she charges.
Right?
She drives a harder bargain than me. I'm like, how about $250 on a taco? And you're like, I draw the line at tacos. And
She can have all the goddamn tacos. Those are fucking cheap compared to the food I like.
but
Taco for like used to be taco for like 50 cents. Now taco's like $3 or something. But
Yeah. That's depressing.
depends on where you get them from, I suppose.
still, I could probably get her enough tacos to feed her for 3 days for the cost of one Five Guys burger. So
And I haven't had Five Guys in so long. I like Five Guys too.
Oh,
you
they're
need some
great.
Guinevere-sized bags of money to go there. It tastes good, but they're expensive.
Uh-huh. Yeah. That is true.
Butthole chocolate.
Are we still on
special.
screen? Oh, just now we.
Oh yeah, did you guys know that you can have a cast made of your butthole and then have that made into chocolate to give to like your significant other?
Why would I know that? Why do I know
Yeah,
that?
why
now?
would I? Why would I know that?
Is that real?
Yeah, it's real.
The fuck?
Why do I know this now, Wade? Why would you do this?
I'm not googling this. I googled blue waffle. I'm not googling this. Okay, like no, I
They're
refuse.
a lot easier to ignore in chat
It's
when they say stuff like that.
edibleanus.com.
I'm not googling.
It's not, is it?
Wait, you could have
It
owned.
looks like
you
the
could have
mouth of
owned
the
that.
sandworms from Dune.
Oh my god, bro!
Sweet dreams, everyone.
Because of my definitely neurotypical brain, like when I try to access useful information, sometimes I get this kind of thing. Like, I'm gonna try to remember my mom's birthday and be like, something about
Wormhole
chocolate
give it to your
bubbles.
mom.
What?
What the hell?
Why
That would be
did
an
you make it
important thing that I'd
worse?
want to remember.
Why did
And
you
I'm gonna-
make it worse?
Why would you want to
What do
give
you
your
mean
mom your
worse?
asshole?
You're the one that
I
brought up
wouldn't.
mommy.
But, dude, the wires are all crossed up there, dog. I don't know what to
Thank
do.
God they're gone.
We should have said the raid message was edible. What was it? Edible, like edible.
Edible